Good morning, hello there. How's everyone doing? Welcome back to Ninjapul's Gamesfest. If you look here, you will see I have updated the schedule for the remainder of this Gamesfest. We might have to change a couple of things, but basically we're just trying to figure out when we can do the Ninja Tavern, Maya's availability, along with availability of you guys. But good morning, and thank you so much for joining us, for joining me. Who we got here? We got Sticko, hello, and New Namtab. Boom! Hi, Briartog, hello! And Lena Elvira, good morning. Hope you guys are having a good day so far. We got a fairly chill day today, which is I'm not going to lie to you, that is a relief. As I may have mentioned once or twice, you know, it's been a little bit hectic for me in recent days, just keeping up with the really big games that we had. But I'm really glad I was able to do it, because I guess there's kind of a flow to what we've been doing with Gamesfest. You know, going from one day to the next and kind of staying on topic. You know, moving down the road in terms of video game analysis and appreciation in a fun way, rather than just jumping all over the map. You know, it's how you're supposed to write an essay. Bright Dog tired today. I guess I need to build up my stamina again. Yeah, I've not had enough sleep recently. I'm working on like 5 hours a night for the last 4 or 5 nights. So last night I really felt it. It was like 1 a.m. and I just had like 20 minutes of stuff I wanted to finish. Hello there. Hey Zdenya. Happy Tuesday. How's it going? I had like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes of stuff I needed to do, but I was so tired. My head was literally, my body was not listening. I was like, fuck you, man. I am sleeping. I'm either going to do it here or you can walk me to bed and I'll do it there. I couldn't get through it, so I just gave up. I was literally, my eyes were closing, my head was nodding. I never have that. So yeah, I've really burned the candle at both ends for a few days here, which seems like an impossible thing for a streamer to do. Zdenya, I played Axis Unseen. I was just gonna ask you. Oh, you were up till 2:30 last night, so I'm kind of balked in the head as well. Brad Tog, you have that every day? Ah. See, I'm not used to that at all. But it's no surprise, right? I've been living on borrowed sleep, borrowed energy for a little while. But yeah, I think today we'll see how long the stream goes for. But I'm prepared to stream for quite a bit today. Keeping it chill. We're really going to try to catch up with some story. Because that has been the thing that we've not been able to progress to the extent that I wanted to. Look at Zereth Var just standing on the delivery crates there. Academic! Hello there! Yeah, so the Ko-fi thing, that is for people who, you know, they'd like to support us, they'd like to chuck us a shekel or two on a monthly basis, but maybe they'd rather not do it through Twitch because they want their full donation to go to their streamer of choice, or they just want to save a bit of money, or both. So that's why that one's there. Because obviously, Twitch takes 50% of what we earn. Oh, getting a message. That's Maya saying hello and good luck with the stream. She is not feeling great today, so I'm wishing her Godspeed from me and from you guys. Yeah, hugs for Maya. Oh, I'm adding that. Nina Elvira sends hugs. Yes, Lena. Heretic, that is, indeed. Just a few weeks ago, I think just before we started Gamesfest this dropped. They did a big thing about Doom, the Dark Ages, and whatnot, you know, what's coming there, a nice big update, and then they also just shadow dropped this thing, which I certainly didn't know was coming. Heretic and Hexen.
Yes.
Hope Zareth, get out of my face. Yeah, they've been remastered by Night Dive Studios. They work really well. And Briartog, hugs from me as well.
What a find.
Okay, I'm sending that as well. This is funny, I'm actually messaging this directly, you guys. Oh, Lena, I was a heretic maniac in the 90s. It'll be like me being back in community college, wasting my time gaming instead of making academic progress. Hey, you could do both at the same time, can't you? But yeah, in a weird, nerdy sort of way, that is one of the things I feel like I've done this Gamesfest is, I guess, not just learning new things, like, you know, things that I've looked up, reviews, Wikipedia articles, all the usual nonsense, before streaming a particular game, especially a game that I didn't know much about, or hadn't played very much, or at all before the stream. But just in hopping from game to game so quickly with each day, it's really given me a keener sense of what's going on with each gameplay design decision.
Oh, there you are.
So I think it's definitely been good for me to do this. But yes, Denya, tell us more. Tell us more, please, about Axis Unseen. So the fact that you were up late playing it bodes well. It's a very strange game, though, yes? Oh yeah, we were in Dragonstar, weren't we? That's where we got to. Xenia, man, I saved so many surveys in ESO, so I've spent the morning doing them. I think this is near 82 and I still have 30 to 40 to go. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried. I've been trying to make a dent in mine. Let's have a look. It's a lot. 40, 95, I don't know, 157, 240, 320, 366. Yeah, it's a lot. I've got like 350 odd surveys that I need to deal with. Tiago, welcome. Thank you very much for that greeting. Yeah, Lena, I did turn out okay. I'm a learned professional now, but took some time to get there. Excellent. I keep forgetting that I have a master's degree. I just don't think anything of it, because I wasn't sure what to do when I finished my degree. So it's just like, I'll stay on for a master's degree.
The serpent. Then it's time.
And it was even easier to get through than my undergraduate degree, to be honest. So I tend not to think anything of it, but it's the kind of thing that employers seem to be impressed by. I guess they didn't do a master's degree. If they did, they wouldn't be impressed by it. Alright, here we go. The atmosphere in Axis Unseen is insane, in my opinion. So exciting, weird and messed up, but awesome at the same time. The kind of game that just makes you go, I wonder what's up there, better check it out. Great. Yeah, great description. It reminded me of when you watch fantasy movies that are pre-CG. Like, they don't even have to be good fantasy movies, but they often have very creative approaches to their special effects. Especially things like grand fantasy landscapes, you know, vistas in the deep distance. Labyrinth, for example. You see a lot of matte paintings, a lot of sights in the background. And it really, like, stylized fantasy illustration, like looking at a vinyl metal record or prog album from the 70s with some crazy fancy landscape on it. It just sort of invites you in and makes you wonder what's over there. Axis Unseen, I feel like, captures that because everything is a little bit heightened and weird, just like you say. It's a little bit too grand. Literally, in some cases, there are these corpses which dot the landscape, these skeletons, and they are like stories high. They're absolutely enormous. You can climb up the shin bones of these giant dead creatures, and yeah. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Xenia. And by the way, guys, we posted this on Discord yesterday. This is friend of the channel. That's a little bit presumptive to say it, but what the hell, I'm going to do it. Nate Perkypile. Maya and he have been in touch a bunch of times. He was here with us for like 2 hours about a year ago. It was around Halloween last year, promoting the Axis Unseen and answering questions about Skyrim, Fallout, all this kind of stuff. He worked on all of those games. I mean, he worked on Oblivion as well, very briefly at the end. And he's the man who built Blackreach. Like, literally. He and his colleague in the world and lighting design area, they'd finished everything they had to do. So they were like, well, we're a few days ahead of schedule. Todd, can we work on this, you know, giant underground cave that we've talked about? And Todd Howe was like, fine, yeah, if you're ahead of schedule, why not? But don't spend too much time on it. It's not going to make it into the game. You know? And then a few days later, Todd comes back and sees what they've made. Apparently the hardest thing was figuring out how to do a stone ceiling instead of a sky within that engine. It wasn't a thing the engine was sort of designed to do. But once they'd figured it out, they very quickly pivoted into, okay, Blackreach is going to be like a really key location in our game. This is amazing. And it wouldn't have happened had Nate Perkypile and his colleague, whose name, of course, I forget, if they hadn't been ahead of schedule and had this really, really cool idea. So there we go.
Slay the progenitor and its handlers, then check on the prisoners.
And my wife's brother has the same taste as me, so he already bought it? Oh, no way. This is bad. Oh, it's not. It's good. It's good. We are awakening some passions here. And you are, like, then forwarding them on to like-minded, awesome people.
I thought I was done for.
Alright, I want to take a moment to appreciate this ad. Or this little boss. Properly. This is one of the few Manticoras we see. There aren't that many of them in the base game. They've added a few more, like in Deadlands and stuff like that. Tokyo, I need 55 billion euros to buy EA for me. I know, what... Someone who used to work for BioWare, or maybe still does, was that, right, well, we are about to get the most conservative game publisher imaginable. It's been bought by Jared Kushner and Saudi Arabia. So anything to do with gay characters are out. Basically, these are their words, not mine. They're saying don't expect any more gay characters anytime soon. Any more like female protagonists anytime soon, unless they're half naked, of course. And expect lots of guns and sports from EA from now on. And honestly, this person, I think they said they'd be surprised if BioWare survives this acquisition. Which, I don't know if that's true or accurate or just... But there seems to be an element of creative control that's being seeded as part of this thing. Arab companies also love microtransfers. Yeah, it might be accurate. Well, exactly. This is someone who knows more than I do. That's why I'm repeating it. I'm not saying it is accurate.
They were going to toss us in that disgusting pool with that horrible beast.
This one is very happy not to be here.
This one is very happy. Alright, here we go. Oh my god. Oh, how disappointing. It's literally the mother of all manticoras. And we just... Zerith, that's so toxic. Look at him. Zerith Var, true colors revealed. Look at that. And Erin, good morning. How's it going? Why don't skeletons ever fight each other? They don't have the guts. I like it. So you have the remaster. We're talking about Heretic here. And Erin, biggest whales I've seen in any games are Arab. You mean like the ones who show up and just buy all the stuff? They spend like $2,000.
South region forward. The Manticora project is at an end.
Regent Cassipia? What is the meaning of this?
Watch your tone.
And morning, kiddings. Hope you had a lovely day yesterday. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome.
Join me.
Abandon the serpent? I would never do that.
Very well, Forward. Join your abomination in oblivion.
Wow, that was cold.
My actions must remain secret.
She just deleted the guy.
Free the prisoners.
So the Scaled Court aren't all that. We just deleted the Manticora. This lady just deleted their scientists. Tiago, I am worried, very worried, because I love FC career modes. It is a single player mode, and the search I do, well, career modes maybe in 2 or 3 years they'll remove the new bosses. I mean, the only thing I can say by way of comfort is we don't know. Anyone who says that, oh, EA are going to do this and that, unless it comes straight from the mouth of the new owners, there's always going to be a lot of panic and stuff. Dripper, is that Dark Templar? And Aaron Tawari, hello there. No, this is actually my Necro, but it's pretty similar. It's the same combo of like Blast Bones plus Adric Spear. I'm using Adric Spear almost everywhere in Overworld at the moment. Anything that's doing random dungeons or questing, which I don't really do a lot of, to be honest. Just because it kind of works everywhere, right? It's direct damage, there's no wind-up. So you can use it against enemies that live for several minutes, or enemies that die in 1 second. It works equally well. Gravelord, honestly, not as good for bursty damage in Overworld because, like I said, a lot of things last 1 second. But it's still fun to do to combine a Blast Bones with Rushing Agony. That's pretty cool.
None of these deaths would have been necessary if the serpent hadn't lied to me.
Briartog, I liked BioWare a lot in the past, but due to the EA's influence, they had to make more and more changes I don't really like. I think you speak for all of us who are aware of BioWare's output. Yeah, they were like the shining light of storytelling in video games, and action-oriented, fun storytelling. You know, Mass Effect 2, I already knew how good that series was. You know, I have my issues with the combat. I wonder if they could have made it any better. But that's mainly Mass Effect 1. Mass Effect 2 and 3, the combat does get better and better. And man, I'd forgotten how much fun it was just talking to characters and navigating the world in Mass Effect 2. That was a blast, right? We had a really good day a couple of weeks ago when we played that. And it just reminded me of BioWare right in the middle of their heyday. And, yeah, it's hard to argue that since EA bought them, They've just made worse games. It's as simple as that. So yeah, I know what you're talking about, Bright Dog. Absolutely. Is there any Arab companies? I should say, obviously, otherwise I sounded kind of racist. Arab companies, yeah. Zereth will get you banned on Twitch. He's as toxic as my team manager, yeah. Erin, I used to play a lot of Clash of Clans, yeah, okay. And some Arab accounts reportedly spent 5 to 10k US dollars every new patch. Wow. That's crazy, isn't it? The Manticora is dead, prisoners are free.
Thank you for helping me in this matter.
You will receive
I need to
unidentified
ensure this
enchantment.
can't be used again.
That sounds like a sexually transmitted
Prevent
disease.
Middle East-
Doctor, help me. I've got unidentified enchantment. Let's have a look. Oh my goodness. We hit the jackpot, guys. That's going straight in the deconstructor. So Dripper and Kaisutio, are you one and the same? You seem to have asked Dark Templar at the same moment. So the answer is no, but it's pretty close.
You tire of walking? Very well.
The reason I'm on this character is basically because I needed to find a character. Hey, let's do one of these. People still say these are really difficult. I want to see how well this this setup holds up. Let's give ourselves a bit of breathing space. But yeah, I needed a character to do all of the stories in the game. I needed a character who hadn't done any of them before. And I think this is one of the only characters I could find that hadn't at least done, you know, the 5 companions and stuff like that. So it was a Necro, so we needed something that worked with a Necro, and then we needed something that made sense in Overland. That hence Gravelord, Adric Spear, and then Storm Calling. This isn't needed for the vast majority, but, you know, if you want to do a world boss or something like we're about to do here, it's a good idea to have Major Resolve, and then Hurricane is a smart move. This is going to be awkward, because I'm going to have to block cast. So far I've been lucky he's done that move when I've already got an ability that I'm casting, which is not a channel. Oh, that was ridiculously easy. Oh my god. Subclassing has just made everything so vanilla. Like, I didn't feel like I was in any danger at any point. My sustain was easy with max health food. These were supposed to be really difficult. And as recently as a couple of patches ago, you'd hear people say, oh man, I avoid those because I just get completely crushed by those encounters. That made me a little bit sad. Like, it's fun to have it confirmed that the build is doing what it's supposed to do. Not that this is really a build, you know, but your manager teabags? Erin, it's a good question. Lena Elvira, I think so. When they think no one is watching. Jesus. And Erin, responding to Brad Dog's thing about BioWare. More and more people left BioWare over time. Yeah. That's a good point. That's also part of it. And new faces joined. At what point does BioWare stop being BioWare? The ship of Theseus? Exactly what I was thinking. Yeah.
The sights here.
Erin, don't ask me what my companion is doing. I have no idea. I mean, he's still very low level. I know he's using Sepulchral Chill. Major Breach. That's the only one I notice. I don't ever notice him chucking skulls or doing this. I occasionally notice that. He doesn't do anything, basically. They are useless. Come on, give me a break. He's just a cute little Ken doll. Khajiit Ken. Kenjit? that follows me around and says funny shit and looks badass. He looks amazing. I don't mind, you know, I like the characters and the personality, and I understand why they have to be useless in terms of their combat effectiveness, but he can't. At the moment, I'm surprised he didn't die to those enemies just now. In fact, I guess his DPS doesn't show up separately, does it? Are there any abilities here which aren't mine? No. Tiago, why the ads don't show? Sometimes they just don't. Twitch has had some issues with ads recently. Or you may have been gifted a sub. Who knows? Or you may have an ad blocker which is actually working. I don't think most ad blockers do anything on Twitch, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. But thank you for asking. Well, yeah, sorry, Erin. I'm not exactly doing theory crafting here with the with the companions. But welcome on in, everybody, to day 33 of Gamesfest. This is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. We're in Craglorn story mode at the moment. We're doing every story in ESO. We've done all the base game stuff. We're in Craglorn now. Orsinium next. I'm not going to be able to finish. I'm just going to put it out there. I am not going to be able to finish this in the next week and a half. But I'm going to do my best. We were getting a zone a day done, at least. But, yeah, we've slowed down a lot because a lot of things that are happening. Speaking of things that are happening, today our bonus game... Well, the game that we're going to play later as part of Gamesfest is Heretic Remastered. It's kind of a Doom clone, but fantasy. It came out the very same year, just like 9 months after the Elder Scrolls Arena, the very first Elder Scrolls game. And I think it's worth pointing that out when you look at them side by side. Obviously, they're different games, but combat was supposed to be quite a big part of the Elder Scrolls Arena. You know, the exploration, the atmosphere, the storytelling that would come in later games, even as early as Daggerfall, but certainly by Morrowind and then Oblivion, Skyrim. You know, these are fascinating, beautiful, compelling worlds to explore. They didn't have that in 1994. They just didn't. So the combat was a much more essential part of it. But it's interesting then to look at this game we'll be playing later, Heretic, which is made in the Doom engine. You know, id Software literally helped make the game. I'll talk more about that later. But it is so... It feels like worlds apart from Arena. The technical advancement, the movement is so fluid. And yes, I'll be playing a remastered version, but still, even the original, the OG, which I still have somewhere, it's like a different era of video gaming. The action and the inventory management. This game has inventory management. Arena didn't really have that. Not properly. Or it had a very rudimentary version. So it's very interesting to combine the two. And one has gone down as like a fantasy classic. The other one has been largely forgotten. Probably because there were so many other Doom clones around that time. And Arena was the start of something big. Whereas Heretic was just one of, you know, multiple games that sort of tried to replicate the Doom experience. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. And if we get to 20 subs today, I will throw in Star Wars Dark Souls as well. Dark Souls? That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Star Wars Dark Forces, which is another Doom clone. This time, they didn't work with id to make the game. LucasArts just ripped off the engine completely. And, you know, you'd be amazed when you see this. If you haven't seen the game before, hang on, wait, this isn't the Doom engine? They just copied everything about it and replaced imps with stormtroopers, and there you are, you're done. Brad Talk, that word will always remind me of a certain dwarf. Right, so I know some joined Exodus, which is still in production, also has Drew involved. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, Drew Karpshin, I guess. You're talking about? Kanjit. So I have malware bites, so we're disabled and see if ads works. Oh, no worries, no worries. Erin, the dummy inscribing areas is where you can test the DPS for the companion. Okay. I mean, what's the point? It's gonna be... Does it even go as high as 10k? The orc bit. I like this part of the quest. This is fun. Like, kidding, 'cause I have to do adult stuff today. I mean, it's got to be done. Hang on. Nope. I needed to be up there, didn't I? Whoops.
Hello there.
Hello there. How goes it? I really want to do the Spellscar story actually as well. That's a lot of fun. And Erin, my almost fully kitted out Ember does 10k DPS. I just apply Major Breach. I see. Yeah, that's laughable, isn't it? When we're dishing out like 100k very easily, they can barely do a tenth of it if you give them, if you like really optimize their setup. And when most things die in a few seconds anyway in Overland or in dungeons, like what difference does that make? And then if something lasts long enough for it to actually matter, well, the companion's probably going to die to it. And Wizard of Book, good morning, good morning. And Tiago, adult stuff. Ayy. Yeah, not that kind of adult stuff, I think. My condolences, I hate that we have to adult Lena Elvira. Yeah, I heartily agree with that one. Yeah, it sucks. Thanks, though. Yeah, kidding, so at least you're able to hang out with us for a little bit here. And we can talk about various fun, nerdy things. Like, I'm looking forward to playing Heretic with you guys. And Star Wars Dark Forces is a classic as well. If you haven't heard of that one, I'm really hoping we do get to unlock it. Just so it'll be a fun talking point. But I'll push that a little bit later. And just a reminder that if anyone does want to see Star Wars Dark Forces later, that'll be this afternoon. Valorant is still matching gifted subs with gifts of its own. It's not matching them for, you know, but it will gift one sub automatically and then like a roll of the dice on how many more gifted subs it will add. So that promotion, I think, ends today. And we squeezed some nice stuff out of it yesterday. I'm just going to skip everything that I can. Yeah, not the good stuff, unfortunately, yeah. Brad, so I follow Exodus, so I get the info. They also have role-playing books based on the game. Remind us what Exodus is. Is that the Mass Effect alike? It's such a generic name that it doesn't really do anything to trigger my memory. Yeah, I'm always a little bit skeptical of when people say, hey, this person from that studio, they went and they're starting their own game. All it does is make it clear again and again how actually individual people are not responsible for the games that we love. there is a degree to which that is true. You know, we talked about Gabe Newell and his philosophy of reactivity, which was obviously so important in making Half-Life what it was, but it still wouldn't have been what it is without all the other people who actually coded it and did the story and did the artwork, the art style. You know, the casting, the writing. There are so many things that need to come together that I've grown a little bit weary of. Not weary, maybe wary is a better word. Of the enthusiasm surrounding certain projects just because they involve 2 or 3 people who made a game once that was really good. But yeah, fingers crossed for that. So Alatariel also here. Hello there. You'd be surprised how long they can survive by sheer luck. And as sharp as night lasts through VHOF very long. If they dodge at the right time, yeah. Right Talk, interested in the trailers and info. What's the game? Like, remind us. Or I could just look it up. I'm just going to look it up here. That's quicker probably, isn't it? The name rings a bell, but like I said, you know, when you use a chapter from the Bible, Wikipedia doesn't even have an article on it. Wow. I'm a little bit worried that this boss isn't spawning. Here we go. Archetype Entertainment. Yeah, it's literally studio founded by former BioWare devs James Olin, Chad Robertson, and Drew Kopshin. So when I said like 3 people who once made a game, it's exactly that. System is set in the far future within the Omega Centauri cluster and has themes of exploration, survival, and moral complexity. So yeah, a Mass Effect alike. Cool. The game focuses on time dilation due to ultra-relativistic time travel. Ultra-relativistic travel and its ramifications pertaining to interpersonal interactions, technological advancement, and other subjects. Oh, that sounds like it would be conceptually quite interesting. Although having just watched Interstellar, that's exactly what Matthew McConaughey does in that movie. Interesting. Isn't that a bit on the nose? It's a little bit like having, I don't know, you make a video game about a guy who's lost his memory and is like coming to the realization that he is a specially trained super soldier, like secret agent, and you cast Matt Damon as the voice actor in the game. I don't know, it seems, I guess if it ain't broke. Speaking of time dilation, has anyone played Superhot? I have not, but yeah, I remember seeing hype around that on gaming websites when it was coming out.
I guess I need to go talk to RuneScriber Kult, Armorer Uthic, and maybe even Exarch Bradath. You're right. I know you're right.
Interstellar was really, really good. It was really strong. It was a bit long, but it's hard to know how they could have trimmed it down. One of those things. It's very easy to walk out and go, wow, that was half an hour too long. But then it's like, what bit could you possibly cut? And it did do that thing of, it leaned on that trope of, which I normally think of as being lazy science fiction, of super advanced technological beings from the future, which, you know, their technology is so far advanced that it's indistinguishable from magic. They play a very small part in the plots, but it is pivotal. Like, the whole thing kind of hinges on their involvement. And whenever Star Trek does that, I roll my eyes and get fed up. It's Deus Ex Machina stuff. So I feel like I should give Interstellar a little bit of ribbing for doing the same thing. But ultimately, Christopher Nolan's so good at doing that kind of stuff. You know, he jangling the keys over here so you don't notice maybe some of the shortcomings of the narrative or the plot that you're seeing. But also, honestly, when I realized that Ellen Burstyn was appearing in the final moments of the film, I love that actor. She's just the greatest. She's the mum in The Exorcist and in Requiem for a Dream as well. I'm gonna be on television. Did anyone see that? Oh, I love her. I'll watch anything with Ellen Burstyn in it. So when she shows up and has that incredibly moving interaction with Matthew McConaughey's character at the end, I was like, oh shit, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. My tear ducts are in serious trouble. Did Little Leaf just did that thing where she goes, a stick? Silly. Aaron, it's an interesting game. Super hot this is. An FPS where time only moves when you move. And you have to make very calculated movements so you don't get hit by enemies and do what you were there to do. Can't say I played too much of it, but I did play a bit. Sounds a little bit like it... When did this come out? Let me check when Braid came out, because Braid did some amazing time manipulation as part of its gameplay. Yeah, if it's later than 2008, we might have to give Braid a little bit of credit for the inspiration. 2016, cool. Braid almost made it onto the list for Gamesfest. It was there on the extended list, but nobody voted for it. Like one person. I think maybe because a lot of people don't know what it is, but it is, I think it might be the best platformer I've ever played. If you don't count like Super Mario 64. 2D platformer, specifically. Seriously? Did my blast bones just one tap that dude?
I'm glad you made it.
Kidding, so I've got Super Hot for VR, not played it yet. Got a game called Bar Fight, I think, and loved it, but I broke my hand playing it. What? What? No way. To be honest, I haven't really picked it back up since. Oh, no way. Tell us what. I'm sorry to laugh at that, but I mean, hopefully you're able to laugh at it now. Otherwise, my apologies. But yeah, that sounds rough, man. So the story here, the orcs are using Nerncrux to mutate and buff up their trolls, basically. And for some reason, they're working with the Scaled Court. Now, there's a guy who didn't make it. Presumably there's one in the middle of the process. Getting stabbed. You would not want that guy's job, would you? What did you do today, honey? I stood in front of a 12-foot troll with muscles that could crush me like a walnut and stabbed it repeatedly, hoping I would survive. Crazy. Kidding. Lol, I'm an idiot, what can I say? That's not at all what I meant. There are so many funny videos of people in VR or with Wii controllers especially, like smashing their TVs and stuff. I think it's relatable. Maya definitely hurt her arm. Like she overdid it playing Wii tennis when that was a thing. because it was all about the timing, not necessarily about the force with which you hit. You talk about immersion and realism in gaming, right, Erin? Broke it by hitting the banister on the stairs. Ow! Oh, I can't imagine that is an uncommon injury. I think you're unlucky if you actually broke your hand. If you actually broke some bones, that's bad. But there must be loads of people who've injured themselves in VR. I bet like 1 in 5, if not more, VR users. We got an Oculus Rift when they were brand new. We sort of jumped on the bandwagon very early. But I haven't upgraded to any of these subsequent headsets. So, I think this was the first headset that had... Look at my blast bones just fading out. I think this was the first one with hand controllers as well. Yeah, there was some pretty cool stuff. Playing Elite Dangerous in VR. Now that was something. I've got a good left hook. Erin, did you check out the Natchpotes? The new Mythic helmet looks interesting. I told you guys that was coming, I seem to recall. It's not a new helmet, though. Like, it was in week 1. It's just... We all took one look at it and said, well, that doesn't look like it's powerful enough. Maybe buff it, and that's exactly what they've done. Shoot, I don't think I'm supposed to go in here. Or do we go in and come out the other side? Paying attention to chat. Yeah, by new you mean the updated. No, I haven't looked yet. But I believe they increased it to 20%? Yeah, I'm just wandering around. Well, welcome on in if you've just joined us. Welcome, this is Khan, you're watching Ninja Pulls. And we are doing, unusually, a bit of story content here. We're kind of just blowing our way through it.
This throne room is deep inside the mountain, behind the ostentatious door to the north.
Because we pledged to do as many stories as possible in September. And we've done all of the base game, which I already think is quite an achievement. We did the whole 5 companions, the Cold Harbor story, everything. And we're now in Craglorn, as you can see. I love this setting and story. I think it evokes a sense of place, which is superior to a lot of the... I know this is technically base game, but it was added 6 months later, so I'll just separate it from the base game. It's not a DLC or an expansion or anything, but you know when I say relative to the base game stuff, that's what I mean. I think this is... it's much grander.
Make it so.
Make it so. Yeah, Aaron now activates by both heavy attacks and bash. Duration is now 60 seconds, up from 20. And you do 20% more damage to focus target, but 50% less to everything else. Yeah. I guess you weren't here. I think that's exactly what I said they were going to do. I may not have given the numbers. I think I've fudged it because I'm never sure how much of that we're allowed to share. But I can't imagine why else Gilliam would have posted it. I need to check in future when this happens. Like, are you just letting us know? Or do you want us to, like, pass on to our communities that, hey, they've seen it, they know that it's underpowered, they're going to buff it, and that's enough? I would assume that's what... Oh, no, we don't want to go that way, do we? Otherwise, what's the point of sharing that information? I guess it's supposed to be like a heads up, right? Anyway. That was a boss? Okay. But yeah, we're also here, whenever we're online, especially when we're in ESO, we're also taking questions about trials, dungeons, combat system, anything in-game that people are not sure of. This is a wonderful, wonderful game in a lot of ways, but easy to understand? Not always. And we've been running a teaching guild for years, so I know very well what a massive, massive difference it can make just to have good advice, good info. Generally, when people think they suck at the game, or the game is too hard for them, or they're too old for their hands to keep up, or whatever it is, it's almost always a case of they just haven't had access to good info. And it's kind of tragic, because people will often leave the game, or they'll limit their exposure to more, some of the most fun activities, like trials and dungeons, because they believe the lie that the game is really difficult. So yeah, I'm here to push back against that. And if anyone wants, if anyone has specific questions, hit me. Honestly, Erin, I wonder sometimes if, not just Erin, but anyone interested in the Huntsman's Mask, which is currently on update 48 PTS, and which is coming in, just over a month, I guess? No, just under a month. It'll be the 27th of October, I think. I would almost suggest that the Huntsman's Mask mythic would be more useful if it were flipped around the other way. If it could somehow lower your single target damage and turn it into more cleave, that would be more useful right now. I have never noticed these before. My god, look at all the bats hanging here. Oh man, those things are nasty. You guys ever noticed that? Holy shit. Let's zoom in. Part of the issue we have with the game, and this is before subclassing came along, but it's only been made more, like, pronounced as a result of subclassing, is that the divide between, you know, classes or setups that have good damage, but it's very single target damage, and those who have more splashy damage is just enormous in terms of their viability, their usability, usefulness in trials. We had a perfectly decent player a few times who came to our early teaching trials in Aussie and Cage, and on first boss, I had to say to them, you know, politely after the trial was over, I'd really consider changing your setup. They were on a Magsork. Single target damage was absolutely fine, but they were doing absolutely nothing. Almost no damage to secondary and tertiary targets, and that's a problem. Because the way a lot of these fights are designed is exactly like that. You know, you want to be focusing your primary target, but also there's a lot of trash and a lot of other stuff to deal with. So an AoE burst, a coordinated group AoE burst, is the way to get through that fight, as we've seen many times. Any of you who joined me there in our teaching runs, that's all I had to teach people, was how to position and then do their AoE burst. On that first boss in Aussie and Cage, the Hall of Fleshcraft. And yeah, people who bring these single target setups, even though they look amazing on the dummy, they look great. But in content, it's like you're making the group less effective by just needling one target and ignoring everything else.
So that's how he did it. He was imbuing the trolls with pure Nuncrux, fusing the
What do you guys make of Little Leaf? Thumbs up or thumbs down? I think most people like her, but
to the process.
some people find the Wood Elf ladies very annoying for some reason. I think she's fine. I'm into it. Brad Tuck saying, I'll wait for info when Gamesfest is over. You're too busy right now. COVID-25, let's go. Wizard of Book, hello there. Just made a Magicka version of your Dark Templar. The Dark Templar is Magicka. But it works for Stam as well. Since I have a Maelstrom Star, but I don't have the two-handed yet. Necrobase, and I was melting things in dungeons. Oh, trust me. If you can get the Maelstrom, it'll be even more powerful. The Maelstrom 2H. But yeah, what Blockade works absolutely fine. It's just the buffs to all of our direct damage with that setup are nuts, aren't they? But yeah, glad to hear it, Wizard. That's cool. Erin, yeah, it will be more useful if it's focus cleave, but I think it's better being less useful. It seems like a good mythic design, strong, but situational. And Kalantax, hello Khan, hello chat. Hello Kalantax, how's it going? Welcome, welcome.
Seeks your counsel.
Ah, Titus, where do we go?
Great warrior paces about outside the observatory in Belkath. Like a caged tiger he is.
Okay. Also like the fact that the story in Craglorn throws you from one... It sort of tosses you back and forth between the various storylines, and then they all come together. Is anyone in Craglorn? Yeah, me. That's not useful. No, that's also me. God damn it. So that's the problem. It used to be so easy to find people in Craglorn to port to. One mythic fits all is a meh design choice, absolutely. But I'm worried. I'm still worried that this will be a little bit what this is. I think I don't want them to nerf Velothi. But I think you've only got to look at how popular it is, how often it outclasses every other option, including no mythic option. And yeah, you kind of forced to conclude that yeah, this might be overtuned. Maybe we need to bring it down, and that would then make it easier to introduce meaningful mythics that aren't just
And what exactly am I supposed
an
to
awesome thing that works absolutely everywhere.
I don't know. What do you usually do with it?
So yeah, and Moose, hello there.
do with those strange
Wizard, is the Dark Templar going to be on the website? Wasn't able to find it. The website is out of date. There's just been no time for me to work on it. I'm sorry.
their order? I don't
And I'd honestly,
Deliver the order yourself.
You mean cart the goods up a road that's crawling with sand warriors and wild creatures?
yeah, we need to sort out what's happening with the website. But I've been holding down the stream all by myself practically. Maya's having to work our ass off just so that we can keep this thing going. We need growth, and we've got it. We've got some good growth, but yeah, I just cannot justify spending time on the website, really. It makes us no money. No one is interested in supporting written guides. There's no way of monetizing those. And I don't want to put anything behind a paywall. That's lame as hell. So I just put all the info in the YouTube videos, and then if people want a written version, they can just use their screenshot function. That's sort of what I'm hoping people will do, but your question and 100 other times other people have asked the same thing kind of proves to me that it's not quite enough and that people want a website. I thought Titus was in here. Did I just run past him outside? Ted Meister, morning, morning. New Namtab. What's the difference between Craglorn, Overland, PvP, and group dungeons? Craglorn is just a zone like any other. So Craglorn is overworld. It's a little bit trickier, especially in the south. You'll find that enemies have slightly more health, deal slightly more damage. So if someone is, you know, just about able to do a delve in Stonefalls or whatever, they might struggle with a group delve. You know, these ones with the pluses in Craglorn. But honestly, with the insane power creep we've had, this game is, I'm not even kidding, it is about 20 times easier than it used to be. I mean, I'm sure that figure isn't accurate. You can't distill it down to something as simple as a multiplier like that, but I'm not trying to exaggerate. That's not meant to be poetic exaggeration. That's supposed to be a genuine estimate as how easy they have allowed this game to become. And sure, it may be more welcoming as a result, but it has far less longevity as a result. People are literally leaving because there's no challenge left for them, and you can't have that in an MMO. And if they're not leaving, they're talking about it amongst each other, and it just creates this sentiment of like, well, what is there for me to do? Where is there for me to go in terms of challenge and advancement? So, yeah, Craglorn is an overworld zone like any other. PvP, New Namtab, is, there are various forms of PvP. There's open world PvP in Cyrodiil. Slightly more confined, but still open world PvPvE in Imperial City and in the sewers underneath. That is where you can fight Daedra as well as other players, basically. And then Battlegrounds. Now, all three of those PvP arenas can sort of... You can make different builds and... But basically, they all kind of draw on the same thing. And it's a very different approach from PvE. No player is going to have... Not many players are going to have more than 30 to 40k HP. But they're going to have high resists. Much higher than monsters. And they're going to put you under a lot more pressure than a monster typically would. You can't just put down a dot and let it tick on them. They will move out of it. They'll move out of your ground dots, all these kind of things. So you need to build for burst and sustain and survivability in a way that you don't typically do in PvE. And obviously the experience of playing against another player is very different. You need only go to find a Zerg in Cyrodiil or a duel in Belkarth. Not in Belkarth. In Alikir. Bergama, that's the name I'm looking for. And obviously it's a completely different gameplay experience. It's very different. Use a lot of the same tricks, but you deploy them in different ways. Like, I'm probably count on a day of raiding, I'll probably dodge roll 5 to 10 times. Whereas in a day of PvPing, I will dodge roll all the freaking time. You got to look after yourself more. So there is crossover. And then group dungeons. Group content is sort of the opposite of what I just said about PvP. Group PvE, the idea behind that is that you don't build individually for survivability, sustain, and power. You have 2 DDs or 3 that will build for pure damage and nothing else. If they're building for survivability, they're probably doing it wrong. Or they're just used to having terrible healers or terrible supports. But the idea is, you know, you have DDs, tanks, healers, and that way, that division of labor, division of roles, allows you to be like a million times more effective and efficient. If most of the incoming damage is directed at one player, well, that person can invest in survivability and whatnot, leaving the DDs to focus on damage. but then if they have to be a good tank as well. So the gameplay and the setups, they kind of go together. I hope that's... So in summary, Overworld puts zero pressure on you whatsoever, so you can do what you want, and sometimes people trick themselves into thinking, my build is good. Or even content creators will say, this build is amazing, and they'll show some Overworld boss. It's like, you could fight that thing naked. Showing you defeating it with the setup you've got on doesn't prove anything. Whereas PvP, it needs to be able to heal itself, take care of itself, sustain, and dish out enough damage to crush people with high resists and good reaction times. And so yeah, it's a tricky balancing act. And there are a lot of different ways you can do it, which complement your playstyle. Then finally, group PvE is all about specialization. You silo your... It's a little bit like the workplace, right? You don't... Once a company gets to a certain size, you don't really have too many people that have lots of different jobs. They do one thing, and they're supposed to do it very, very well, and every day, all day, every day. That kind of thing. Think of PvE group content a little bit like that. Maybe that helps. Just bigger baddies in Craglorn. Yeah, kinda. Kinda, yeah. Aaron, there used to be a time when there were no dummies in game and people used to go to Slime Crawl to see how much DPS they were doing. Yeah. Brian, I have to start cooking in half an hour. I'm starting to fall asleep as well. I guess I will cook tonight. Nothing like leftover Chinese for breakfast. You know what? That does sound good.
I see my message.
New Namtab. Alright, thanks a lot. That was actually something I understood. Good.
By any chance?
I'll take that as a good sign. That was actually harder to explain or summarize than I thought it would be. Just off the cuff. If you asked me to write it down, I'm sure I'd do a much better job.
Follow the path into the hills to the cave we seek.
But Overworld, don't worry about it. PvP and group PvE, do worry about it. But, you know, consider what you're doing, who you're grouped with, and there are still there's plenty of room for flexibility. Oh, we should use the Way Shrine. The Howling Sepulchre. I like this. This is going to be good. There's so many cool locations in Craglorn as well. There's this really grand feel about the place. Like, these ancient crypts. You know, there's a real sense of adventure in Craglorn. Seems crazy to suggest, oh, there's no adventure in the base game. Of course not. Of course there is. There's loads, but... something about the design of the Heretic architecture, just the wildness of the landscape. It's not a very inviting place. I just think it's low-key, a really solid zone. Kind of creeps up on you. Like, look at that loading screen for a start. Hell yeah! That's like a heavy metal album cover. In the best possible way. Aaron saying to Brian, no, go and cook. You can run stream as a podcast while you do adult things. Yeah, I agree. But Brian, it's hard to cook if you can't really think anymore and you have to follow a recipe you've not done before. Yeah, that can slow you down, right?
Around the corner to the left. That should take us to the Sanctum of Foresight.
The Sanctum of Foresight. Welcome on in, everybody. Lovely to have you here. Happy Tuesday. I'm trying to actually watch Zerathar in action. Oh, we saw a skull there, didn't we? I think part of the issue is in Overworld, by the time he reacts, they're already dead. So that's part of it. Maybe that's why I'm not really noticing him doing anything.
Assist you.
And rather dashing. Good morning, Khan. Hope all is well with you today. All is indeed tickety-tickety-boo. Thank you very much. How's it going, rather dashing? And Wizard of Book, I was running the Templar with the Storm Calling, since I was in dungeons with no healer and a fake tank. Very smart. Exactly. Exactly. So, new Namtab, going back to what we were just talking about. I've got this skill here. This whole skill line, in fact, Storm Calling. I'm using Mage's Wrath just for fun and for splash damage. I enjoy it. It's not something I would necessarily recommend. But Hurricane is obviously incredibly useful. Major Resolve, like in group content, for instance, like Wizard of Book is saying, you shouldn't need that. But if you're doing group content with randoms, or it's very inconsistent, then maybe just run it anyway. It deals enough damage to be worth it, and it gives you Major Resolve, which a decent tank should be bringing, but they may not, if they don't really know what they're doing. And Critical Surge, similarly, you shouldn't need a passive heal like that. The CP Reaving Blows, I haven't actually got it slotted, but that's another one. Sorry, here. Reaving Blows, you could slot that as well. Between that and Crit Surge, you're going to get a lot of healing every time you do this. And if it's a mag, Jabs is also healing you for quite a lot as well. I mean, let's just have a look. Just in the random little... healing received. Okay. These fights are bad examples. We got anything longer? Damn. We don't. But you can see just over a few seconds, 4k healing. It's actually pretty good. Briartog, okay guys, I'm off to nap so I can cook tonight. Have fun with the rest of the stream. Sleep well, Briartog, and hopefully we'll see you a little bit later. Have a lovely day. And guys, Rather Dashing is here. Give it up for Rather Dashing. And if you don't already follow, check him out. That's the way to do it. So is this his... no, this is the Thief. I'd forgotten about this. I thought this was maybe Titus in the past or something. I forgot. I don't think there's any order to this one. This isn't a puzzle. I'm just going to light everything. So we're getting quite far along in the Craglorn story here. What if he was a healer? He might do something. No, because I just... Yeah, I don't need the healing. It's just... The companions are fine. I'm not here to dunk on the companions. I'm just here to push back against players who are like... You know, they talk about how effective their companion is. We've even had someone come in and say they were overpowered and they need to be nerfed, and it's like, you're smoking something. You consult your physician.
What are you thinking? No mortal can contain the power of a constellation.
You never had any ambition, Kelman. No vision. When I become the Serpent's equal, with the power of a Celestial at my command, I can make this world a better place.
Here we go. Hey, Foxy Loxy.
How does that make the world
Hi, Ninja Balls Gaming. Hi, chat. Hi, Foxy. How's it going?
That's enough, you old drunk. Belkarth represents...
That's enough, you old drunk.
Age. Once I destroy it, I can finally begin creating a new and better world.
No, Cassipia. I won't let you do this.
Not Cassipia, dear Kelman. I am the Exalted Viper.
Uh-oh.
No!
They make good meat shields. I don't know, man. If I'm up against any enemy where I need any tankiness, then he's dead immediately. So I think, you know, go ahead and use them. But the idea that they add anything but, like, a tiny amount of power, or that they enhance your ability to do stuff, they do, but only by a small, small margin. So for them to actually be of any concrete benefit, I think you have to be in a very specific place where you are only just failing to do something, and then the companion will give you that extra spring in your step or power or whatever. They're mostly for fun. And I have no problem with that. Video games are supposed to be fun, right? And that is my take. It's just a lot of people will, when new players come along, they will often be told, oh, go and get a companion, it'll transform your game. And I just wish I could explain in 3 seconds why that's complete rubbish. It might make the game more fun, and that's the important bit. But in terms of combat effectiveness, I remain pretty much convinced of my position, because I've run the numbers wherever possible. I've seen them in action. They just don't do anything. Or they do so little that it's unlikely to change a loss into a win. You know what I mean? You'd have to be very close to victory in the first place for the companion to get you over the line. Okay, is Kelman really dead?
He tried to stop Regent Cassipia on his own. She was too powerful for him.
Why did he go off by himself?
I can only speculate. It's obvious they knew each other from Kelman's time in the Mages Guild. I think he recognized her.
We met Cassipia and Little Leaf.
Indeed. And they still live.
They said they opposed the serpent. Yeah, this is the bit.
You had the chance.
That's the move.
Oppose the serpent. This Cassipia wants to replace the serpent. But what's past is past.
She collected something from the Manticoras and the armored trolls.
The Nerncrux. I fear this Cassipia may have discovered a secret. This Regent Cassipia, the leader of the Scaled Court. She plans to
Gaining the power of a Celestial is bad? Question mark. Some of the questions, like, our characters ask, we are a little bit dopey, aren't we? Let's be real. The Vestige is a little bit of a Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Or maybe Farkas from Skyrim is a better example. You know, Farkas and Vilkas. One of those is derived from the word for wolf in Hungarian, I think. While the others is derived from the wolf in several Slavic languages. That's pretty fun. Like Volk in Czech is wolf, for example. And Farkas he's a bit like the heavy from Team Fortress. I am heavy weapons guy. Some people think they can outsmart me. Maybe. I've yet to meet one who can outsmart Bullet. I feel like the Vestige is like that, like really tough, a real badass, but the questions we ask are a little bit, I don't know. That is production wagging the character tail. You know, they have to put these questions in there to make sure players understand. Even the players who aren't really paying attention. And Shapeless, I like that greeting. Happy coffee. I'm just finishing mine, as a matter of fact. It's gone cold, sadly. I'm surprised my throat has held up to all this 33 days of streaming on the trot. Some of them have been a bit shorter, 4 or 5 hours, but most have been 6, 7, 8 or more. And yeah, I appear to be managing. I did have a throat lozenge this morning. And that's mostly because of the cooler weather. Blubio, tanking is the one thing companions can do somewhat decently if set up properly, but nothing crazy. Yeah. I can definitely see that. Like, if your build is just skavoosh, you know, and you've got plenty of damage, but you've built it in such a way that if the boss looks at you, you're in danger, then, yeah, having a companion is clearly who can just taunt the boss and stay alive, probably, for most of the fight. That's definitely true. Zereth saved my solo run of normal Blackheart Haven, and the final boss turns you into a skeleton mechanic. That doesn't kill you, though. Again, I think maybe with no like disrespect intended, I think maybe one of the reasons people overestimate the effectiveness of companions is that they underestimate their own. Or they underestimate the degree to which they could just simply make a tweak to their setup and then be very, very capable of soloing whatever it is that they've been struggling with. Like what I'm doing here, I mean this is Overland, but it involves absolutely no skill. Occasionally I will do something a teeny tiny bit nifty, like a cool little pre-buff, or timing the blast bones to land with, like this. Let's try it. Shame the proc didn't get all three of them. Let's try again. Yeah, there we go. That like little moment of timing so the blast bones hits right after the stampede. That's quite fun. But calling it skillful is a massive stretch.
Activate the triggers to summon the bridge.
I love this bit. This is fun. Never gets old. Is there a sequence in order to do this? I don't think there is. It's been a while. It's been a long time since I did this. Fake tanks and randoms are the worst kind, Foxy Loxy. Yeah, I'd rather have a companion almost. A proper tank companion than a fake tank. I love this. This is so fun. Video game trickery. It's like one of the advantages video games have over movies is that this is an imagine this as a special effect. And just imagine you are making a movie with a friend of yours. They've got a budget of, I don't know, $500,000 or whatever. And a lot of that just goes into the simple act of producing a movie, hiring everyone, feeding everyone, renting all the stuff, and then they have a little bit of budget left over for special effects, and you have to create, you know, the effect of someone crossing an invisible bridge. Video games can just do that with a snap of their fingers. It's one of the fun advantages that we have. We're only really, to some extent, we're only limited by the engine and the imagination of the devs.
Activate the trigger.
Oh, really? It expires when you fall off? Oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah, I love it when devs do something interesting. We'll talk about that later when we play Heretic. There's a fun flying section in the game. It's quite late. We might not be able to see it, but your character can actually fly. In Doom, and this is a Doom clone, basically, a fantasy sword and sorcery version of Doom. You can't fly in that game, obviously. It was never a feature that John Carmack built into his engine. But they hacked it. They cheesed it by changing the player controls so that when you try to fly, when you rise, actually what you're doing is just moving the horizon lower. Your character stays in the same place, but everything else at the entire level moves down so that you appear to be floating. And of course, the illusion is perfect. Doesn't matter. But that was just a creative bit of fuckery by the devs. And even the guys who made Doom never thought to do anything like this. They just taught these folks to mess around with their tech, and this is what happened. An Invisible Bridge, it maybe isn't the best example, but you know what I mean. Like, Portal was a game that came partly out of that. Wizard of Book, it's like 15 seconds of being a skeleton with no skills allowed, and it happens every 17 seconds. It doesn't happen immediately, though. And there's no guarantee that your companion will get it, right?
Dangerous path.
These are so cool. These visuals here, I love it.
Give us strength.
Come back to me, little Lee! No. I only sought to make things better.
Use this portal to
I'm not sure I'd buy it. Did she want to make the world a better place? Nuh-uh.
meet you there.
Oh, hello. Really? They just respawn? Let's just leave. I don't need to do that again. Don't need to kill her twice, poor thing. But yeah, there we go. That was the super challenging final encounter of that branch of the story.
For powers
We stopped her from becoming the Exalted Viper.
and so
We certainly did.
Cassipia and Little Leaf's deaths were regrettable, but they were a necessary evil in our efforts to save Craglorn. You have provided another great service to the Guardians.
Well, welcome on in, folks.
For that,
Welcome to Craglorn. If you haven't done this story in a while, stick around. It's really fun and pretty, and yeah, I like it. I think it's one of the ones that it surprised me. You know, I was a fan. I was invested after doing the base game stories, but I didn't do this for years. I think by the time I did the Craglorn story, I'd done all 3 trials in here. Probably at least 50 times each. Maybe not Sanctum Ophidia. Haven't done that one as much as the others, but I'd played the living crap out of them. I'd farmed them, done them on normal, vet, hard mode, tipsy trials, whatever. I'd even done some score pushing in AA for fun. There was a competition years back. I think we came second, which was pretty good, given that we had 1 attempt at it. But, yeah, when I finally got around to doing the story here, I was kind of blown away by how effective it was on me. Like, it's a personal thing, obviously, but I really found it engaging and fun and cool and weird. Now, that's the thing I keep coming back to when we talk about these stories in the Elder Scrolls Online. It's like a lot of my favorite bits and pieces from Elder Scrolls games over the years, over the course of the franchise, is how weird they can be. Daggerfall and Morrowind in particular, Shivering Isles.
To me, champion.
There we go.
You're connected through my apex stone, so only you can see me. I must ask you to set something right before it's too late.
That voice, man. It's almost a shame about the echoey effect. I want to hear like the pure, the Shihai of a first-rank Ansei Sank Yokuda. Absolute boss, right?
Mortal, the Celestial Guardian has one more obligation for you to fulfill. My champion, Titus, who I called across the sands of time in my moment of need, is fading. His mortal mind can't deal with the shift in his reality.
Alright.
The longer he remains here, the more likely he will lose all that he is.
Can't you send him back?
If only it were that simple.
Alright, okay, I'll help.
Serpent.com.
Sorry, I wouldn't normally suggest skipping dialogue if it's your first playthrough. Absolutely not. Listen to everything, drink it in. The writing is usually pretty good, and the voice acting is almost always excellent. But I've done this twice before, and we're in a bit of a hurry. We are trying to finish as much of this game's story as possible before the end of Gamesfest, which is in 7 days, I believe. I think we've got just over a week. We might have to add a day, a 41st day. Quick reminder, by the way. Here's what we've got coming up. So yesterday was Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice. That was really, really good fun. Not just to play, but to like pick it apart and critique how it worked, why it worked. Today we're doing Heretic, but also Dark Forces, Star Wars Dark Forces. So 2 Doom clones, basically, but really, really interesting. They both built on what those games had already done, Doom 1 and 2. Going to talk about that a little bit later. Dishonored, an absolute fucking classic, stone cold classic. Can't wait to play that with you guys. I'm sure A few of you maybe haven't played it, but loads of you are probably big fans, right? Then we got Prey. Both of these games are made by Arcane, Dishonored and Prey, then Fallout New Vegas by popular demand. It's literally one of the ones that you guys voted for. System Shock 2, another remaster, Knights of the Old Republic, and Dragon Age, so 2 BioWare games. Mirror's Edge, and then finally we got our second installment of the Ninja Tavern. If you missed the first one, shame on you. It was absolutely filthy and hilarious. Maya and I were doing shots based on subs and support, and it got messy very, very quickly. Zumada, good morning. Welcome on in. So we may have to move this around, but we're going to try to put Split Fiction and the Ninja Tavern on the same day, but that might have to shift around a bit. It depends. We will see. But that is what we've got going, and that is the last home stretch of Gamesfest. I've been going 33 days already. I don't know who I am anymore. It's been insane, but I feel like I know more about games than I ever did, and what makes them work, at least for me. And I've researched the names of so many studios, developers, publishers. It's crazy. I feel like I've got this whole bibliography of games in my head now. And it will all be gone in a couple of weeks, I'm sure. As soon as I have a chance to catch up on sleep.
But if you don't leave me to my thoughts, I will draw steel against you. I came here to remember her.
Yeah, he can't remember his wife, right? Because he's out of time.
I've lost everything else.
Interesting. Zumada, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Welcome. What's happening to you, Titus?
What's happening to me? I'm fading away. I remember everything since I arrived in this time perfectly. But memories from my time?
Why'd you come here?
I came here to try to hold on to the memory of my wife. But the realization of her death, it's almost too much to bear.
I'll turn him up a little bit. If I return you to your time, will your memories come back?
More questions concerning magic? Do I look like a mage to you? I once was proud that the warrior had chosen me. But now, that honor hangs over my head like a curse.
Alright. I also really admire the way that the trials and the zone, they actually tie up together. I kind of wish they'd continue with that. I know they sort of do. You know, we got Dreadsail Reef. It is tangentially connected to the story of High Isle, but not like intimately. It's not a key moment in that story, or it's not presented as such. Exactly the same with Skyrim. The Kynes Aegis thing. It's not presented to the player as like a pivotal moment, like a turning point in our pushback against the vampires. But I think locking story content behind trials, yeah, maybe that's a step too far, because not everyone wants to do trials. But I don't know, having it really enhance the story and the meaning of the zone, like Craglorn. You don't have to do the trials to understand what's going on. But then if you do the trials and you see the warrior, you actually step to him, you defeat him. And then the mage and the thief appear and have a little discussion. It makes so much more sense. And by the way, those things change. Those cutscenes will change depending on how many of the trials that character has completed. And possibly whether or not you've done the Craglorn story as well. It's really fun.
The darkness that shrouds Titus's mind blocks my connection to him.
Maybe we should redo a lore run in the 3 Craglorn trials soon. If people are into it, I'd arrange that.
Friend, are you ready to help him?
Yeah, tell me what to do.
Once there was a blade of legend called Warsworn, wielded by my greatest champions.
And that sword will help?
Warsworn can do many things in the hands of one worthy to wield it. Recover the blade and give it to Titus.
Recover the blade. Alright. We're going to find a magic sword and give it to a guy so we can remember his dead wife. It's definitely a fantasy RPG. You know what? I'm actually going to kill this guy. I remember years ago this being like difficult to solo. So just for payback reasons. Easy. Uh-oh, my cat is looking at me. He's gonna climb on my desk. No! Ugh. Sorry, just had to de-cat my desk right there. Thank goodness for auto run, am I right? Yeah, Erin. I might just let him out. Maybe he needs to go to the loo. So is this the famous perk that Zerethvar gives you? I don't know, man. Does that even help? I suppose it does a little bit. Alright, let me let the cat out.
Spirit, may you guide us to riches again soon.
But does it show up even if he is not with me? Because as soon as I'm done with Gamesfest, I'm probably gonna never use this guy ever again. Or any other companion. Maybe one day when I've like got every other achievement and there's nothing left for me to do in the game, I'll actually go and get them. In dungeons it helps a lot? Really? Alright, when you say helps a lot, so yeah, it helps you find the heavy sack, which is helpful. Like, I never, even when I see a heavy sack in a dungeon, I usually ignore it. It's only if someone else goes to pick it up that I actually, well then we've already stopped and I'll do it. But chests and sacks in dungeons, we literally just run past them. They never have, they almost never have anything good. Occasionally you'll get platinum dust or a kuta or something, but
It's good to see you again before the end, my friend.
I don't know, just don't buy it when people are like, oh my god, the companions are amazing. They're so good in combat. Their perks are so brilliant. I remain slightly bemused by these, like, grand claims. Found so many heavy sacks in weird places, never saw them before. Shows up if you do all the things to permanently unlock it, I see. Yeah, can't attack Sun Moose, thank you. So you get max rapport, so yeah. And that will be then account-wide, or what? I'm never going to get max rapport, though. It's not going to happen. What even is my rapport? Like, it's barely moved. I have no idea what he likes, what he doesn't like. So I've moved it enough to be up here, but then I've done enough bad for it to come back down. It's like, I feel like it starts around here, so it's moved a tiny, tiny bit. He literally watched me defeat Molag Bal and save the universe. I'm sorry, the fact that he's just glad to have met me, he's kind of a dick. Kind of an idiot as well. If he doesn't understand how lucky he is to be hanging out with me, then fuck him. Obviously, I'm just kidding. Wizard of Book, yeah, account wide. It's not that Zereth's heavy sack perk is bad, yeah. It's that heavy sack rewards are ass. Yeah, it kind of sums it up. Perks are definitely not brilliant, just like glowing heavy sacks. Yeah. Fishing perk is pretty useful if someone's into fishing. I mean, I would argue it's even more useful if you're not into fishing, like I am. Like, I have no idea why fishing is in this game. It kind of... I'm slightly upset by it. that it's there taunting me to do these achievements. But I will knock them out when there's curated fishing active. You know, when they have one of those events. That's pretty nice. So I did the base game ones last time we had such an event. Here we go. Adventure in Spellscar. I don't think the spell scar thing is required though, is it? Let's have to make sure we do the story bit, not the daily quest. Although the daily is pretty awesome. How many of you guys have actually completed the spell scar quest? Remember the first time I did it, I was like, what? This is awesome. When you actually go inside the thing. Oh, another rift. Oh, so when I found this one before... Did that mean someone, because the ads were already there? So someone had already opened it and failed, I guess? I think that one is easier than the gargoyle one, right? But still. Makes me a little bit sad. Like, those things used to be bastard hard to solo. And here I am in basically a full DPS setup with minor concessions to survivability. And it's just... Deathmon, will we see Guild Wars 2 someday on your channel? No. I'm curious. Why do you ask? Very unlikely I would play Guild Wars. Honestly, I don't know if you guys know this. I think the only reason a bunch of ESO streamers, I'm going to put quote-unquote ESO streamers, are playing Guild Wars is because there is a company... Oh, what are they called? There's a company that does Twitch drop campaigns, and Guild Wars 2 have got one going on, so you just earn money by streaming. So they're just literally doing it to make a few extra dollars. As soon as that campaign is over, they'll stream something else. Or some of them will. I'm sure others were already like into Guild Wars 2 in the first place, but I don't know, does anyone like fishing in this game? It's easily one of the worst versions of fishing. Yeah, exactly, I agree. Even if it were a really good minigame, I would still wonder, why does it exist? It's not been a thing. It's not an Elder Scrolls thing to have fishing. Sure, you could catch fish in Skyrim, but I feel like it was something that the modding community added. Maybe that's what it is. I don't think there's anything to do here in terms of story quest, is there? I want to do the... Well, should we just quickly do the daily in here? If the zone guide says it's story... Maybe it is. Right, let's talk to Gabrielle. Oh no, it's Sarah, isn't it? You!
Mr. Gabrielle told me about you.
Nice hammer, by the way.
Danger doesn't faze you.
Yeah, thanks, Deathmon. That is the Kjalnar's Nightmare Mace.
It's emitting magical energy at
Erin, what is Elder Scrolls?
If we don't stop it, it'll explode.
It's just old people that spend too much time on TikTok. Did you talk about the EA deal at all, or is that a topic you ain't touching? There's just nothing I need to say about it. I have no special insights. I think there's a lot of people commenting that don't know what the hell they're talking about. And I don't want to contribute to that. But yeah, you know, no one's excited about it. Let me put it that way. No one who actually plays video games So in my mind, no one that matters is excited about this. But I did mention briefly, Moose, I guess it was before you were here, that there was someone, either a former or current BioWare employee, saying that, well, what they were saying, in my opinion, my prediction is that this means female and gay characters are out, and guns and sports are the only thing that we'll have from now on. And that BioWare will probably cease to exist. I have, like I said originally, I have no idea if that is accurate or even worth repeating. But given that it came from a BioWare employee, I thought, maybe. There's the problem with all these levelers here. They make it impossible to do the damn quest because they think the XP here is good.
Mercy and Canardi's swiftness. I am awed. Let it be a lesson.
Why? What is Zerethvar talking about? But yeah, Deathmond, I'd be curious to know why would you want to see Guild Wars 2? I guess you kind of answered it. Would be interesting to see your comparison, to ESO classes, subclasses. I don't think MMOs are the best place to look for interesting game design. I'll be honest. Maybe I should rephrase that. Best place to look for, like, compelling game design. The compelling is in a different way. You know, it's designed with longevity in mind. And engagement, not so much moment to moment, but... or sort of a mix of that moment to moment engagement. I think it's more of an exercise in psychology when you look at MMOs than it is in... Yeah, I'm sort of second-guessing myself, even as I say it. All game design is kind of an exercise in psychology, but a slightly different type of psychology then. And I'm definitely not an expert in MMOs. I don't particularly like the MMO format. It doesn't do a great deal for me. The reason I play ESO is that I love the setting, and the combat system is fucking ace. And you guys are the best. It's the community and the combat system is why I play this game. If not for those two things, I would have bought it because I loved Skyrim and wanted to explore the world and see what stories they had to tell, you know? But I would not have stayed. Not a chance. And actually, having spoken to a lot of content creators and former content creators for this game, a lot of them say exactly that. A lot of them aren't really MMO people. They think MMOs are usually bad games in the moment-to-moment sort of way. Or that at least they're not the kind of games that they enjoy. I really struggled. Star Wars The Old Republic was the only other one that kind of got me, because the story is so good, but I never really got the combat system. It just, not as in I didn't understand it, but it didn't get me. It didn't get me going. Can I check my inventory for any of this stuff? Bring storm, fire, and frost infusions. Nice loot bug. Good. I forgot the crucial part, didn't I?
Until you rise again.
Yeah, Pluvio, so much easier. Just go to Black Rose Prison or Skyreach for loads more. Why is this a spot for XP? I don't know. There must be some really old video out there that recommends it and people are still doing it. I know some people go here between BGs and trials and stuff, or dungeons, and they'll just run around killing mobs, charging ult. Some of the people you see here will be doing that as well. Erin, best place to look for compelling game designs are gacha games. Yeah, I mean, you make a good point, right? The word to compel or compulsion. Deathmond, I love ESO's aesthetic, but I'm still frustrated by the lack of changes to subclassing in the next 6 months or more. I'm going to ask a bit of a cheeky question. Is that your own opinion, or have other content creators and commentators kind of planted that seed? Because I'm a little bit confused. Hey Maya, how's it going? Apologies to all of our regulars who've heard me say this a million fucking times, but I'm still a little bit confused about the negativity at the moment. I am among the people who was more disappointed with subclassing. And I made the argument on like day 2, maybe even day 1 of Update 46 PTS that this was not finished. And that they needed to hurry up and finish it. And I was quite dismayed that they did very, very little in that PTS cycle to add to it. And I'm equally dismayed that they did very little in Update 47, and now we're getting not much in Update 48 either to address those things. However, the key thing to point out here is that it's Update 46 that was bad. Update 47 and 48, I don't understand why people are saying these are bad patches. They're not. Sure, in Update 47, in week 1 of PTS, there was some really worrying suggestions about ult gen and things like that, and the Arcanist class mastery. They walked back a lot of the worst stuff there. Thank goodness. And I think, I don't know this. I want to be wary about, like, putting words in other people's mouths, but I think a lot of the negativity just stems from that. People get the impression, or Update 47 is a shit patch, because there was such a shitstorm about it in week 1. All of those complaints have pretty much been addressed. So we shouldn't really be bagging on Update 47 anymore. Like I said, I'm not thrilled that we have to wait 3 patches to get such a basic thing addressed, and the worry over the long term is that ZOS have got a bit of a track record in not quite finishing things. You know, hybridization, for example, is often cited. Ascribing is sometimes cited as unfinished. I'm not sure I'm in total agreement with that, but it could certainly use an upgrade, like other class mastery scripts that have never been useful or used. You know, it's been ages, it's been a year, why not change them? You can see that no one's using them. Maybe buff them? I don't know, just a thought. And same, you could say the same with the Infinite Archive class sets. It's become very, very clear by now, these are not good. They're not interesting to players. So, why haven't they been changed? I can only assume ZOS, all the folks at ZOS are busy, and that's the reason. But I don't know, I'd love to see some of these things be prioritized and just tweaked a little bit faster. But it is a very big ship, it takes a long time to turn it. And that is my only optimistic, and it is me, maybe you could say it's copium. It's definitely me being hopeful rather than certain about the future of this game, but I hope that the delay in addressing the unfinishedness of Update 46, that means that they are doing it properly. They're not just going to play whack-a-mole with skill lines and individual skills, but they're actually going into all of it and saying, all right, Dragon Knight toolkit, let's overhaul it, not change everything, but maybe move some things around. Like, why is Burning Talon sitting on its own in this category with no other damage? Let's move some more damage into this category. And I'm hoping that they're at least experimenting with the idea that I know Skinny Cheeks has put forward. he and I have both been very, very vocal about this on the Content Creator Discord and in videos that we've made about spreading the power around. Initially, the response of most of us was to say, well, every class should have a damage, a tanking, a healing line, you know? Like Necromancer does or Arcanist does. That's the way we should do it. But actually, very quickly, we sort of went the other way and decided actually a better way to make subclassing a success long term is to balance everything out. So Gravelord has a bit of support, a bit of damage. Bone Tyrant has a bit of support, bit of damage. Living Death. Another idea that we've seen is that every skill line should have damage or healing. Oh, sorry, damage and healing, healing and tanking, tanking and damage. You know, so it should have 2 of the 3 quote-unquote functions contained within it, and that will solve the problem of dead skills, dead skill lines, outliers that are way too strong, and outliers that are way too weak and just become unused. And it will also help address the issue of base classes that aren't subclassed being left behind and being less viable than people want them to be, who just want to play their Mag Sorc the way they used to. So I think it kills a lot of birds with one stone. Unfortunately, that stone, if I can stretch the metaphor, is going to take a very, very long time to give rise to, right? It's a difficult thing to pull off, and it's going to take a long time. So my fingers crossed, sincere hope is that is what they're doing, or that is what they're looking at. They're investigating, you know, how do we repair the tears and holes that we created in our lovely combat system by releasing update 40, releasing subclassing without it being quite finished. I don't think the devs maybe would put it like that, but that is me sort of giving a version of what I hope they're thinking, what I hope the logic is. Sorry, a bit of a yappity yap, just when Maya arrived as well. Does that answer the question? It wasn't really a question, Deathmon, but there was a question mark at the end. New Namtab. Quite a few people say that about the combat system, but what are other combat systems lacking compared to ESO? There's like 0 skill involved. The fact that you can... People talk about macros in this game. Macros in ESO don't work. You have to actually play the game. Macros in other MMOs work really, really well. I think that tells you everything you need to know about their combat system. That you can just engage autopilot, at least for part of what you're doing, and it's just there's a moment-to-momentness in ESO. There's nothing like it. The fact that when you light attack, it's not just an auto attack, it's a thing, it connects, especially if you're using a ranged weapon. There's an actual projectile that goes out and hits a thing. There are so many reasons. But basically, it's to do with, if I had to just give one reason, it's to do with the reticle here. You see in the middle of my screen? The reticle, this actually has a part to play. In most MMOs, you do not play the game. You do not interact with the game world in combat. You simply interact with the UI. And then what plays out in the game world graphically is sort of a vague representation of the buttons you are pressing. That doesn't happen in this game. I'm turning my character in real time for a start. That's unusual. And these are changes made quite late. ESO was not originally like this. It's when Skyrim came out they realized, shit, we need to change this completely. We can't just make this combat like WoW. It will feel wrong and bad. The fact that where I'm facing makes a difference. The fact that the timing and execution of my clicks and the combination of dots and burst and buffs and all that stuff has an immediacy to it. It's a very hard thing it's a very good question, New Namtab. Very good question. And I'm a little bit sad that I don't have a prepared answer for you. I really should have. It's a tricky one to answer on the spot, but if I were to just give you the quickest, vaguest answer, then it's the immediacy and the reactiveness, the reactivity of it. There are limits, of course. We were playing Dragon's Dogma 2 the other day, and the combat system in there is so kinetic. You really like you barrel into a goblin and they go flying. You stab them in the gut with a downward thrust, or like you slash them across. There is that's much more like a fighting game, and it feels amazing. You can't do that in an MMO, sadly. You just can't. Not really. Because it's a nightmare, to get enemies being knocked back and flying around all the time. It's tricky. You have to slow things down a little bit. And that's why people talk about combat in this game being quite floaty. But I think when they say that, they're comparing it to action games, not to other MMOs. But like I said, I'm not an MMO expert. But people who are MMO experts, people who love WoW and have nothing bad to say about it, or who play a lot of Guild Wars too, so many of them say the same thing. So there's nothing like this. And this is why I despair sometimes that ZOS are so shy about celebrating their combat system. Because they are aware some players aren't convinced by it, or some players think it's too difficult. I sometimes wish one of the devs would just stand up and say, no, our combat isn't difficult, it's amazing. Just trust me, go and learn it. But they're much too polite and careful. They don't want to alienate the casuals, quote unquote, whatever we want to call that portion of the player base, which is a bit more relaxed in terms of their engagement with the combat system. But yeah, I hope that was a reasonably decent response there. Let's catch up now with what you guys are saying after my yapping. And LeBro, I hope you had a nice lurk. Deathmon, sorry, I don't want to bring negativity. No, you didn't at all. Absolutely not. Deathmon, you didn't bring any. I hope I didn't either. There's no hate to any group of players or any other MMO or any other streamers or anything like that. Or any opinions about this game. I think some opinions are wrong, but that's generally due to ignorance or assumption rather than because people are bad or, you know? And Aaron, as long as the Crown still gets regular good updates, I'm okay. Oh, thank you, Aaron. Bluvio is saying, my problem with both Update 47 and Update 48 is that it doesn't seem like they're doing shit. Yeah, they don't really do anything. Yeah. They're disappointing, they are meh, they do not move the goalposts in an interesting way, but to go from that to these are shit updates, these are the worst updates we've ever seen, I've literally seen people typing that. Especially in Discords, which can become a bit of an echo chamber. And this is, I think that's pretty baseless. You can't back that up with evidence. There simply isn't evidence for it. But yeah, they aren't doing anything. That's fair. That's a fair criticism. Especially after the huge disturbance that Update 46 caused, I'm not happy about this kind of progress. I would argue, I've used the metaphor of Update 46 was the wild, irresponsible party. Update 47 and 48 are beginning the slow and tedious work of cleaning up the mess. And that's never a fun thing to do. I usually play Stam, so I still get quite annoyed when there's a negate that actually works on me. Zorobeth. Yeah, Pluvio, you're 100% right about that. I'm not going to defend Update 47 or 48 as, like, great, insightful patches. You know, we got some quality of life stuff, but it is in many ways kicking the can down the road. And the only reason I can think for that is that they need more time. And that frustrates me, but I can still see an upside to it, hopefully, in the long term. Don't get me wrong. If we get into 2026 and we see these touted new changes and they don't really address the issues and the gaps created by subclassing, then I'm going to be asking, what the fuck? In no uncertain terms. Like, what have we been waiting for if we're still not getting the fixes that are necessary? But, you know, to revisit that metaphor of turning the ship around, I think Update 46 was a little bit reckless. I'm sure it wasn't the combat team who said, this is ready, let's release it. I'm sure there was just a... There was an arbitrary decision to release it when, you know, alongside Solstice. Because that is our big thing this year, and that is when we want this big new feature to go live. And, yeah, we've been over this a million times, but I think I can understand that as a marketing and hype-based decision. But I think, yeah, it wasn't worth it. And look how many people are bummed about Update 47 and 48. Even if they can't quite put their finger on it, I think what they're really bummed about is, oh, we got this thing, this train started barreling down, and now we have to, now it has to slow down because the devs have to like put down the tracks in front of it, which is another popular metaphor for MMO development, right? Or live service game development. I can hope, but how long can I hope? Yeah, Mad X Fusion 1 button assist. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late for that comment. I'm not sure what that one means. And Maya say, no need to apologize, all good. It has popped up quite a lot. We were always happy to chat things through. So yeah, Deathmond. Maya, by the way, is my co-host. My wife. I'm one half of Ninja Balls Gaming. She's the better half. And those of you who were here yesterday, obviously Maya was here all day with us. And we're trying to get the channel to a point where we can... where it can pay for both of us to be here all the time. But that is a difficult thing to do. It's hard enough to make a content creation platform that works and pays the rent for just one, let alone for two. But we're getting there. We're getting there, and thank you again for all your support there. So both Maya and I are saying, you know, no worries. Nunam Tab, I am full of the good questions today. Feel a bit the same way. However, I don't really know the other games too well, though I like the hack and slash Diablo games. Yeah, right. So that's Diablo isn't really a live service or an MMO type game, but with Diablo 4 they really leaned into the live service, and you can't really argue with it. I've seen, I don't have them to hand, but I've seen the earnings figures for Diablo 4, and for all of those content creators who were furious, you know, the long-time fans who were furious and alienated at the fact that Diablo 4 was kind of a big step away from the franchise they loved and wanted to see continuity in, the numbers don't lie, it's made a shitload more money than the 3 previous games put together. So... yeah, I wouldn't hold your breath, fans. You know? Blizzard is not in it for the lore or the storytelling. I think they've made that clear from the very beginning with World of Warcraft. That this is not a studio that is particularly wedded to narrative or anything like that. It is about systems. And they are very, very good at it. This looks so cool in here. Sure, the combat may be a little bit boring. Like, this is designed for a group of 4 originally. And I'm just cruising through it without even... with one hand tied behind my back. But it still looks amazing. I feel like it's still worth doing, just for the funds. Deathmon, I was thinking about the same things. I would also go lock down some of the strongest passive bonuses from each skill line if you go subclassing. Yep. I see what you mean. I don't even know what there is to learn in ESO combat. It's so simple. There's nothing to really learn. I don't think that's fair. It's different enough. I don't think it's complicated, you're right, but it's different from other games. The weaving thing is relatively uncommon. Look how many people just don't get it. And it's people who come from MMOs... it's a problem with convention, right? People who arrive here from other MMOs are a little bit like, huh? This is not what I expected. This is a bit weird. And they may be pleasantly surprised. They may be confused. Or they may just not bother. But then people who come from Skyrim and Oblivion, they are equally baffled. This is not what I expected. I was lucky in that I came from having played other MMOs, but not really liking their combat. So I was sort of the perfect candidate for enjoying this game. But yeah, I came here because of the Elder Scrolls single-player games, but I understood damn well that it was not going to work in the same way that those games did in terms of combat. We talked about this just last night after our prog group. Nice work. Is it Sarah or Sarah? I guess it's Sarah. That may have been a premature execute on that guy. I didn't look to see how much health he had.
Wish me luck.
These buttons activate abilities. Yeah, this is how you dodge. This is how you block. Everything else is fight mechanics.
We sealed the core. Give me a minute to catch
I agree, Moose. It is not complicated. It's the theory behind it which is a little bit harder to grasp. But I would say that it is different. ESO combat is sufficiently different. It breaks convention. WoW sets such an amazingly tempting and powerful template for MMO design that a lot of MMOs just copied it and then innovated in certain areas. ESO really took a swing by trying to innovate in combat. And like I said, it was a fairly late decision. They had to redesign healing from scratch because when they moved to a reticle-based aiming system, a more dynamic combat system, where I can move around this target and move out of the way of their attacks, you know, from a PvP standpoint, a lot of these design decisions were driven by PvP and the need to make that a really good game mode. The fact that there's directionality, immediacy, you can dodge, you can block, you can... all of this stuff. That really changed things, and healing had to be reworked from scratch, if I remember correctly. Crazy.
You've done well. Craglorn is safe for now.
Erin, there is a bit more to learn if one does PvP. As a player, has to be a DD, healer, and tank in and of themselves, yeah? And also know how to time things, how to line of sight, how to pack up and run for life. Yeah, exactly. These aren't alien concepts from other games, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Zos reinvented the fucking wheel here. But I've played enough MMOs to see the difference. And it's been said a million times by a million players who've done a lot more MMO stuff than I have. That lighting from the obelisk is amazing, right? Look at my character. She looks dope. Moose, those sound like build mechanics to me, not combat. Malix Fusion, WoW has one button assist where you just push one button and it rotates. I see. Yeah, that's what you were talking about. Thanks. I thought that might be it. I just wasn't entirely sure. And Pluvio, the short answer to Moose, it's all in correct and clean rotations. That's where you see two people with the same build, but one is doing 40k, more DPS than the other. Yeah, the fact that you can bring... You don't need to exercise a ton of skill in this game. That is the myth. That skill is, like, required, or high skill is required. There's a pretty low baseline level of skill which is required. If we put quotes, or if we just italicize the word required. But then the optional mastery that you can add on top of that, it's almost limitless. You can keep pushing and pushing. Something as simple as crystal fragments on a sorcerer, right? So a few patches ago, pre-subclassing, we would have had a typical Mag Sork rotation, at least for single target damage, which would have consisted of crystal shard spam, but backed up by bound armaments as a secondary spammable, you know, when it's fully charged. And if you get... So we're talking when it only stacked up to 4, right? If you had crystal fragments proc, so, you know, it glows pink, and it's ready for that instant activation, then that's going to hit harder than your bound armaments would, even at 4 stacks. However, if Crystal Frags isn't charged, if it's just the regular hard cast, then your bound armaments is going to hit for more. So there's this moment-to-moment decision-making, which a typical player does not even need to think about. They don't even need to know about it. You do not need to know it's there. But for those who've got really good, or who are just thirsty and they want a little bit more of a mini game, give themselves something else to do, moment to moment, that shit is there, and they can go and get it. A really great combat system often has these things. That is just one specific example, but there are others in ESO which I think make clear an intentionality which the combat team doesn't always fulfill. Sure, they're not perfect. Obviously not. And balance changes and updates to combat skills aren't always appreciated or supported by a large chunk of the player base. Alright, fuck this. I'm just gonna go and find the mage. Where's that vineyard? There. Isn't she just in there? I don't want to do all the optional, like, daily stuff. Screw that. I just want to do the story here. And I thought the mage story started here. If I'm wrong, I may have to just look it up. It definitely does not start in the Seeker's Archive. I'm sure of that. Alright, well, I'll look that up in a second. Most of the time, for sure, that takes 2 minutes max to learn if a person actually wants to learn. Zdenya, I don't want to go down the everlasting nag on subclassing, but I do wish there was still a thing with just be pure class. Exactly. You're not the only one. It's such a popular request. I think in an ideal world, this system would allow for that. But I think if nobody really cared, or if it was a very small group of players that actually cared about this, I think it would be okay for Zos to just kind of skip it and not worry about it. But clearly, there's a huge number of players that do care. I guess I don't mind either way, but I think if I had to choose, yeah, I'd rather have a version of subclassing where, you know, the power available through subclassing doesn't massively outstrip the power available from just, you know, sticking with a regular Templar. And that is why I say spreading out the offensive and support power between all skill lines roughly equally might be a good way to solve that particular issue. I say might. You know, it's not a silver bullet, and like I said, it's a shit ton of work. I do not envy the devs for having to do this, but I think they absolutely should try. So Xenia, that is totally fair. You're not adding to an everlasting nag. Subtlety, where the hoes at? Aisle 7? Hoes in different area codes, know that. Any Ludicrous fans here? What a strange place to... I wonder what the Venn diagram is of ESO players and Ludicrous fans. I'd be fascinated to know this. Erin, so mechanics is something you expect at certain points in a fight and are expected. PvP is much more reactive. Yeah. Yeah, the reactivity is part of it. Then again, PvP is only a little bit more complicated than PvP in terms of learning. Nothing too much. Yeah, the one thing that I love about PvP is learning to use your build. Right? So if you change your setup, you are nerfing yourself a little bit in terms of you're walking away from a setup which may be less effective now, a couple of patches later, but your effectiveness with it, you know, there may be a unique interaction with a proc or something like that you have become used to and got really good at. And I think that's fun. That keeps it fresh. You know, when people theory craft and update their setups, and that is the big worry, one of the big worries with Vengeance, if Zos are no longer doing a technical test and they're just doing dress rehearsals for a new version of Cyrodiil. For the record, I don't know which one is true. It may be neither. It may be sort of a weird in-between. But yeah, if we do just get like a version of Cyrodiil with like loadouts and perks, that thing that I just described will kind of go away. And that's a huge loss. Hello there. Hey Maya. How's it going? Shoes back. Is breathing part of combat? Combat people need to be more specific than just throwing that random word out. Is breathing part of combat? I would argue no, but if I don't breathe, I'm not going to be doing combat for long. IRL breathing is a part of in-game combat. I'm not an expert, but your DPS in-game goes down if you stop breathing for too long. I'm sure that's true. I'm not a doctor, but... And Preacher Man, good morning if you're in the USA, good afternoon if you're anywhere else. How polite. Wow, I love it. Morning, morning. As you can probably tell from my accent, I'm actually not English. I'm Danish, but I live in the UK, so... Hence the weird accent, y'all. But yeah, welcome on in, whatever time zone you find yourself in. I need to look this up. Where do I start the mage quest? Because I don't want to do everything in Craglorn. That's not the plan. The plan is to whiz through the stories, right? Just random Dune Ripper just hurrying past me. Moose, I'm not convinced. Need more evidence for this. Pure Necro is good. Other classes are just better at everything. Best Ludicrous album ever? I reckon it probably is. Not an expert, though. So Subtle D and I are in that Venn diagram. Moose, what the hell? I got no tickets from Dungeon Boss? I'm at 11 out of 12. They put something stupid in, like you can't loot all tickets, you get none? I think so, yeah. If it will take you over your limit. So if you can find a way to spend 3... or whatever. I think that's exactly what it is, Moose. Does Os really wear their pants on their head sometimes? I would argue no in this case. That is them listening to player feedback. I didn't get my tickets. No, 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 no. And just making sure that cannot happen so their inbox doesn't get filled up with this shit. But yeah, I guess in an ideal world, you would have the option, hey, if you loot these tickets, you will receive fewer because you're at your capacity. Maybe that would be the absolute sweet spot. But most people just click, 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 click. And then complain later on the forums or whatever. Preacher! I run some crow builds that are great subclass with a lot of primary crow skills. Just a buff from another group. Yeah. I've been gone. Anything cool happened, Subtlety? Yesterday we had a really fun stream in Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice. Talking about game design, mental health, the rare occasion when the two can like work together. I thought it was really cool. It was really fun yesterday. I really appreciated you guys bringing the smart, because you're sure as shit not going to get it from me. Alright, here we go. Elemental Army, I think, is the one that we need to do. No, we did that. We did that, man. The Missing Guardian is the one we need. Yeah, we did that one too. Yeah, this is it. I want to do this bit. The Shattered and the Lost. So, Crossroads Tavern. That's in Belkarth, right? Sorry, guys. I was doing this on my phone so you couldn't see. Yeah, there we go. It's a little bit annoying that... I mean, it's obviously non-optional, I guess. Or it's optional, rather. But wouldn't it be cool if the zone guide actually took you there, rather than the Seeker's Archive, which is a freaking daily. Alright, so mental note. If you're ever doing Craglorn again, remember, and you want to do the bit with the mage, which is the bit we have left, remember to find this one. Where's the Stargazer? Is this her?
The celestial maid.
I think this is her.
You were at the observatory.
There we go. We got it. We got it. We got it.
I thought I saw you.
We made it! And welcome on in, everyone. Happy Tuesday. This is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. We do have Maya in chat at the moment, it seems like. But, yeah, she's working hard, working hard. She'll be here for, I guess, lunch break. That might be fairly soon. But in the meantime, it's just one half of Ninja Pulls Gaming. Me, Khan, and you guys, most importantly. We are on day 33 of our crazy September Gamesfest. We are doing every zone story in the game, and we're doing a different bonus game every day. Today we're going to look at Heretic, which is a swords and sorcery Doom clone. From literally the year after Doom came out. It came out just a few months after The Elder Scrolls Arena, the very first TES game. And, you know, it's a fantasy first-person action game. It's not an RPG, but frankly, it's got a better inventory system than Arena does. And, yeah, an innovative game in a lot of ways. It didn't really cause a massive splash. It made a lot of money. And it still has like a cult following, and it just released a remaster of Heretic and its sequel last month. So going to be checking that out. We've also got, if we get to 20 subs today, we'll also play Star Wars Dark Forces, another legendary Doom clone. And it'll be fun to compare and contrast the two. So yeah, welcome on in. Lovely to have you here. Thank you for stopping by. And hope I can keep you somewhat entertained, amused. Here we go.
It is urgent that we speak to her.
Yes, we are wasting time repeating ourselves to a lackey.
I'm trying to understand what you just told
The mage is kind of a looker.
you elsewhere in Craglorn?
As we explained, and with exceptional clarity, we are merely aspects.
Suddenly I thought you were from Texas. Really?
Even as we stand here, the serpent seeks to control us all.
And Maya sent you guys a hug. I'm sure you guys saw that. Thank you, Maya.
Into a false mage who is entirely in his control.
Yes.
Where else than the library?
I'll talk to Hara, but I can't make
Now we're going to have to bomb your stream.
Situations have disappeared from the sky, and we have
Oh no. Moose, I don't want to spend more tickets than I gain, though. That's pants on head stupid.
The stars shine.
Yeah, but it's like a...
Pleading for help, and he's too busy looking at the empty sky to realize.
It's still a net gain, though, isn't it? If you spend...
You, mortal servant, deliver us your finest. What's the word?
That's what I'm saying. Ideally, I suppose they would have an option to loot or not, but I can see why they've done it that way. Preacher, European streamers seem to be doing way better than US streamers. Is that a fact? Do tell.
Ah, you're here at last. Do not be confused.
And most other events where you get tickets from turning it in warns you you will gain less tickets. But I guess, fuck you during this event. I think you're wrong. I think it's been like this for a while, that it's like 3 or 4 events now that it's been this way. Because they did have that guardrail in place that would warn you, but clearly people said it wasn't enough. So now it just comes up with a message, you didn't get any tickets, because it would have taken you over your limit. Do the activity again after you've spent some tickets, and then you'll get them. Correct me if I'm wrong here, guys. I was under the impression... Maybe it's a very new thing then. I feel like I've seen that message a few times, though. Most of the streamers I see on ESO are European, Preacher Man. Interesting. Maybe it's to do with the time of day? Like more people watching? I don't know. I'm thinking of the streamers that I typically watch. We got Kamul, we got Bislobo, they're both in Europe. Then we got Pain in the Axe, Rather Dashing, Tatanko, Okui. I mean, there are loads that I hang out with, obviously. I hang out with Tyranny sometimes, Tamer Shadow. But, yeah, so what is that? That's about half and half. 3 Americans, 3 Europeans. Or 4 Americans. And 2 Europeans, actually. Can't even do math. Basic math. And subtly, Hellblade is pretty neat. I played about an hour of it when it first released. ADHD sent me onto another game, as it does. Interesting, yeah. It's really, really cool. And the more you talk about it and like look into it, as we did yesterday, the more impressive it becomes, because it's so ambitious, Hellblade. I'm talking about the first one. I haven't actually played the second one. It's very ambitious. It's very weird. It's doing things that games aren't normally, quote-unquote, supposed to do. You know, commenting and depicting psychosis and try to destigmatize it and make it a little bit more relatable. It's also it's a fantasy game, but they wanted to make it very, very adult. Because fantasy, let's face it can be cute and twee and shallow and dumb. I love fantasy, but I also hate it because it can be really bad a lot of the time. You get a lot more bad fantasy than bad science fiction, I feel like. Or lazy rather than bad. It's like, this story has got very little to do with the real world or my real human experience. So I'm not really getting anything out of it. Thank you very much. Could you maybe try a little harder?
We are the one you call the Celestial Mage. Or at least 2 aspects of a larger whole. Hold still but a moment.
Here we go. But, yeah, they really wanted to do something different. Much like Dragon's Dogma wanted to do, hey, we want one of those great fantasy RPGs, open world fantasy, but with combat that doesn't suck.
You won't win, Malazar. I am too strong.
In the same way, and there's no coincidence we did these 2 games on back-to-back days in Gamesfest. 3PO back. Or Bach. Welcome. Thank you very much for the follow. Oh, yeah, K-Pow sometimes, yeah. She doesn't stream a lot of ESO, though. But yeah, Hoogs, how's it going? Zynode, Hyper, you? Oh yeah, it's Hyper, of course. I feel bad. Skinny Cheeks when he was streaming ESO. But it's also to do, the streamers I watch obviously are affected by the hours that I tend to be available to watch Twitch. So A, not when I'm streaming, but B, also not too late. Because, you know, I'm in the UK, so
Now you know what the
on a school night, I can't stay up all night and hang with the Americans.
Take this rent. When we fell, thank you.
Yeah, interesting observation, Preacher Man. I wonder if you're right. Maybe you are. I'm sure you're not imagining it. But I know that there are a lot of Germans who play ESO. And, you know, if you're in Russia, Germany, by the time a lot of the American streamers get going, it is pretty late. And maybe the American audience just isn't enough to compensate. I don't know. I'm afraid I don't have the answers there. Don't have any data. Hashtag America. Are you entertained? Well, it's not a gain. I have to spend 2 to gain 2. Yeah, but you gained the thing that you spent 2 on. Go on, Moose. Don't dig your heels in. Work with me here, brother. And Demanding Chew-Toy, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Erin for the win. Ninjables Gaming, entire continent of North America. Colin Tax, yeah, you're correct. It has been a while. Guess only my game works that way then. Or you just didn't run into the issue yet. Maybe that's what it was. But yeah, Preacher, there are more, but I watch most days when I'm at work, and then I try and stream at night. I see. Gotcha. New Namtab, that's the way it works. Yeah, I lost my 2 tickets today as well. Always forget to check my currency wallet. End up missing event tickets. Hopefully some sort of guarding warning could be made. If you redo the activity, New Namtab, if you make some room in your... So right now, what I'm at, 4 out of 12. But if you spend some of them, and then you go and do the thing again, you will drop them. The little warning message makes that clear. But yeah, I guess it's a thing that we're still getting used to. See, I knew there was... Yeah, this is the thing that is supposed to drive you towards the daily. Kind of did it the other way around. Alright, let me stop the zone guide from tracking. That's going to annoy me otherwise. I do love the zone guide. Really great addition to the game. Especially for me, I'm paying like 75% attention to you guys and 25% attention to the game. And, yeah, I'm a dude in the first place, so my attention span is like, brr. See, it's very helpful to have a zone guide if you're sort of, and if you're hanging out with buddies on Discord and you're kind of going through it for skill points or something. But if you're fully absorbed in the quest and just exploring the zone, then I guess it doesn't matter. You shouldn't need the zone guide. A croup repair kit. What do I gain? I mean, it's something. Is that another Celestial Rift? Let's do another one. I'm enjoying dicking on these. I'm going to do it without max health food this time. See if it's still nice and easy. Get immediately boxed in. That's a little bit unfair. It's the same one again. Okay, I guess that cloak didn't want to Cloak didn't want to cast. Yeah, even with pass food, it's still ridiculous. That's funny. You just do it with a dummy humping setup now, practically. As long as you have Reaving Blows and probably Major Resolve. Do I even have Reaving Blows? I don't even have Reaving Blows. That's bonkers. Moose, if I turn an event quest in during White Streaks, I'm at 11 out of 12. It warns me that I'll get fewer tickets, not no tickets. I click to turn it in, and I get 1 ticket. New Namtab, I'm fucking off there. And Pluvio, you don't get none. You go do the thing again, and the tickets will drop again, and you get to pick them up. Calentax, maybe you think of Imperial City Daily, that 1 ticket, but Cyril had 2. Big Sijic Portal. Yeah, exactly. Fiery Dog. I feel like that was a thing people used to do, right? They would, oh, Sijic Portal. They're just about similar enough, aren't they? That you could make that mistake. Okay, where else? Down here. One thing I like about Craglorn as well, now that I'm really seeing it back to back with a lot of the base game stuff, the base game stuff has a lot of fetch quests in it, right? But generally, the way it works is, it's not terrible. For an MMO, it's actually very restrained in fetch quest frequency and amplitude, but one of the things it does quite successfully sometimes is just hide the fact that this is a fetch quest. You know, it just wraps up the quest in some other sort of action. But here in Craglorn, I genuinely feel like there aren't that many fetch quests. It's all a bit more story beat. It's not just go and do pointless exercise XYZ, and then we'll move the story along another couple of inches. I feel like there's less of that in Craglorn. I feel like they had more of a sweep that they wanted to tell. Because it isn't really your story. It's you're kind of unraveling a mystery. Maybe that's why it works so well. Well, New Namtab, I hope you're still here and that you didn't fuck off. That would be sad. Oh no, we need to go upstairs, don't we? Moose. No, I used it as an example. Same thing with Zenithar event this year.
Another part of us has been lost. The snake eats and never grows full. His hunger is endless.
Which one is
Time grows
cuter?
but the more
Oh, the way they turn, that's really fun.
seek a sight. Then converse with our helper. If the serpent continues
The silver hair or the red hair?
now we'll be able to stand against him. I sense that the gems have been recovered.
I love a slightly haughty tone. It's another great voiceover. It's really fun.
You have restored the gems to the Seeker's sight. Good.
It could sound so bad. Like, look at a lot of the terminology.
Another of our aspects.
Restore the gems to the Seeker's sight. The scaled one.
Creating
I think it takes a certain level of charisma and
this lost one
confidence as a voice performer to make this stuff sound good. Like there's that bit in the Oblivion documentary, The Making of Oblivion, where the guy who wrote the dialogue for the trailer or the opening cinematic, you know, Patrick Stewart, I was born, you know, all that stuff. And the guy, the writer himself, is there listening to the early cut of that intro movie and is going, oh, that's such a cheesy line, but it sounds good when he says it. But that just sums up video game voice acting right there. Yeah, can't attack say don't know, but I wouldn't care that much. If you miss something, it will be at the end of your event. You're not going to miss anything. There are way more event tickets than we could possibly use. Like there's just nothing to buy with them for people who've been keeping up with events. It's another thing that they've done in order to enhance accessibility or the feeling of accessibility. That they make it very, very easy. They set the bar very low for everyone to be able to get the event rewards. Obviously, you still have to log in and play. You can't miss, like, a ton of those event days, but provided you do, I don't know, half, you should probably be fine. And, yeah, as Kalantax is saying, you can make it up in subsequent events if you realize that you're a little bit short. Well, that was lucky. Stop kiting. Oh my god. Is one of the worst things about doing ESO with random people is the constant kiting. Just stand still. Yeah, maybe kite when he's like doing a spinny boy move. But it's a pet peeve. It's not like a huge problem, but it bothers me, man. It's so ineffective. And it means that you can't use AoEs on anything because there's always some crazy player kiting the boss around the place. I'm gonna try not to let it trigger me. Yeah, play how you want. Preacher man, a guy in my guild did that the other day and he was so disappointed and so dead after he pulled the Craglorn portal. Oh, really? And Wheelman, good morning, good morning. New Namtab's still here, glad to hear it. He craves magic. He's a magic fiend. So part of the quest is just doing like that. This is very fetch questy, right? Go and do a bunch of bosses. I'm not going to do another Celestial Rift. Although, actually, I do want to see if we get the Gargoyle. I feel like he's more difficult than the others. No, we got the same one again. Alright. How is Zereth Var still alive? I love how my ult becomes ready just as the ads all spawn in. That's really, really nice timing. It's happened every time so far. Companion ability unlocked. No way! So I know nothing about companions. I'm a total ignoramus. This is the first companion I've ever had. Skills. Oh, he's got a few things he can use. I've not been paying attention to this at all. So what should I give him? Should I... Why don't I give him some armor? Enemies will be pulled in? Perugian armor? Or should I give him a heal? I don't think a heal is going to do shit. So maybe just grab some armor, bro. Watching Khan doing companions feels weird. Hey, if I'm doing my companion, you need to look away. Quit being such a creep. Yeah, it is weird, isn't it? It's a system in which I have very, very little interest. I just want to do the story stuff, and there's pretty minimal story stuff with the companions. I think Zerethvar has a bit more, but it's still pretty shallow. That's like the main area of interest for me. Come on. Oh, there's another person here. There is the odd skill just not going off the way I would expect. Don't think it's anything that I'm doing, but who the hell knows? I'm not going to worry about it. It's just overland stuff. And I'm not able to listen as I'm in class, but still happy to be here. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, you'll learn more here. Screw class. Exactly. Corporate merger practice is boring as hell. I mean, having arranged a couple of mergers and acquisitions in my time, not from a legal standpoint, but sort of a management consultant standpoint, having a client that wants to be bought or merged with another business, that kind of thing. Yeah. It can be kind of fun to start the thing, but then it very quickly becomes dull. As dishwater, you get bogged down in the details. Due diligence and all that stuff. Fun, fun, fun. Enjoy our health. Dum 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 dum. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Look, everyone. Sky Fox Gaming. Bum, ba-dum, ba. Welcome on in. Thanks so much for the raid. How's it going? Hope you're having a good day. We are chilling in the Elder Scrolls Online playing some Craglorn story. We set ourselves the very, very silly task of going through all of the zone quests during September. And we are hideously behind with, like, I know September is going to be over in a couple of days. Our September, our Ninja Pulse Gamesfest, has got another week to go, but I'm not going to make it, basically. But we're glad that you made it, Skyfox and Raiders. Welcome on in. Say hey, everyone. What were you guys up to? Not Pure, Puanakuppa. Hey, guys. Shoutouts to Skyfox, Not Pure, and Puanakuppa. Let me just get those going. Welcome on in. There we go. Shoutouts complete. Hey, thanks for the follow. Thank you very much. And guys, speaking of follows, we've got Not Pure, We got Pooh and a couple. We got Skyfox Gaming. Thank you so much for the raid. Why don't you check those guys out? So, what were you guys up to? Still not done anything in Craglorn besides trials. Yeah, that was me for a long time. I was just saying earlier, by the time I first got around to doing this storyline, I wasn't expecting anything from it really, because it's, you know, it's trials, it's group delves, it's all this daily completable stuff. But I think Shada's Tier in particular, one of my favorite, like in terms of repeatable stuff, that shit is killer. Skyreach Catacombs is really fun. Skyreach Pinnacle, it's really good. There's a lot of fun stuff in here, which I had no idea about because I just ignored it. I thought this is where people go to level and to do pug trials. Ugh. I was always an organized guild trials guy, and by the time I did the story here, I must have done the Crag trials like 30 times, 50 times each. Who the hell knows? So I was really surprised at how good and interesting the story is. The zone really feels like a wild adventure-laden place. The story is like cool and weird and interesting. The Celestial thing, it actually has a weird kind of crazy Elder Scrolls logic to it. You know, Elder Scrolls is a weird franchise, you know? And we don't get enough of that always. But thank you so much for the raid. Hope you're having a lovely, lovely stream. We were skating. Ah. Alatariel saying, hey everyone, Wheelman, lately I've been trying to figure out how to finish Tanlarin's rapport bar, but I can only think of a few daily things. And yeah, not pure, hope you're good, Khan, mate. Yeah, no worries, man. Doing pretty good, thank you. We got old school Doom clones to play around with later. That's the other thing we're doing in Gamesfest, playing different bonus games every day. Today it is Heretic, which came out the year after Doom. It's like a swords and sorcery take on a Doom game. It was literally made in the Doom engine. And yeah, I'm looking forward to messing around with that a little bit later. Coincidentally, it came out the same year as the Elder Scrolls Arena. Right, Blastbone seems to be behaving, so I'm going to go for 1 in 3 casts. Oh, I can't, my stam's running a little bit low. I'm a little bit dismayed at how easy these are to solo now. Like, they've been soloable for a long time. Like 6 years at least. But they were never this easy. Like, this is ridiculous. And I'm not even on an Arcanist or anything. Not a single Arcanist ability in play here. So yeah, it would be even more like AFK mode on an Arcanist, right? But yeah, Wheelman, good luck with Tanlarin. Like I said, I've tested most of the companions on PTS when they come out, because it's a fun thing to do, especially if you're streaming. But this is the first companion I've ever had on live, and I only got him because it was a sub goal. And the community voted, the viewers voted by a landslide, unsurprisingly, for me to get this guy. I thought it'd be a toss-up between Zereth Var and Ember. It was actually a toss-up between Zereth Var and Izzy. Right? Loads of you wanted Isabel. The thirst for Isabel is real, apparently. What would you guys think? Would you guys be supportive or deeply disappointed if Zos released a companion which is a total thirst trap? I don't know how they would do that, really. The game engine isn't... It's a bit old, and... I don't know what, we don't have boob physics or jiggle physics or whatever you want to call it, anything like that to really sell that sort of gaming stereotype. But yeah, I wonder what the attitude would be towards a character who just shows up half naked, whether they're male or female. I think a lot of people would be like rolling their eyes. I think I would be, but I wonder if people would be into it. But thank you, Pre-Matthew, for the follow. Thank you so much, guys. Love a good skate, not pure. I bet. And thanks for the follow, Skyfox, as well. Much appreciated. 6 years ago, Waltronium, good DPS is like 35k. I mean, remember that the dummy didn't exist back then. I just like, you're not wrong, but remember that was 35k DPS a long time ago, like, yeah, 6-7 years ago was considered very, very good. But that was on a dummy with no debuffs. Right, so all they had to do, they didn't even buff anyone's damage, they just released the Trial Atronach dummy, and suddenly 80k was... That 35k was actually 80k all along. It's not quite right to say DPS has increased 5-fold. It's increased more like 2-fold. That's still insane. And the dummy has also been nerfed a little bit over time. It's been buffed and nerfed and things have been changed.
Now, how did I know it was you who was helping the aspects?
Of course you knew.
They convinced me that they are what they say they are. The time has come to restore what was shattered and lost.
That's the name of the quest. That's the rare quest where they actually say the name of the quest. It's always a cheesy thing. There's like a meme of movie critics that when the name of the movie is like said out loud by one of the characters, they just get up and leave the cinema. I'm not going to get up and leave this game or this quest, but yeah. Every Harry Potter movie, pretty much. Oh, they never say the whole thing, I suppose, do they? But it's a moment I chuckle at in every Potter movie. The first time one of the characters says his name in a really epic manner. Sometimes it's, like Malfoy gets one or two of them, doesn't he? Harry Potter, you know, like, sometimes it is, I think Gary Oldman definitely gets one of them. What's his name? Sirius? I'm not a huge Potter fan, I'll be honest. Don't sue me. Don't flame me. But I've seen the movies a few times. They're sort of a British institution, I guess. It's a bit like that, right? New Namtab, you were right. Just got my last 2 event tickets. Wish I'd known that before. And Tiago, welcome new followers. Yeah, no worries, New Namtab. I'm glad to throw out the occasional bit of useful information.
Both the mage and the warrior. We need the guardians. All 3 of them.
Well, Tronium, I just bought Tanlorin in IA and would grind some arcs. Nice. For Tanlorin Rapport, uesp.net. Thank you, Alatariel. UESP is the bomb. Occasionally, when there's like a brand new patch and something's been changed, then you might get a few days or a week or whatever before they update, because they don't pull their data from the actual game, the way that some things do. So it has to be manually updated. But what a resource. Amazing. Yeah, follows are free on here, right, Wheelman? Yeah, absolutely. Unless that's changed somehow. Sorry, it's been a while. Still half asleep, so my concentration is lacking this morning. No worries at all. And hey, Maya, she's giving the doggo a treat. Give doggo a treat, make it so. Number 1. By the way, did you guys notice, did anyone who saw Star Trek Picard in Season 1, you noticed that he named his dog Number 1? How cute is that? And Ninja Pulse, so that's Maya, by the way. I'm one half of Ninja Pulse Gaming, Maya is the other half, my wife, co-host, and yeah, just the awesome community manager and streamer that she is. So that's her saying hello in chat, it's not me typing to myself. Hey, Wheelman, thanks for the follow. And yes, follows are indeed free. They are a way to signal support and tell sponsors and things like that. They will look not so much at subs, but at follows and concurrent viewer numbers, that kind of thing. And it makes it easier for us to attract that kind of thing. So we can fund the stream and fund what we're doing without having to, like, you know, hold out our hands to you every single day. Please sub. Which, you know, that kind of support is required as well to make it work. But eventually, streamer channels can get to the point where a lot of their income and a lot of the foundation for that platform they have is actually coming from elsewhere. And, you know, it's beginning to happen for us, so very excited. I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab treats for the dog.
Then place it within the star map and let's see what it can show us.
Treats? Alright, I'm going to do something a little bit weird. I'm going to lower the microphone. Sit. If you're not sitting already, I was talking to you guys. No, I was talking to the dog. I'm going to lower the mic and turn up the gain. So you may hear some humming noises, but hopefully you'll hear the dog actually crunching on her little biscuit as well. Cute. That's the plan. Give me a moment. Here we go. Sit. Good girl. Did that work? Anyway, back to business. Kind of a messy eater. Yeah, I hope you heard the crunching and it wasn't too gross. I pitched the gain about right. Yeah, that's right, we'll train him. It's just me. Just me chowing down on a really hard... chowing down on some hard tack right here. Just to rewind chat a little bit before the raid. Oh, Al, you wanted to see the mount in all its glory? Sorry about that. What was that? What am I using? This one. The Crown Crate mount, I'm sorry. It's supposed to be a Titan that's had its wings clipped. Doesn't really work, in my opinion. They did a reasonable job, but it ain't right. It's not... That's not quite right, is it? It's clearly just a Welwer, you know, reskinned. And the companion has something similar, but I think I took the piss and gave him the Dramathra. Yeah, this one. Because I think his whole deal is that he hates Dramathra, so I gave him a Dramathra mount. Yeah, Moose was saying, yeah, you got to kite away from the group when you're safe. So you're safe. The further you are from group, the safer you are. Yeah, the further behind the healer you are, the better. Absolutely. And the safest you can be is you're in your player home. Very little chance of getting murdered there. Best kite is the fake tank kite in Pike Dungeons. Yes, yeah, so it was the Titan mount I held. Fake tanks make my heart hurt. Moose, I just stop damage when people kite. I'm not here to carry anyone. Fair enough. Wheelman, I may have ESO, but it has so many attack names that I feel like I do stuff at random. I mean, I haven't memorized the gaming lingo to carry on deep ESO conversation. That is fair enough. That is exactly... You're perceptive, basically. ESO is not a hard game to execute, like to do the moves and everything. That's pretty straightforward, actually. It's no Elden Ring. It's the depth of the combat system. Understanding what the buffs and debuffs do. Remembering which are present on each ability. Learning the duration and the effectiveness of your dots and being able to... Like, getting a build from someone is one thing. Being able to play it effectively is another. That's the main thing that Ninja Balls does, frankly. Or originally, is we would do mechanics and rotations. Teaching people how to execute their rotation properly. That was like the big thing that our guides were always about.
The other aspects, our other selves, have come into view. We must reach them before...
And could someone type for that was indeed the Titan mount?
The strength to face the lost one and break the serpent's will.
Okay, I did it. Forgot what Zenithvar's ultimate does. Damage, ultimately useless. So anyway, there we go. All caught up now. Thanks for steering into the stream. Frosty Tools. And Wheelman saying, that message was hilarious and appreciated too. Being in a wheelchair genuinely made me laugh. That's gold. And Tiago, with the situation with EA, I want to play a game, but a hard start any game. I see, like, my English is clunky. It's hard for you to start, like, to get into a game? Is that what you're saying? How do you intend to stop the Lost One, Allura? Allura.
We will need both strength.
She must be Italian, right?
According to the Seeker's sight,
Where do we start?
your judgment has served us well.
So if I remember correctly, this mage quest is sort of... It doesn't actually tie into the main story as a... Well, it does, but it's not, like, required. But it sort of encourages you to do a bunch of exploring. It'll take you to some of the delves and world bosses and things like that. I appreciate that. That's the kind of fetch quest I can get behind. You know, the content, the overland encounters and all that stuff, they're already there. I should really decon all of this crud that I'm picking up. My inventory is getting a little bit full, but we can wait. And Wheelman saying, hey, Ninja, got distracted by gaming talk, but I meant to say hello directly. Yeah, hello, no worries. And, yeah, feel free to call me Ninja or whatever the hell you want. It's absolutely fine. The name is actually Khan, and Maya is the other half of the Ninja Balls team, hence the name. I know it's dumb. It was originally called Maya the Barbarian. That's her in-game name. But there was so many people on here, not just me, but some of our officers and other things like that, that it just didn't really... It started to make more sense just to call the stream channel Ninja Balls Gaming. Or Ninja Balls. We'll try to be back in a bit. Yeah, no worries. How's it going, Maya? How's your day? I mentioned that you weren't feeling great today, a little bit tired, a little bit... what's the word? Under the weather? People were very sympathetic. We got lots of hugs. Yeah, of course, I have to go all the way around. You know how it is. Thanks, Tiago. Barbarian, yeah. Being over the weather is better, yeah. It's like the opposite of your ex-partner. You know, if you're over them, that's probably a good thing. If you're under them, might be even better. Hey, Zerathvar actually did something useful there. See that pole? That was not me. That was his Pyrogean armor. Yeah, being over the weather. Yeah, that is a weird phrase, actually, isn't it? Where the hell does that come from? Alright, so you will notice immediately, right? So we are in a group delve right now. And you'll notice that I'm not nuking the ads quite as fast. They've got a lot more HP. I mean, it's still super, super easy. But it's like a preview of what a higher difficulty of Overland might look like. Like, this is genuinely tricky to solo when it came out. You would want to be in here with a couple of people, ideally 4. It was designed for 4, but it was also quite easy for 4. If that makes sense. It's a lot of crafting stations. That's really fun. That totally looks like a stovetop from Fallout, doesn't it? Just flipped upside down as a Dwemer light. think I've ever looked under that before. That's fun. Zareth Paul's gaming. I like that. He's a fun character, that's for sure. But yeah, that's a group delve. That's the idea. That it was going to be a little bit more difficult to just walk in and clear these things on your own. Unfortunately, power creep has made it so that that idea is now a bit of a joke. But at the time, I think it worked. Use Seeker's Sight. Here we go. Cutscene time. One. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's easy. We just have to do it in order. It's kind of a puzzle. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. These sigils are pretty cool. It's like a butterfly, right? I don't recall these being used in any other part of the game. They probably are. Hey, Malia.
I remember you.
So if anyone hasn't done this, no spoilers, but it's all about the mage, the thief, and the warrior have been pulled out of the sky by the serpent. Even though these are constellations, they're also celestial beings at the same time. It's a little bit crazy. But it's kind of a fun idea, and I love it when Elder Scrolls just goes a little bit nuts and is very confident with fucking around with its cosmology. And that's what they're doing here in the Craglorn storyline. So these Celestials have been pulled out of the sky, and the serpent, it's apparently some sort of cyclical thing, like once per era, the serpent will try to do something like this. A little bit like the Grey March in Shivering Isles, maybe. I don't know if that's an apt comparison, but it's a little bit like that. And the mage and the warrior have been corrupted by the serpent as well, to serve its agenda of basically wasting all the sentient races from Tamriel and restoring just like the chaos of untamed nature. If you do Sanctum Ophidia, and the first boss, there's a portal mechanic, which no one does anymore, because it's so easy, you just skip it. But if you go into that portal, you can see a little vision of Cyrodiil in the future that the Serpent has planned. And the Imperial City is burning, the White Gold Tower is like broken and knocked over, and there's just jungle everywhere. And everything is overgrown and ruined. It's very, very cool. We keep getting the same one. This sucks. Well, Zerethvar seems to really like these encounters, so I guess it's good for something. And there's the ult. It's so nice the way that works every time. That's actually kind of fun. That makes it worth it. And yeah, so the warrior, that's a separate story. Like the stones have been corrupted. And the mage, the deal with her is that her aspects, she scatters her own consciousness in response to the serpent's attack. So we're trying to reassemble her various fragments to restore her sanity. And the last stage in that process is the assault on the Etherean Archive, where we finally rescue the mage from herself. She's locked herself in so she can't hurt anyone. But it's not really working. And like I said earlier, I love the way that the story is tied together. I think it's really good. Not pure. Sorry, I was out doing a dungeon for some peeps getting clear. Was listening though. Yeah, no worries. No worries at all. What is that emote, by the way? The Storm. That's awesome. We playing Sork or? But yeah, so now that we've covered like every zone story, let's do a recap. Since some of you may not have been here for all of that. Favorite zone stories? Least favorite maybe? Or just favorite moments? Individual quests, whatever. I think the highlight for me was the twofer of Stormhaven and Rivenspire. Stormhaven wasn't that amazing in terms of like drama, but it you know, it's just nobles fighting with each other really and plotting. But it did have a pretty cool, like, Firebrand Keep. I forgot how cool that was. They built this really detailed castle where you can go inside and outside, and it's like it's a genuinely plausible location. There aren't that many of those in ESO when you think about it. And every area of the zone kind of had its own character. I think it might have been one of the earliest ones that they did. Stormhaven and Daggerfall were very early, so maybe they gave a little bit more lavish treatment than some of the later ones. But they feel very well realized. And then Rivenspire just has an excellent, crazy story. My favorite thing about Xerath is probably just some of the things he says. In the same way that my favorite thing about Borderlands 4. I was really having fun in that game, to be fair. If it weren't for Gamesfest, I would have played it a lot more. Even though we were doing Gamesfest, I still found quite a lot of time to do it. But I picked the Ammon character, who's like a Viking with elemental attacks. And his chat is just hilarious. He's very sort of epic and kind of like an aggressive dwarf. And, you know, the way the voiceover is coded. A grand old gentleman of combat kind of thing. Ironhead. See, I feel like you can see and feel the difference immediately, that this is a group delve rather than a regular one. Oh, another puzzle. These, I don't love doing these when I'm streaming story content. Because I kind of have to focus. But yeah, lots of you agreed that Rivenspire was the best. What are the other, like, standouts? Or are there, like, particular DLC zones that you guys are looking forward to me getting to. I'll probably just continue the story run until we're done. We'll see. I'll do whatever if there's an appetite for it and it's fun. Alright, he doesn't have as many lines as I would like. Be cooler if he had a few more. But yeah. If anyone does get to play Borderlands 4 in the near future, I haven't picked a character yet. I don't think he's the most popular by any means. But if you just want very funny dialogue popping off as you make your way through the game, that guy, Amon, the white-haired Viking guy, the voiceover is just fantastic. When he levels up, he says stuff like, "I grow in strength." It just cracks me up every time. I think if you did something that cheesy in an Elder Scrolls game, it would bump me, but like in Borderlands, it's very silly and over the top. It's not meant to be taken particularly seriously, I feel like. Chain of the Werewolf lead. I must have dug that up before, right? Apparently not. Seriously? I never got the Chain of the Werewolf? No, that can't be. I must have got it and, like, deconned it. I'm genuinely curious now. Antiquities. Oh, it's not called Chain of the Werewolf, is it? Being dumb. Yeah, it's the Shapeshifter's Chain. That's it. So yeah, I did dig that one up. I was going to say, what? But welcome on in, everybody, if you just joined us. Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday. This is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. I hope you're having a good day. We should be joined by Maya at some point. I'll just message her, see if she's actually getting a lunch break today. I guess maybe she won't. That's a shame. Just too busy. Bob Ezekiel, how's it going? Maya, I guess, yeah, I just messaged you. I guess maybe you're not getting a lunch break today. That's kind of dumb of me. I should have realized that. But yeah, we are just zooming through Craglorn's story today. That's weird. Stampede didn't want to go through that door. Funny when that happens. It's actually quite nice doing something a little bit more difficult. I mean, it's difficult maybe stretching it, but at least feel like I have to do something to kill these mobs now. And my proc has a chance to go off and actually have an effect. That's cool. There's Ironhead again. I'm going to skip him this time. Clearly there was one thing that we forgot to do. That I forgot to do. Is this bugged out again? Oh, come on. But we just did this. So I'm guessing Maya isn't able to answer. I was literally just here. Come on, man. I'm guessing there's one more interaction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? I see. Alright, Maya, thank you. Phone must have been unlocked when I put it down on my desk. It didn't react. So thank you for that. No Maya today. That's a bit of a shame. But hey, it means you can bill that time elsewhere. So that's cool. So I guess I just did this and then ran away? Was we're supposed to talk to her? God damn it. The serpent's hunting you. Come on, let's go.
Watch yourself as you exit this cave. You resemble food to the residents of this place.
Sorry, sad times. Yeah, indeed.
Meet us back at this winery. We will proceed with our
Hey,
plan from there.
Skull Smart. Travel to player. Well, regardless of whether Maya's going to be with us or not, Farian and Alora look the same. Yeah, they are. They're exactly the same. They're all the mage. They're all like aspects of her power and essence that she... I guess she did it to herself, I think, if I remember it correctly. So the serpent couldn't capture her whole self and have access to all that power. That's the idea. But then, like, the primary part of the mage wakes up in Craglorn not knowing quite how she got there or necessarily who she is. And that's why she seeks refuge with the first mages, or whatever they're called, in Elinir.
Have been gathered.
I kill elves for septims, I know that name.
We know exactly where she hides. At the beginning.
So they're all pretty much the same.
Thank you for returning our aspect.
Is this a sneaky Maya? Yes.
Discussed among ourselves.
Alright, kiddings. I suppose I best go adult for a bit. Don't adult for too long, alright? It's bad for your health.
The best we can hope for.
Come up for air now and then. Come up for nonsense. Speaking of coming up for air, I'm going to go and feed the dog. Who wants some food? What? What? Oh my god. I almost feel bad. Yeah, this is a sneaky Ahal sitting in lecture and not being able to hear anything. Got alert, kiddings. See you later. Yeah, hopefully. That'd be lovely. And have an excellent day if we don't catch you a little bit later on. Alright, guys. 2-minute break. I'll just leave you to look up Vala and her low-res costume. Would it be nice if they updated all this stuff? That'd be fucking badass. Use some of the new cosmetics, the hair, things like that. I would love it. Anyway, I will see you shortly. 2 minutes.
Hello there.
Ba 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 na na ba 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 na na oh ba 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 na na ba 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 ba.
We ain't found shit.
And we're back. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. Feeding the dog, very important. Dum 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 bum bum. You guys just blurping everything you can while I was AFK. Thanks, Maya. Thanks, Voltronium. Chewbacca needs to be louder, apparently. Yeah, and I had asked if we'd got a picture of the tattoo. Ba 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 da ba na na. Alright, I'm done. I can't believe I'm singing along to this stuff. It's compulsive, man. But yeah, so Maya shared the picture of the tat. Proud of you for getting that. Like, that was a fairly impulsive thing. Like, she settled on the design idea. Like, during Gamesfest, and then we refined and confirmed the final design. It's not our idea. Like, Maya had seen a tattoo similar to this done before, but it was even simpler. It was basically a stick figure cat almost. Very, very simple. We added a few touches to make it a little cuter. If anyone missed the link, it's linked just above. You can scroll up and see it. But yeah, proud of you, Maya, for doing that. Pretty awesome. I like it when people say they're going to do something, and then they do it. Yeah, me too. Yeah, no worries. And Maya, since you're listening, I got another question. Very unimaginative, but I'm genuinely curious about this. Favorite game of Gamesfest so far? That is for everyone. Oh, you know what? I'm going to be lame and I'm going to get a cheeky repair. Sure you won't regret it in 30 years? I can't imagine she will. Like, because then Ted will be long, long dead. And it's just a cute little reminder. It's a funny tattoo. It'll be hella faded. In 30 years, anyway. Unless it gets refreshed, you know, re-inked. But it'll just be a reminder of this insane and weird little guy that we had living with us for 2 decades. Hey doggo, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Yeah. She's looking at me like, you talking to me? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Good girl. Doggo says hello, chat. She's very waggly, very happy, very grateful. Lunch is her favorite time of day. I think it's her favorite thing ever. Breakfast and dinner, no, those are awesome, but lunch, for some reason, that's the shit. That's like her happy place. Yeah, doggo, man. They absolutely destroy me. And this one in particular, she's something. Chocolate Labrador, she's the second chocolate Labrador we've had. First one passed away a couple of years ago. He was amazing. Like, if not for her, he would have gone down in history as, like, one of the all-time great dogs. I guess, yeah, I mean, he was. Travis was awesome, but, yeah, somehow this one decided to be even sweeter, more affectionate, more obedient. Which is important in a dog. And sillier, and yeah, all of the fun things that you want. Like, I love cats. Cats are amazing. They're so funny, and they're lovely to look at, and very graceful, intriguing creatures. But there is a depth to the relationship you can have with the dog. Not every dog. It depends on the dog, and it depends especially on the person, the family. But there is a depth of relationship you can achieve with a dog that just simply isn't possible with a cat. We and they do not have the tools needed to communicate mutually the way that we can with dogs. It's something else. Choco Labs are great dogs. Yeah, I mean, a Labrador there's a reason it's one of the most, like, generic breeds and popular breeds in the world. Oh yeah, we're going through the sewers, aren't we? I love Elinia, by the way. How cool is this place? There's nothing in the base game that's quite like this. Even though in a lot of ways this should be the least interesting part of Craglorn. Belkarth in this place, it's all familiar architecture. We've seen it all before, right? I love it here. Sometimes I think really well-constructed game worlds should create additional content that occurs in the same place. I don't know, I wonder if we're missing an opportunity to make money here. Not we, but, you know, studios. Cyberpunk springs to mind. You know, the city is just an incredible accomplishment. But everyone just wants the game to continue. And I would gladly pay for additional DLCs that were, you know, maybe a little bit not as ambitious as Phantom Liberty. It's a very ambitious DLC. But if they'd made stuff for Cyberpunk 2077 that was, I don't know, just more character-based. You know, they will flesh out an area of the city that didn't have that many buildings you could go into. Or didn't have, you know, that many unique stories. And just set a bunch of new gigs and jobs around the area. Plus a self-contained story arc that you could do. I think that'd be a ton of fun. ESO devs have a fascination with islands and cults. Every new DLC has them. Yeah, that's because of the constraints of doing it, like creating another zone which is like its own self-contained thing. I do wonder. I think in the case of ESO, it's easier to understand why they don't release. Maybe they'll start doing this more, right? Hopefully. We already know they're doing a Dark Brotherhood story. Maybe that will add a small zone somewhere around here. Maybe it'll take place across all the base game zones, and it will just be story content. And you know, there'll be new instanced things in the same way that, you know, they were able to add Balsanar to Stonefalls. But of course, it's really just a door, and once you go through it, you're in a new instance which has been added separately to the game files. They could do it like that. I'm really intrigued, but I think surely that is the thing that a lot of players would be happy to pay for. It's not as easy to market as a brand new zone, brand new expansion. Maybe that's the difficulty. They wouldn't know how to sell it. I suspect that's probably the reason we don't get these kind of things. But I think it could be great. You know, if the hard work has already been done, if you've got this sandbox or whatever you want to call it, where players enjoy hanging out, adding another story.
The lost one, and we will do the rest. Do not hold back. If you hesitate or falter,
I think it's a missed opportunity. Do we have to rip it up and start again each time? What do you guys want to see from future... what do we even call it? DLC expansions? They could add more Underdark areas in a DLC. Underdark, yeah. Yeah. Dungeon type stuff. It's kind of fun to think about what they could potentially do. You weaken the Lost Ones, or the Serpent's control, rather. Crazy. Yeah, man, it's really interesting to think about. I don't dare get my hopes up too high. That's another thing with Craglorn. It is liberally strewn with stuff you can read that just adds a little bit of depth to what's going on. I mean, look at these environments. There's nothing really... There are some cool environments in the base game. Especially unique places that you go towards the end of the Daggerfall Covenant storyline with King Emmerich. You know, you go into the places in Southern Bankerai. What's it called? The Hall of Heroes. You know, that's very epic. The whole Rivenspire bit, again, in DLC... sorry, DC, Shrouded Pass, all of that stuff is really cool. There's nothing quite like this. They did a really cool job with Craglorn. The single player stuff, anyway. Trials and single player, I think the idea of like veteran group Overland didn't work quite so well. How goes the stream, Khan? Solo, it goes pretty well, my friend. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Happy Tuesday. And not pure DLC-wise for ESO, is just dungeons and trials for me, as is what I do a lot. Overworld never interested me. What might it take? What's the kind of thing that they might be able to do that would get you going, alright, you know, I'm going to check this out when I have time. Because I'm the same as you. The overworld does interest me, I just don't make time for it. Honestly, that is one of the reasons for this task that we set ourselves throughout September. Do all the zone stories. I've forgotten so much of what happened. I'd forgotten Stormhaven entirely, and it's one of the ones that impressed me most. I loved it. The Firebrand Keep stuff. I was literally just running around the castle for 10 minutes going, holy shit, they built all this? It feels like a location from The Witcher 3 almost. That's an exaggeration. But it feels like a really beautifully realized and plausible place. In a way that MMOs, they don't do that kind of shit. It's not really in their interest to do it. This game needs more Varna's Galarian kidnapping DLCs. Galarian! Fuck yeah! That's what we need. And Greykirk, hello there! Sort of recovering from a slight fever. Or stomach flu, I can't tell. Well, I'm glad about the recovering part, but yeah, that sucks. Sorry to hear it. Oof. And not pure. I'm an endgame MMO person, same as any MMO I've played. WoW, Terra, BNS, Guild Wars 2, etc, etc. So is there no like overland type of thing? What about Imperial City? That's a very weird piece of content there. It's got 2 dungeons and a PvPvE zone, which is massively underrated. Like, that's a really difficult thing to pull off. They not only did they do it, they did a really, really nice job. It's a tribute to, like, Oblivion, and a really fun way to revisit those places and not just think to yourself, it doesn't look the way I remember, because you're horrified at how fucked up everything is. It's actually a really bold move. Here's a place that you love and that makes you feel happy. You know, nostalgia for that good old game, Oblivion, and now look how trashed the Imperial City is. It's easy to take it for granted, but that is a really ambitious thing for them to have done. I think they fucking nailed it. Just because PvEers don't really go there, or they go there and then they complain because they get killed. That sort of takes away from the fact that this is a really cool piece of content. Very well designed, very well executed. Obviously, it's become less cool over time because the PvE aspect has become very, very dull, and there's no threat. And there we go, speaking of which, Pluvio is a planet. Difficulty overhaul cannot come soon enough. Hopefully it is good. I completely agree. I was just saying in the group delves back there, even that slight increase, it's still a joke. It's still, I'm not breaking a sweat. I'm just kind of blah, 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 spamming through. But the idea of having to stop and maybe recover after each trash pull, that each trash pull is like a threat and a thrill when you get them stacked and you burst them down before they can really do enough damage to you. It's asymmetrical PvE, right? That could be a lot of fun, but nope. But even that slight glimpse of a higher difficulty by going into a group delve instead of a regular delve, it already makes me thirsty for that. So yeah, I completely agree with that. And not pure. I like the social aspect of getting clears and stuff in MMOs. Story never have interested me, ever. If I want story, I go and play stuff like Cyberpunk or Final Fantasy. Yeah. Alright, so I agree with that. I think Elder Scrolls Online and Star Wars The Old Republic are relatively unique and having stories that are actually worth a damn. I can't comment on Guild Wars 2, but I'd be surprised if it were to change my mind. Storytelling in MMOs is usually just a thing that they do because it needs to be there. You know? It's like when you go to a fast food restaurant and Hey Maya. The story in an MMO is like the salad, the lettuce in your burger from McDonald's. They only put it there because everyone expects it to be there. It's absolutely not why anyone is going to the, going to the place and buying the stuff. ESO and Star Wars The Old Republic did not do it like that. Final Fantasy, to some degree, these are a bit more story-driven. I think ESO had to be. They're basically told, don't just do that bullshit MMO thing where you reskin WoW and call it a new game. No, this has to be a believable, breathing world with real characters and story. So they took it seriously. They hired actual writers. They hired some really great people to work on this game. So I completely understand where you're coming from, Not Pure. But I think this one might merit some special attention. Not all of the stories are great. By no means. Absolutely not.
Wait, they were telling the truth? I guess it makes sense. They did all look and talk the same.
This guy. Yeah, and the story beats do not have the emotional punch of something like a Cyberpunk. Absolutely not. Like the way that guy just went from disbelief to okay in like one sentence. They ask a lot of the voice actors sometimes to get, to expect them to convey some of this stuff. Alright, so I guess we're done with Craglorn. Yeah, there's only the repeatable stuff left now. So that means Orsinium, ladies and gentlemen. I know it feels a little bit underwhelming. Craglorn doesn't really have a beginning, a middle, and an end the way the others do. I mean, the trial, ultimately, is the conclusion. Etherean Archive to complete the bit we were just doing about the mage. Helra Citadel to complete the bit earlier about the warrior. And then finally, Sanctum Ophidia to finally shut down the Serpent and all their bullshit. So yeah, Orsinium, let's go, baby! I'm excited. Who's excited? I fucking love this DLC, man. This one's so good. Friendship Gate, that goes to Orsinium, right? Let's actually go through Stormhaven. So yeah, Voltronium, question. What would be some good, easy to get sets for a bow build? Just want to throw it together and do my dailies on a bow build later. You could get Venomous Smite. You can even get a precise bow of Venomous Smite from one of the quests here in Solitude. You could buy it from traders. You could farm it. Whatever, you can probably print it if your sticker book is full enough already. But yeah, there's a quest, I think about halfway through the main story here in Western Skyrim, and they'll give you literally a precise bow of Venomous Smite. That's pretty useful. And it's not the greatest proc set for damage, but it's not the worst. I'd say, in terms of damage proc sets, it doesn't have a ton of cleave damage or anything like that, but it's up there. It's pretty good. And you're, as you say, you're not asking for like super duper meta. What's the other one? There's some stuff from... Is it Green Shade? Yeah, the Wilder Queen's Arch. So, your bow attacks reduce movement speed of enemies and increase your movement speed by 40%. Like, that's kind of crap, but it's something. You're disappointing. You'd expect the Bosmer areas to have something a bit cooler in terms of like bow-themed. But you can also go with Deadly if you're using a lot of dots, Tideborn if you're using a lot of direct damage, and then just Order's Wrath. You know, these are crafted sets. So yeah, always consider the crafted sets. They're so handy now. It's kind of crazy. Oh, actually, to be fair, we should track down Stugga, shouldn't we? Isn't she in Rivenspire these days? We can't go without saying hi to Stugga. Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Roses are red, violets are blue. Do you know how long I've been looking for you? It's a Valentine's card we post every year in our Discord with a little picture of Stugga. This might be her. Oh! There she is! I don't think she says the line anymore.
Do you know how long I've been looking for you?
There we go. But they redid the voiceover because they had to add a bunch of new dialogue. So they gave her a more throaty, orky lady voice. That's amazing. You're looking for me?
Yes. Here. A letter.
Actually, let's hear it again.
Do you know how long I've been looking for you?
Oh, that really tickles me. For those who've only started playing ESO like in the last year or so, this is an infamous character. She used to be encountered in every capital city, so anywhere where people would go to pick up pledges, and she'd just chase you around, go, do you know how long I've been looking for you? But yeah, they moved her, they deleted all those instances of Stugga and moved her here. This is Shornhelm, by the way, Shornhelm Stables. If you're interested, this is where you can find her. On characters who haven't done Orsinium, obviously. But there was an April Fool's a while back. I think maybe last year, maybe the year before. They said they were going to release Stugga as a companion. And I can't remember what the jokes were, but it was like, her rapport decreases every 10 seconds that you're not in Hrothgar. And she just constantly runs after you, asking if you know how long she's been looking for you. Very funny.
You know
Oregon Cake, happy Tuesday, Khan and gang. Lurking and working-ish. Hey, Oregon Cake, happy Tuesday to you. Thank you so much. And not pure, I do like watching people play the story. Just get that right, I just don't want to play it myself. Yeah, I get that. I've even been asked, like Lucht himself, I think, said to Maya one time, you guys, honestly, if you were to make nicely edited story videos that summarize the story content, showed us like the key beats, and then voiced it in the way that you normally do with your videos, I would watch the shit out of that. Because I don't want to play it myself, but I do like the world and the setting, and I'd be interested to know what exactly I'm missing. I'm just not gonna spend that time, because if I have 2 hours to play ESO, there are other things I'm gonna prioritize. I get that. I'm the same. Again, this is why I'm doing. This is one of the reasons we're doing this. So yeah, totally fair enough. Totally fair. And earlier, Not Pure was saying, like, I understand why people love the story. I've run it with a bunch of people who clear all the stories and whatnot. But it's always the worst part of an MMO, in my opinion. Just how I've always felt. I think it usually is the worst part of an MMO. Is it the worst part of ESO? Worst might be... That makes it sound bad. It is... Yeah, I'd say Trials, Dungeons, PvP. Yeah, I'd put all of those over story. So I'm kind of there with you. Tales of Tribute is definitely below story for me. But yeah, that's a fair point. What keeps Zos from nerfing classes instead? Yeah. They don't... it doesn't feel good. Players don't like being nerfed. Even when they ask the devs, oh, you got to rebalance this, you got to do that. When they accomplish those things via a nerf, it feels bad. It's a very imperfect analogy, but the example often given is a lot of political parties will campaign on a promise to cut taxes, right? It is an obvious vote winner. We're going to put money in your pockets, ladies and gentlemen. And sometimes they will even make this promise when it is reasonably responsible to do so, right? We're in boom times, the government is doing okay, the deficit isn't like a terrifying thing, so they will cut taxes. But then what do you do when times are tough? Do you then raise taxes again? That fucking sucks. You're just delaying the pain, trying to score points. So the idea is not to buff players too much, because if you then need to nerf them again later, it sucks and they don't like it. That's why we get this cycle of buff, 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 and then the occasional nerf and freak out. Problem is, Zos have been... I think they've been quite lax in paying attention to just how much they're buffing damage and power and things like that. CP 2.0, hybridization, subclassing. You know, these are big... The introduction of mythics, the introduction of new mythics that add a lot of overhead power. It's difficult to keep the lid on this stuff, and Zos maybe have held the lid a little bit too loosely in previous years. It's usually big changes like hybridization, CP, the new CP system. It's not new anymore, it's like 4 years old or whatever. But you know what I mean, when these things came along, they added quite a lot of power overnight. And it wasn't immediately clear, not even to the players, quite how impactful that was going to be. But suddenly we could run max health food and still sustain. You know, things like this, that's a big deal. That increases survivability. It means you can put more points into damage, yada yada yada, all this stuff. Survivability, sustained damage, all going up at the same time. Tanking becomes easier. Yeah. That's how we end up in this upward spiral. And not for PvP, the ping kills us here in Australia. Fair enough, but I've enjoyed it from what I've played. And yeah, the Old Republic was not bad with the story. Galaxy was even better. I never played that. But not many stories have grabbed me in MMOs. That's because it's a straitjacket. It's a really, really difficult thing. I bet it's 10 times harder to tell a good story in an MMO than it is in any other game. That is why the likes of Blizzard, they just don't bother. because it's so hard. And what's the payoff? No one's playing Warcraft for the story. They're playing it because they want to be there. That's their hang. I think the difference is that because of the... Like, no one played the original Warcraft games, you know, the RTS. No one was there for the story. So it kind of made sense to use that setting. It was very cartoonish. It just borrowed very liberally from Tolkien and Warhammer. It was very generic and derivative. Just transplant that into an MMO, create the systems, make it work, boom. Blizzard did a great job. And look where they are. Whereas ESO had a very different kind of genesis, right? They had this... single-player RPG thing that they had to somehow live up to and stay true to. You could argue stories in Oblivion and Skyrim also aren't that great, but it's not about the main quest, unlike the ABCD kind of story. So yeah. And the Old Republic tried doing something quite ambitious, again, because of the legacy of the games it was based on. They were very story-rich. Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2. And not pure, I've played every Elder Scrolls game except for Redguard, so I'm a fan, but with everything I do, I play normally. Just look up a lore man for ESO. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing more videos like that. Tedmeister dropping by for a while or having coffee. Dungeon Goose there, Bliss. Awesome. And not pure, well, Bethesda, well, let's say I have a lot of love-hate there with stories. Yeah, that's well put. Let's read this very quickly. Accept this invitation, carried by one of my most trusted messengers in friendship and respect. In the name of the mighty King Kurog, I bid you welcome and invite you to test your mettle in the wilds of majestic Hrothgar. So bear in mind, this was like the enticement. Go and play the new zone, guys. The awesomer care not where your loyalties lie. Come help us rebuild the city of Orsinium and squelch the Winterborn menace. Aid the king in his worthy endeavors, and riches and honors will be bestowed upon you. Yada yada yada. We get it. Where's the Hrothgarian ambassador? We have to go all the way to Auridon? What? Fine. And just a heads up, I think so far, Orsinium is my favorite story, zone story in ESO. It manages to be about, like, a clash of cultures and heritage and history and all that stuff, but it's mostly just about individuals, you know, people, what they want for the future, what they want for their people. And I don't know, it's just it navigates those waters pretty intelligently, and in a way which like pulls the curtain back on the orcs, which are always a bit of a one-note race. They tried developing them a little bit in Skyrim, but not in a way which made sense. Like the whole stronghold system, where it's like a pride of lions. One male rules the roost and gets to have sex with everyone, and everyone who isn't him or his offspring has to leave. That would just be like the most inbred, fucked up group of people. They would be utterly useless. So it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really stand up to scrutiny. And I'm glad they didn't really go with that in ESO. They suggest that that is more of a like an ultra-orthodox version of Orcness. A bit like the Bosmer and their Green Pact thing. It's not a thing that all Wood Elves do. Some are just cultural Green Pacters, you know? Some are very orthodox, and others just ignore it altogether. Anyway, here we go.
If you have a letter from the Forge Mother, then you've come to the right place. And we don't even care that you're one of those Khajiit-loving, Bosmer-liking, preening like a high elf, card-carrying members of the Aldmeri Dominion. No offense.
Card-carrying isn't a particularly offensive. Preening like a high elf? I literally am a high elf. Or whatever. And we'll join in the legendary Stugger Daedric Prince of Messages. Yeah. And Tedmeister, I haven't got out of Volkul Guard yet. Nice. Well, enjoy. And not pure, there was a group that did Fallout and some Elder Scrolls a while back on YouTube. Very well edited. Nice. Ujimax, I like nerfs. Wish there were more. I kind of do too. I'm kind of with you on that one. I was talking to Sparrow last night about a sort of a craze or a trend that's going around some of the veteran trial groups that they will play classic ESO. So they will use a trial comp from 2018 or something like that, 2017, and just try to complete VMOL with those setups. You can only use sets that were used back then. I don't know about CPs, if they're even allowed. So you're basically nerfing the shit out of you and your group, and then trying to do the content anyway. He sounded like he'd had quite a lot of fun. I'm thinking the problem there is the psychological component of I know that I've nerfed myself. I know that I'm playing blindfold or with one hand tied behind my back. So it's not going to hit the same as if I'm actually really pushing optimal everything, and it's just the content is really hard.
Of course, I'm also supposed to make sure you're willing to do a little hard work. I sent a caravan full of food and supplies to Orsinium.
Oh yeah, so we need to go and find the caravan. You're rebuilding Orsinium?
Well, not me personally, but yes. Orsinium is going to be grander and more magnificent than any previous version of the city. King Kurog has invited artisans and merchants. That's the king's beloved. Invaders from... What's an Achatir? The big animal next to me. That's an Achatir.
I'm still not sure why I received this invitation.
I can't get into too many details because I don't really know myself. I'm sure it has something to do with rebuilding the city.
Alright, cool. I'm ready. Let's fucking go. Here we go, guys. And not your shoddy cast that was there. Shoddy cast, that was their name. Excellent content for story stuff. Sad they disbanded. I see, right. Or maybe Maya and I could bring that back. I think having more of a lore focus on Elder Scrolls would be pretty fun. Especially in the way that ESO ties back into single player and mobile games and stuff like that. They do way more of this than people might realize. Like, did you guys know that Crypt of Hearts is essentially the whole thing is just is constructed as a giant tribute to partly the Elder Scrolls Arena, the very first game, but also the mobile game Shadowkey. They put their own story in there, like Narayaneth and all that stuff. That's got nothing to do with that, but it is it's like a prequel to a mobile game that nobody played called Shadowkey, which just kind of canonizes that in the lore. Look it up if you want to know more. It's really fun, and I've talked about this on stream before. But the way that the Telvos storyline in ESO connects back to the single player game Morrowind, TES3 Morrowind, is really beautifully done. I love it. So smart. And I didn't see it coming at all. It really hit me when I was there for the first time. Like, hang on a minute. Is that a reference to And it is. Really smart. Ujimax, ideally you would rise up on the streets and lay waste to central London. I read on the internet. Okay. And, Cicilina, to be frank, to be fair, they did acknowledge they knew subclassing would be a big power creep, and they said they were fine with it, which is wild. Yeah, that's what I mean. They underestimate, I think. And I think it's easy to underestimate. We do it too. Sometimes I will see something in the patch notes and say, well, that looks strong, but I won't in my head be able to sort of run the simulations of how it would actually play out to the point where I can say, no, that's too much. They need to change this. And it is perfectly valid to buff something. Oh, that's a little bit too much. We'll nerf it back a little bit. Maybe that was too harsh. Back in the middle. You swing the pendulum back and forth until it is about right. You keep tweaking. But, yeah. But yeah, Cicilina, you're right. Antrox, hey ninja. How's it going, Antrox? Welcome on in. My name's Khan, by the way. I'm just one half of the Ninja Pulls team. Maya, the other half, won't be joining us today, but she is here in spirit. She's actually typing in chat quite a lot as well. So if you see Ninja Balls Gaming typing something in chat, it's probably not me. It's probably my wife and co-host. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Good afternoon. Hope you're having a kick-ass day. Here we go. There's that infamous voiceover.
Damn it! Where are all these winterborn marauders coming from?
There she is.
Anyone see where the chief and his warriors went? Anyone?
It's not a great British accent, but I think she's a good enough voice actor that I just let her off the hook. It's a bit unfair, but it does put me in mind of Dick Van Dyke in Mary Poppins. Again, such a beloved performance that you forgive the awful accent. God blimey, Mary Poppins! it's a little bit like that, right? I'm an American. I can do a British accent easy. No, you can't. I mean, there are Americans who can, obviously, but I think we just take it for granted. Like the Brits or the Europeans in general, much of the Western world, we're so saturated with American movies, music, TV, and just culture in general that it is a lot easier for us to imitate an American accent, some of the more prominent regional accents, than it is for an American to pick up on a Cockney accent, which they generally only hear in really exaggerated form in a Guy Ritchie movie. So when we hear them trying to do it, or a posh English voice, it's like, you're not quite... I can see what you're going for, but you're not quite there. So respect to anyone that can actually do it. Anyway. It's Shell, bro. How you doing, Shell? And Ujumak's finances are met anyhow. As soon as the global financial system collapses or the Russians drop the bomb, I'm sure the masses won't blame the government. What are we talking about here? Ujumax, can you RP more and take a caravan boat instead of porting? I was going to RP and come through the gates. But then I thought, no, we got to go and see Stugger, don't we? I'm not really an RPer. Alright, Everly, let's say hi. Likes to play catch. Oi, oi! How's it going? Any good Necro PvE builds? It's funny you should say that. What kind of PvE are we talking? I'm on a Necro right now. I mean, just use Gravelord and something else. Storm Calling if you're by yourself, if you're soloing or pugging a lot of random dungeons. Might not be the worst idea. Adric Spear is just there because it's easy. The passives are kind of free. Puncturing Sweep is crazy. Crescent Sweep is good if you're fighting a lot of, like, groups. And this is not a build, alright? This is not a build that I've done a write-up for or anything like that. But, yeah. Just out of curiosity, Solo, do you actually use Blimey in conversation? Personally, no. Maybe if I was in the company of someone I didn't want to swear in front of. Like, I wasn't quite sure. You know, like your fiancé's parents, maybe. You're not entirely sure the extent to which you can get away with effort and blinding. But yeah, it's sort of thing that some people say. Blimey. It's kind of like saying, fucking hell. Urban Sasquatch. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Maya hyping us up. Alright. Speaking of hype, and since we've got Maya here to support us, if any of you are interested in supporting the channel, I just feel like I will get in trouble with Maya if I don't say this. Maya, exactly. Yeah, Maya does use it in conversation. I was going to say maybe you do, I'm not sure, but... yeah, but I'll get in trouble if I don't say this. So today, there are 2 reasons to gift a couple of subs in the channel. Well, 3 actually. There's the ongoing September discount, only for a few more days, 25% off. But there's also that's, you know, if you wanna sub for a couple of months in advance, we certainly wouldn't say no to that. If you want to gift subs to others in the channel, Valorant are doing they're matching gifted subs with a random dice roll. We saw one the other day where someone gifted 5 subs and Valorant added 50 subs on top of it. And thirdly and finally, if you look down on the bottom left there, if we hit 20 subs today, I have pledged that in addition to playing Heretic, Shadow of the Serpent Riders, you know, the Doom clone, Swords and Sorcery Doom clone from 1994, we will also play Star Wars Dark Forces right here today, another Doom clone, and we'll pick those apart and have a little bit of fun with them before the end of the stream. So if you guys are interested in that, please do consider supporting the channel. We absolutely need the support. It's been an amazing month, but it's not really... September is one of those where you have to go big or your channel is gonna die. Pretty much. And we are trying to grow this thing. Why does it keep getting me to talk to that guy instead? So if you've got any subs lying around, please do consider spending them here with us. Whoa, Maya's spamming the chat with emotes here. Rigor Mortis, what's up? Khan in chat, what's up, Rigor? How's it going? And Uji Max, the only way Evelyn would be an even better character would be with a Mancunian accent. Oh, you're not wrong. But they haven't really got... Wood Elves don't ever go northern like that, do they? Alright. No, that went a bit more Midlands there, didn't I? These people are injured. What happens if the Winterborn come back? Someone has to protect them. Sorry for all the Mancunians out there. That is not great.
I knew I liked you the moment I saw you.
Aren't you coming with me?
Eventually. Maybe. I mean, look around. These people are injured. What happens if the Winterborn come back? Someone has to protect them. Keep them from being picked off one by one.
But yeah, Antrox currently using the skills from a Lazybone skills. I don't know what that is. And half of the items I don't have the Corpse Burster set from Infinite Arca. You don't need Corpse Burster. Oh, whoa, look at this! Oh, Erin! Once again! And Valorant being stingy and only adding 1 sub there. But thank you so much for the gifted subs. Wow, that is an immediate hype train trigger, Erin. You want her as a companion, likes to play catch? Alright, guys. Erin, thank you so much for getting us off the ground. That is 6 out of 20. We're over a quarter of the way there. We got 4 and a bit minutes to extend that hype train, get into level 2. Can we do it? Can we do it? We had a great day yesterday. This is the final day. I think that Valorant thing applies. After today, it is gone, and it won't be back for another year, maybe ever. But thank you so much, Erin. That's amazing. And congrats to everyone who got a... Yay, Alienware. I love the name. Gamba time. Thank you, Erin. Wow. Yeah, Maya's saying thank you as well. Uji cheering. Hype. Rigor Mortis continuing the gift sub. Rigor Mortis, thank you so much. That is so much appreciated. We've hit level 3. We've broken level 2 already. Crazy. Alright, thank you guys. We're off. If anyone else fancies contributing, I know, all streamers are asking throughout September. We don't take it for granted. We're enormously grateful. We really are. It's just that today, we've got the Valorant giveaways as well. You never know. We might hit the jackpot and score 50 free subs from Valorant. Who can say? They always give 1, I think, and then there's a random number that they can add on top of it. Maya just going crazy with the Yoshi emojis in chat there. Anyway, Maya, I'm trying to quest here as well. Yeah, I think she'd be a fun companion. That's not a bad call. Oh, wow. Uji Max, thank you for the bits. Wow, thank you for the cheer. That's getting us closer. Advancing towards level 3. See if can we beat level 2, guys. Alright, let's do some actual combat. Feels wrong to be so like hyped up and just chatting to... Oh, Rigor Mortis gifted a sub to Ballora. Wow. Thank you so much. There's a goth Breton in the Dark Brotherhood. Yes. She's a LaChance, right? Lucian LaChance. She's one of her, one of his ancestors, right? Now Belorda can have a sub too. Yeah, thanks so much. That's amazing. Ba 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 da ba. Maya, that's slightly at odds with the whole sort of snowy, frosty theme here. Love it. Zerith saying, "Show me your claws," as he just dicks on a guy. Belorda on Discord. Rico, thanks, you idiot. Really? Why, you idiot? Bit harsh? No, but thank you so much. We appreciate the support enormously. And it doesn't have to be subs, guys. Even if you're just here, hanging out, sitting through ads, commenting in chat. We say it over and over again. We really do mean it. None of it is taken for granted. We feel fucking privileged to be here, streaming to you guys. I just would kind of like to play some Star Wars Dark Forces later. Who knows? If we get close to 20, I might just make an exception and do it anyway. Ulsha.
I saw what you did out there.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm with Bozran. We were out on patrol when we saw the Winterborn attack the carrier.
But yeah, we've got 1.5 minutes left on that hype train, guys. Is there anyone else who wants to throw in a few subs on there?
Trying to chase them down.
Or cheer a few bits? Let's go, we can do it, we can do it! The same way we can crush the Reachmen here in Hrothgar.
Your courage, but I don't think you'll get to test it today. If I saw enough food,
So yeah, they're stealing supplies, they're trying to starve the orcs. It's not the most auspicious start to a storyline, is it? Supplies have gone missing. It's a little bit like Star Wars Episode 1. There's a trade dispute. And you're immediately like, are you fucking serious? But it does go somewhere. Oh, Gloomvex is here gifting subs. No way. Oh, Valorant added 3 bonus gift subs to that one. So there we go. We are now at 16 out of 20. 4 more puts us over the line. And then we're definitely going to do some Star Wars Dark Forces later. If you guys don't know what that game is, it is, like I said, it's a bit of a Doom clone. Hype train level 5, let's go! Crazy. Oh, thank you so much, guys. This is amazing. Hugely appreciated. Yeah, so it is... Star Wars Dark Forces ought to have been a game that came and went. You know? If you think about how franchise tie-ins normally go. Yeah, Maya saying, thank you, Gloomvex. Gloomvex, you're a legend. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. And Antrox saying, is the YouTube video Ultimate Guide to Necromancer still good? Yeah, it's pre-subclassing. So it's still good, but, you know, big pinch of salt. Remember that subclassing didn't exist when that video was made. But yeah, I think all the fundamentals are the same. It's just about how you combine those passives with other things. But yeah, once we get a little bit of stability in the fucking combat system here, I do plan to redo all of those videos. It's just, when they take like a week to make, it seems insane for me to do that. And then they're only going to be valid for a couple of months, tops. You know, it's just kind of crazy. Oh, Maya's spamming the emotes. Thank you so much, guys. There are 3 more minutes to see if we can cross the 20. Flamingo chat makes me so happy. Yeah, so the reason Dark Forces, I keep wanting to say Dark Souls, a franchise tie-in and a rip-off of like a game that's just been very popular. Like, imagine if Disney made a Souls-like right now. That's kind of what we're talking about. LucasArts making a Doom clone the year after Doom came out. 2 years after, actually. But the thing, and it was a clone. They ripped off the engine and all of the level design, a lot of it was, but they did also innovate in a couple of key ways. And crucially, they didn't just lazily make any old game. They actually put in the effort to make a decent game. So it's gone down as a bit of a triumph. And yeah, I'd love to show you guys why a little bit later. So we're going to play Heretic either way. But we've got 2 minutes of hype train left to see if we can slap Dark Forces Star Wars game, which is like set on board various Imperial bases, made by LucasArts, so it really looks and sounds and feels like Star Wars. Really fun. Also, check this guy. One of my favorite voiceovers in the game. So good.
You're the outsider who leaped into the bear's den to fight the Winterborn. Well, Shan, the wood elf,
Make it so.
Surprised you didn't end up all bruised and bloody like the rest of these fools. This is our...
Alright guys, we've got a minute and a half. Just over a minute to go. Is there anyone else? 4 subs would take us over the line. If you can make it 5, then Valorant will gift a few more, potentially. See if we can get the hype train into level 6. Wouldn't that be something? And then I'll shut up about it, I promise. But thank you so much for the support. It is what keeps us going day after day. If people would... if you don't want to live in a world where you log on to Twitch, you fire up Twitch and go to the Elder Scrolls category and you don't see Ninja Pulse Gaming there, ever, please do consider chucking us a couple more subs this month. I guess there's another few days on the September thing, but we've got 30 seconds left on the hype train at the moment. And Ujimax, what I find crazy is that during previous years there were so many combat overhauls. Now the current meta has been stale for years. People are complaining about scribing being underwhelming and certain DPS skill lines are too popular. There's a lot of a lack of nuance in some of the complaints, I think, or people not making their position quite clear. You know. All right, hype train completed. We've got 10 more seconds. Thank you so much, guys. I really, really appreciate the support. Oh, no. Oh, Erin just getting us over the line at the last moment. That is 22 out of 20. We are definitely playing some Star Wars Dark Forces later. You know, I'm really happy with that. Really grateful for the support, but also just delighted that I get to play that game again. I haven't played it in a long, long time. 1995. 30 years old. I bet that's older than some of you in chat, right? It's definitely not older than me. I was around. Ujimax, awesome, yeah! Rigor Mortis, am I the only one who doesn't have scribing leveled? I don't have the motivation. It doesn't take as long as you might think, to be fair. I'm just 35. Yeah, there we go. So it passed me by. I was definitely too young when this game came out, but yeah, I caught up with it later. It's like a classic. Alright, so he doesn't really trust us. But he's willing. Kid in chat alert, yeah. Nothing wrong with that, man. We're all nerding out about similar stuff at the end of the day. Well, thank you so much, guys. Massively appreciate it. Appreciate you. And like I said, it's not just those who are able to chuck a few subs at us now and then. It is all of you who just sub for yourselves or who just follow and sit through ads, type in chat, all of it. And that goes for any streamer, whether they let you know or not. You are helping them to keep their platform going and to turn it into something that can sustain them and their household, you know? It's gonna be a while before we get there, but we are on our way. And I'm very excited, and I cannot thank you guys enough. Rigor Mortis, but I feel like 85. Erin, no you, Maya. Ah, arthritis acting up again, is it? It's no joke, to be fair. You can get arthritis quite young, I think. Some people can, which is very unfortunate. But there we go. That hype train is going to conclude in just a little while. Should level up more, straight to gout. Yeah, so in about 2 minutes that hype train will complete. If anyone did want to jump in on that, get themselves a free emote unlocked, feel free. But yeah, the good news is Star Wars Dark Forces. And I'm not kidding when I say a Doom clone. Imagine the Doom gameplay, the really fast shooty. But you're just zooming around with a blaster and zapping stormtroopers instead of demons. It's actually a ton of fun. And it works. Like, they remastered it a few years back. Night Dive Studios, absolute legends. So it's very faithful. It plays exactly like the original, but it's just got, you know, better compatibility with modern systems, higher res, you know, all that stuff. They've up-resed some of the assets, but basically it is the same. It's very faithfully done. Cyborg, light like 85 not necessarily means worse. I guess that's a fair point. And if anyone commented or asked a question or anything in the midst of all that hype and gifting, and I missed it, please do type it out again and bring it to my attention. Am I the only one here who loves Orsinium? I felt like it really did something. Again, like Craglorn, it just felt like the story team doing something fresh. Obviously, the longer the MMO lasts, and the more years you've released a new chapter each year, it becomes harder and harder to keep things fresh and do something new. But in those early years, they were clearly trying to keep it moving. Hey, kiddings, I'm back. Is that the right voice? And rigor mortis. 85, not necessarily worse, if you say so. Yeah, I'm thinking kind of the same thing. But I have trust. When Cyborg speaks, like 95% of the time, it's like the words are coming from my own mind, so I guess there must be truth to it. Right, Cyborg, how many times has that happened? That we've swapped opinions and it's like, oh, we think exactly the same on this issue. Then there's one thing so far where we weren't on the same page. Anyway, I'm just trying to find someone who came across a large amount of gold recently. There we go, hype train complete, thank you so much for that one. Look at it. Oh, Ujimax got one of the new ones. I am clap. I think they hired a special artist to do a bunch of emotes for September this year, and that's one of them. The frog wow is pretty good, actually. I've definitely seen it before, but we didn't have that one unlocked before. Thank you so much, guys. Right, let's crack on with this. Tom Thinks made this. Great minds think alike, as they say. Hell yeah. Just need to find out how Gulug got the gold.
If this gold is illegal, my Shieldhide needs her potions.
That is a very elaborate exclamation, isn't it? That's like some Ron Burgundy shit. By the beard of Zeus! By Trinamax deformed toe! Wow. Interesting world building with that. You should be able to smell him? What do you mean? An orc wearing a fancy fragrance? I love that. Such a funny idea. Yeah, coming back to what Not Pure was saying about stories in MMOs and how it's like always the lowest of Not Pure's priorities. I get it. The type of storytelling that I really like in fantasy and sci-fi, ultimately, it's sci-fi style storytelling for me. That's one of the things that always gets my attention. It doesn't have to do this, but I love the suggestion of, like, the starting point of, like, say, alright, the orcs are a people that exist in this world. Here's what we know about the world and the setting and the other people that populate it. How might actual people, real people, realistically behave if all of those things were true? You know? So you take something fantastical and maybe ridiculous, magical, unreal, impossible, whatever, and you just assume, alright, that's a given. How do we proceed from there in the most realistic way possible? And if a skillful writer can wrap their script around that idea, you generally you're going to get really interesting funny and thought-provoking stories out of an approach like that. The problem is in MMOs, you have to think of other players, and it can't be anything with too complicated a storyline because it's an MMO. There are all these constraints on what you can and can't do. It's very, very difficult. So yeah, the options are like massively limited.
This one does not care what you may have heard. We do not deal in illicit goods.
Good and elbow overhearing. Any idea where I can find Gulug?
Curious, are you? That is a word, yes.
Erin, what can they really do in terms of story in MMOs? How many world-ending events do we stop? How high can the stakes go? Yeah, so this is sort of the point. And it's also about selling the story and generating a level of player engagement, not just after the story is made available, but beforehand. Get them to buy. You know, how can we make a trailer for this so that it looks cool? Like making a trailer for Orsinium? That's tough, because what grandiose thing really happens here? There's no Daedra that comes bursting out of the snow. There's no dragon that comes out of the mountain. There's just a king who's got a warped sense of how to create the perfect kingdom. And his mother, who fancies playing Lady Macbeth, and two rival religious groups, both of whom want the best for their people and want to uphold Orcish tradition, but have very different ideas about how to do it. It's too subtle, you know? The only way you can really do a trailer like that is with Oscar-winning actors. and it just doesn't work. Video games aren't geared to be pitched like that. So a lot of these ideas, they probably die before they even hit the drawing board, you know? But it can be done. And Ujimak saying, well, everyone loved Rockstar storylines, and their quests are mostly fetch and uninspired. Always found that contradictory, but I guess that has to do with console restrictions. Yeah, are people loving the storylines, or is it another detail, like the way that it feels to inhabit that world? Us gamers, we will put up with a lot of shit in terms of lazy quest design if the combat and the world are really, really good. Like Dragon's Dogma 2, we were playing that just 2 days ago on this very channel, and we were talking about this exact thing. Clearly, the world and the combat and the exploration, that's where the money went. That's where the attention to detail went in that game. The NPCs and the story are mediocre at best, laughable at worst, because they stand around talking like nobody in the Middle Ages ever really spoke. And I say unto thee, good sir, can it be thou canst see? And it's just ridiculous. It doesn't draw you in. It does the opposite. It makes you question, what the fuck? Why do they write it like this? Whereas really good storytelling will do the opposite. Cyberpunk, for example.
Go find another bathhouse. I hired this one for the entire day.
I'll let you deal with this gulag, darling. I'm going to go and get something to drink.
That's an elf, right? Imagine sending a dark elf lady in her underwear, like rudely sending her out of your bath. Like, what is up with this guy? Maybe he's only into orcs. Once you go Tusk, you never go back. Siege Camp Ujimax. And I'd say the next expansion is a horrific, cataclysmic, and unforeseen invasion of mud crabs. Increase the amount of mud crabs in ESO by 5,000%. Make them appear everywhere, not just near water, in cities, Daedric realms, Cyrodiil keeps, player houses everywhere, and boost their stats, and create a story about how they have mutated into stronger versions of themselves, and now want to conquer Tamriel. I actually don't think that would be a bad idea for a brief event, like a Halloween event or a Jester's Festival. There are mud crabs everywhere that require, like, a proper tank to be able to withstand. That's really fun. Would you max out the dynamic civil war from Skyrim that was scrapped? Yeah. Yeah, I think I've heard about that. There was going to be a moving front line, but Bethesda had to tone it down because it was too ambitious an idea. Yeah, it happens a lot. I remember asking Zos before 10 Fests. We had to submit a bunch of like topics and queries, the type of things that we wanted to talk to each developer about. 10 days, 10 devs interviewed on stream right here on this channel. Many of you were there, and hopefully we'll get a chance to do it again. One of the things we wanted to talk to Brian Wheeler about, because he's the father of Cyrodiil. People think of him as the combat system guy, and to some extent, yes, but really, he's the guy who built Cyrodiil, and who created the vengeance tests to try and fix it. And we talked to him a little bit about that, but one of the questions I wanted to ask was about these goblin camps everywhere, because I heard several times from different people, originally there was supposed to be a system in Cyrodiil where goblin tribes, you could like kill their chief, their leader, and then the goblin NPCs would come and fight for you, and they could help you take on the guards at the keep and stuff like that, and different alliances could bolster their position by, recruiting various goblin tribes. But they either didn't want to talk about it, or they were saying that was never a thing. That's not a real thing that we can discuss, because Wheeler had never heard of this. It's possible that it was like a very, very early idea that was scrapped very early on, and he just wasn't able to talk about it, but that really interested me. Like, is that a thing that they had to just get rid of? Or was that a story from Oblivion's development? Probably not. But these kind of things are cool, aren't they? Aaron, what about for the next big story we failed to defeat the big bad? Do we have to go back in time and get to explore some existing zone in the past and meet some old legends in person? I know this type of story has been done many times in other places, but can we get a version of it in ESO? I would love I think that's a great idea. Frankly, I don't even think it has to be that complicated. I would just love another story about people. Like Orsinium. Like, one of the things that Zos have done pretty well, I think, is to like lift up the lid on some of the things that Bethesda have been very reluctant to elaborate on. Like, what is Black Marsh actually like? What is the Khajiit culture? Things like this. How many people actually worship the Daedra? And why aren't there more of them if we know that the Daedra are real and that they interfere in mortal affairs quite readily, whereas the Nine Divines are kind of boring and they try not to interfere? These are interesting interesting questions to answer and ask. Hey, Shadow Raven, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Happy Tuesday. Thanks for being here. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, just find a sort of a sticking point in the lore which isn't quite clear, and just kind of unpick it and see where it takes you. You can have a couple of writers' room meetings about that, and then you'll know if you've got something, probably. I think Zos have done pretty well with that in the past, so I really wouldn't mind if they just did more of it and gave us a story that really illuminates what... I don't know, tell us something more about the Rugada. The Red Guards coming over from Yokuda. And again, as Aaron is saying, there could be some flashbacks. They've done a lot of flashbacks and dream sequences and things like that in the base game, but...
What? I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm a loyal subject.
Yeah, you're dealing with the Reachmen, you piece of shit.
No, I can explain.
You're starving your own people.
The outlying clans, they're enemies of this city and our king. Their chiefs refuse to accept the king's rule. They'd rather...
Aaron, we also need a Daedric Prince of Mudcrabs. It could just be Shio, couldn't it? It could just be Shio having his latest whim is to create a plague of giant mudcrabs across Tamriel. Call it the Crab March. It happens every era. Crabs and a crowbar. two legends can coexist, absolutely. And likes to play catch. Well, in all honesty, we're bound to lose at some point, so I say let's have the world turn completely upside down and live and fight in real turmoil and see the world and zones literally apocalyptic and then return to semi-decent state once we've fought back, pushed the darkness back, so we have something else to achieve and feel like it's worth our time. I would be amazed if they ever did this. Likes to play catch, but I love the idea. I've talked about that before. World of Warcraft Cataclysm is the obvious touchstone for this, but that was an incredibly expensive thing. And am I right in saying the reason they did that is that they wanted to add flying mounts? But flying mounts would break the zones. The way that the zones worked, they would have to rebuild them in order for flying mounts to actually work. So what they did was like, fuck it, let's rebuild the zones, but make it a feature. That's World of Warcraft Cataclysm. So ESO would have to do it that way. Let's do a huge up-res of all the zones, leveraging, you know, how much more... Look, I mean, you just go from one of the base game zones to, like, Gold Road. The difference is unbelievable in fidelity, beauty. It just looks so much nicer, right? They can do so much more these days. And they could even go through and do it zone by zone and just have a multi-year... I don't know, some sort of a multi-year cataclysm. You obviously wouldn't be able to use that word. But, you know, something like that. Some sort of world-changing event that sweeps across the land. That would be fucking killer. But... how would it then work? New players coming in who want to do the storyline in the Rift, would they not see any of this stuff? Or, you know, how does it work? Would they not be able to do the Rift storyline until the particular problem of the Rift has been solved and it's been rebuilt or whatever? But imagine that. You just turn... it'd be a version of their, like, celebrating each chapter. You know, we have, like, the Legacy of the Bretons event, the Shadow of a Morrowind event, the Daedric War celebration. And we go back and spam those zones that they released.
A small price to... Fine. What's the use? See what happens when you just try to do what you will.
So yeah, he's no good, this guy. Misguided, at best. But yeah, I love the idea, likes to play catch. You know, for so many players, it would just be wonderful. But how do they charge for it? You know, how do they monetize that? It's very difficult. Difficult to know. Hey, Maya. Ujimax Fungal Grotto 1, exactly. Yeah, that was the idea, that Fungal Grotto 1 was like the tutorial on how to lead a goblin tribe like that. But it may just be bullshit that some player came up with, or they maybe suggested the idea. Wouldn't it be cool if all goblin tribes work like this? And then someone misreported or misunderstood and said, oh, this is a planned feature that never made the final release. I'll say, yeah, true, legends can coexist and merge the ideas. We failed to defeat the Daedric Prince of Mud Crabs. We have to go back in time, step on a very particular butterfly, and then we end up the scourge of Mud Crabs. Maybe even better, Mud Crabs adapt and become our strong allies and protect the world from Daedric invasion. Jesus. What are we smoking in chat today? I love it. Moose, I keep seeing players say, ESO was originally a PvP game, and I want to know where they got that from. They're just being too simplistic. The big selling point of ESO was supposed to be its three-way PvP in terms of its big MMO system. That's true. But the idea that it was originally supposed to be a PvP game? Bullshit. How many PvP zones were in the base game? 1. How many story zones were in the base game? Let's see now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 per alliance. So yeah, give me a break. Not to mention Craglorn, which was year 1. It may not have been on release, but it was like 6 months after release. Or whatever. Ujimax, I want more vampire rom-com drama. Where do they get that from? Ahelt. Alcohol. Shadow Ghost. More Dwemer, please. Yep, Dwemer. But I think I'm with Ahelt on that. They can't actually tell us what happened to the Dwemer. They're not allowed to do that. I literally don't think they're allowed. But Todd Howard is like, nah, don't go there. If we ever go there, it'll be one of our games that does it. And they probably won't ever. It's too intriguing a mystery. You don't want it solved. But yeah, air mounts, flying mounts are pointless and too much work. Oh yeah, sorry. I should have said, I'm not saying flying mounts in ESO. I'm just saying in the same way that Blizzard reworked their entire zones to account for flying mounts, maybe Zos would be prepared to do the same. This is very much a daydream. I don't think this will ever happen. But maybe, you know, they'd be willing to, in the same way that they've done, you know, they did a visual refresh on the starting areas, the starter islands. It's fairly minor, but it is a nice visual upgrade. If they were to just do that, but times 10. Like, compare Elden Root, the dungeon, Elden Hollow, rather. Making Elden Hollow look like Earthenheart Enclave. It's essentially the same kind of thing. You know, caves created by roots and all that kind of stuff, but they look completely different. Imagine if the base game dungeons and zones were up-res to look like that. Be a huge upgrade for everyone, but how do you monetize it? How do you justify that massive cost? No new, and you can bet 1,000 players would be there saying no new content. So it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. And yeah, Aheld, if they touch that and screw it up by placing Lego bricks all over the Bethesda offices. Yeah, and Aheld is Danish, so trust me, he has access. Aaron, fly mounts are pointless. It would take them months and months to implement, as you pointed out. It will break so many zones and quests and stuff. Too much work. They better spend their resource on something more productive, like making Khan and Maya companions. That would be kind of an insult, as someone who's, like, completely baffled by the companion system. Here's your own companion. I can't even hear me. I keep forgetting. I could talk all kinds of shit, can't I? What a dick. Ujimax, so they could pull an Ultima Online and break the world, since zones are instants anyhow. Yeah. They could, in theory. There's a lot they could do. Yeah, you're right. And he said, screw that, let's talk about the greatness that is Sweden. Likes to play catch. Increase the ESO Plus and compensate that way with rewarding a little more crowns. Could be a way of dealing with it. It could. Yeah, roll the fucking content pass and ESO Plus together, maybe. Just do it. That way you don't have to constantly explain yourself. Just do it, he says, like it's that simple. That way you don't, as a studio, constantly have to explain yourself for why you're charging so much for the content pass, or why it's cheaper this year, why we're getting less content. I love Solgra. Anyone who doesn't love this character. She's styled very delicately for an orc. I think that's deliberate, right? It's to shake all of the basic ideas about orc, big, green, ugly tusk, smash with club, don't know how to read, get drunk and fight. You know, that kind of thing. They try to add dimensionality to the orcs in a way that previous Elder Scrolls games may not have done. Because she's like an elf in every regard, right? She's tall, slim, she's wearing this very elaborate ceremonial robe. You know, this little circlet thing or whatever it is on her head. And the earrings. It's not like... It's elf, it's not orc. She's even wearing makeup, it seems. It's fun. I think there are a lot more intentional design decisions here than we necessarily pick up on the first time we do these things.
You located the stolen supplies and uncovered our betrayer. Trinamax
surely sent you to us in our time of need.
Maybe she's half elf, half orc.
Helping our people. And you must present yourself to Forge Mother Olga. Look, here she comes now.
Moose, I never even heard of Cyrodiil market as the selling point. I think this is in the... look at her face. This is in the very early days. I think as soon as the game had launched and they started working towards one Tamriel, I think Cyrodiil, being like the three-sided open-world PvP, stopped being the selling point, and it was more about, I heard you like Skyrim. Come and try this. You know, save $1 today. Kind of thing. Likes to play catch. Increase the ESO plus and compensate that way. Yeah, sorry. I already read that one. And Ujimax, it was a rush through the beta just to go to PvP. Yeah, I remember reading about it. Ujimax, I hope when they add veteran difficulty to Overland, they also make it PvP. No, they won't. I know what you mean. That could be fun. But the fact is, you can already duel anywhere you want. So... But yeah, just having, like, if you could just flag yourself for open world PvP.
Thank you, Soldier. I will speak to the outsider. Come outside.
That'd be such chaos. I would definitely consider doing that if it was an option.
So our ambassador finally found you. Took a damn time. But you're here now, and that's what counts.
Another great voiceover.
Welcome to Orsinium. Amazing how fast we rebuilt the place, isn't it? Awesomer can do anything when we work together.
Erin, hear me out. UFO sightings and aliens in ESO. ESO++. Cyborg, they could have made just different tiers of ESO Plus without any content pass. Yeah. But then what would it be? So the content pass is like $50. I think it was $39.99 in pounds in the UK. So what would that be? Roughly £3 more a month. So instead of $7.99 or what is ESO Plus? Is it $6.99 or $7.99? Can't remember. But you add a few dollars to the monthly price, and that is roughly equivalent. I don't know. And that way people can, like, join when they want to. Yeah, I think they want the chapters still to be a thing that people buy in the first year. They must be wedded to that business model somehow, and probably because the numbers don't lie. And they're thinking, well, we would potentially lose a lot of revenue if we just throw it straight into ESO Plus at a higher price. But maybe they could try it. Yeah, I feel very inadequate to be here as like the conduit for all these ideas, all these crazy ideas. Some of them good or interesting ideas. Others obviously just having a laugh. I wish I could speak to the actual viability of some of these concepts. Yeah, standard, premium, cyborg. Yeah. Uchimax. UFO sightings and aliens, Palpatine invading with star cruisers. And Moose, am I the only one who still holds a tiny, tiny grudge about them saying, ESO Plus will get you all the DLC we make, and then a few years later they basically loophole around that by changing the naming of chapter instead of DLC? I wasn't aware of that. But yeah, I guess that's what we're talking about here, the business model of releasing a big chapter that people can pay for up front. So you can get pre-orders and all that stuff. I think a lot of people who buy a chapter will buy the deluxe edition for, a little mount and pet or whatever. And it's like $5 more. And it's definitely not worth $5 more. It's just, there's a premium version. I would like that. The psychology of that is very well researched. And not by me. I'm just making assumptions here. Maybe that's one of the reasons you can't have that same sort of premium. Oh yeah, I want that. If it's a monthly thing, so much. I don't know. Interesting. Uchimax. We could fight all-terrain scout transports. Is that what they're called? ATSTs in Cyrodiil. The Star Wars crossover. Yeah, don't hold your breath for that one. Why bother dueling if you could serve people down in zones? Imagine the ganks and the tiers. People should then drop their gear when they die. You could pick up the loots. Imagine that would be insane. I think 80% of players would quit immediately. I don't think I would. I think I'd quite enjoy it, but I'd want the ability to switch it off. For when I just want to focus on a quest. Why am I being dim? It's up here, isn't it? Yeah. Man, one thing I will say about this expansion, this release, I think it was the first time I entered a town, and it gave me that same feeling as an Elder Scrolls game, like the first time you visit Whiterun or Markarth. When I arrived here, for the first time, I was like, holy shit, this is cool. And I knew that it wasn't going to be like Skyrim, where every door is openable. There are people inside, there's furnishings. A lot of this is not, you know, a lot of it is just for show. But it didn't really matter. The cool place. And that was the first time I'd got that feeling. I was a fan. Yuso had my attention, for sure. I was definitely a fan from a story standpoint. I hadn't been quite convinced by the combat system yet. I hadn't realised that I was sitting on a game that was going to be with me for so many years, but yeah, the first time I went to Orsinium, it was, okay. This is something... This is more like it. The zone is just very, very grand. Really cool. Craglorn, Orsinium, Morrowind, Clockwork City, those were really, really great years for the PvE side of the game. Ujimax, those are the days in Ultimate Online, letting some guy mine or chop wood for hours and then grief them on the way back to bank. It's $8.99, is it? Catch? Sorry. And Erin, I spent $50 on Content Pass, and after a week, I won a pass in a giveaway. Yeah. Moose, don't even remember the last chapter I actually paid for. I keep winning them on Twitch. Yeah, it's handy, isn't it? Erin, the only thing that keeps ESO Plus memberships afloat is the craft bag. Yeah, there are definitely times when I appreciate having all the dungeons and everything. But there are definitely times where I could switch it off. Because, I'm not doing any dungeons right now. I don't have a group. And they don't really want you to do that. Here we go. There's a great introduction.
Then maybe this victory will finally convince you and the other chiefs to fully accept my claim to the throne.
It helps that the voiceovers in Orsinium are just great. The characters are really well drawn.
I'm one of the mighty King Korog's shield wives. I'm his protector, his confidant, his lover. If you do anything to betray my husband, I will separate the limbs from your body and toss the entire mess to the harpies.
Big fun. Look, these ladies are so cool. They definitely watched some Star Trek. I looked at Klingon chicks for inspiration.
My beloved certainly enjoys a good meal. It makes my heart sing to see him so happy.
You're the king's bodyguard?
I'm more than just a simple bodyguard.
I am the king's favorite shield wife. My sister and I protect our beloved. We train with him, sleep with him, and fight at his side when the need arises. Just thinking about him makes me smile.
So she's the lovesick one. A little bit fucked up. Like, I don't have a brother, but if I did, I kind of imagine hanging out and being married to the same wife or whatever. It's quite an arrangement they've got. Moose, RuneScape Wilderness was scary back in the day. Losing your stuff when you die? Yeah. Just like real life. Losing your stuff when you die. Originmax, my younger brother played RuneScape, and when I saw his screen, I was like, huh? They re-released Ultima Online after all this time? Yeah. Moose, if they made Craft Bag a separate purchase, they would make more money from players like me. But I realize I'm in a minority in how I pay for stuff in ESO. Yeah, fair enough. It's still good to know, though, isn't it? Even if it's a minority. Shapeless, they used to send me surveys on that time, but they stopped after Elsewhere launch. Interesting. Or Elsewhere lunch. Shapeless, that's fun. Surveys, what kind of surveys? Like, feedback on the story? They did go through quite a big shake-up before Elsewhere. So, I guess around Somerset time? In the first few years. Maybe it was before Morrowind? I'm not sure. But, you know, they shifted from development to sort of maintenance. That's not quite right. They're still developing a game. But a lot of the people who were interested in setting up a game after the first couple of years, 2-3 years, clearly they would have wanted to move on. And that's what happened. There was quite a big change over the course of a year or two at the studio. Erin, ESO, totally real fun. Fact. When you fast travel, your body and soul teleport instantly, but your poop doesn't. It just drops where you were standing. The fast travel fee? It's not for magic. It's for the poor soul who has to clean that up. What? It's like an aeroplane that just drops the shit out en route? Ujimax, these orcs must have a really hard time with oral sex, though. I don't know, you just have to be careful. Maybe the danger aspect of it just makes it more interesting. Spices it up a little bit. Moose, shouldn't fast travel cost be swapped then? If I just teleported, the cost goes up. But my bowels are now empty, so no cleanup for the next one. Moose has thought about this properly, yeah. And Shapeless, yes, story and combat, I see. Interesting, I don't remember ever getting one of those. It's a while ago, though. And Erin, see, there's a little-known side effect of teleportation. It momentarily sends your metabolism into overdrive, causing a suspiciously large amount of poop to accumulate in your large intestine in mere seconds. Dude, this is fucked up. I'm changing the subject.
It's a good thing that that's where we're going.
And there's a podcast I used to listen to where they were talking about Star Trek and the idea that you get your, you know, they have beaming technology, replicators, all that stuff, and that the idea that they could just beam the poops out of you while you're working, so you never have to go to the bathroom. And then they go down a whole rabbit hole in this regard. Does that mean when someone is about to sneeze, the system just beams the snot out of their sinuses and their nose and whatever? And it was a really gross rabbit hole. But I feel like that's where you're dragging us down here, Erin. No!
You bet your arse I told him we were coming. Fair's fair. Probably scared the ice water out of his veins. I want to see you in action. You lead, I'll follow. Now, let's go kill all the...
Yeah, so I can see why it's a very gross rabbit hole. Yeah, exactly. It is actually an intriguing thing. Like you're just kidding, but so yeah, we get a little bit more detail on the... I just love this. It's so cool. They don't have anything like this in the base game, really, do they? There's that area where the ogres are chucking rocks.
Don't let up. Hit the Winterborn with everything we've got.
But that is a really spectacular animation. And then the explosion when it hits. The particle effects are really elaborate for an MMO. It looks great. Look at this one here. Bonk. Would you, Max? I could use a snow transporter right about now. Yeah. That's what I mean. It is kind of an intriguing discussion.
We'll never break this siege. You heard him. For the king.
Here we go.
Get down. No, no, let me go. Yeah! Damn it. I lose more soldiers that way.
Looks like General Dulf could use a hand.
General Dulf.
You brought the king here? Then welcome to our siege camp. Sorry you had to see those damn harpies at work. I'm not sure King Korog should be walking around out in the open, but I've got a barrel full of my own worries to deal with.
Get a funnel thing with a long tube to suck on. Oh, Jesus. Where is chat headed? I've lost all control. My hands are on the wheel, but I have no control over this thing. Shapeless, yeah, I asked around on console, and none that I knew was receiving these surveys. Must have been a random sample. I've always sent open world graphics errors, maybe that, but I'll go with the random. Yeah, it could be that. Someone who's more engaged. Chat, take the wheel. Yeah, exactly. Rendezvous. Rendezvous. Let's go. I can't remember which way. LeBro, hello there. Welcome back. This one welcomes you back. Oh, I have to go this way, don't we? The harpies in this game are a little bit easier to deal with than the ones in Dragon's Dogma, right? Those things were annoying. At least until you get that that attack where you jump into the air and swing your sword up. LeBro, finally home. Lurked most of the day. Well, welcome home. I assume you're talking about literal home. You're not saying, I'm now in chat, which is home. That would be very sweet, but...
Soldiers, lower your weapons. Looks like reinforcements have arrived. You and the king have come to our aid? We're honored. But we've been trapped in here for too long. We still have a mission to complete.
Aaron in Dragon's Dogma, if your character's light enough, you can fly with harpies. It's possible they take you to their nest, where there are valuables. Oh, really? They try to pick you up, don't they? But if you're too tall, I guess they just put you back down. That's big fun. LeBron, a bit of both. Ah, home with the wife and home with the crazy people we call chat. Yeah, man. I thought that was up here. I must be misremembering. It's about how fat or heavy your character is? Okay, yeah. Yeah. I assumed height would be a factor there, no?
Keep up, Elf. Those harpies aren't going to kill themselves.
So many stairs.
No time for complaints either. We have a mission to complete.
This is where Everly starts to become a bit more likable. She's like your, she's like our proxy. Even though we're actually here. She's the one who sort of reacts and describes. She sort of reacts to and describes all the experiences we have in a way which is it's smart, I think. I think it's clever, intentional writing to make you feel a little more of what maybe you would be able to feel in a single-player game, a more tightly scripted single-player experience. Sorry, Zareth, there are too many followers here.
Gusting winds, flying birds trying to eat us.
Boom. Done. Your body type determines your stats in that game? Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day, weren't we? I was really impressed in the limited amount of time I had with that game. I thought it was great fun. Probably had under 10 hours in total, which is a shame. It felt like I was just starting to really get into it. Erin, Dragon's Dogma does not treat height as a single variable. It's about length, leg length, arm length, torso length, sure. And then it calculates your total weight. Yeah, I just assumed height would be a component in that.
Tower secure. Good work, outsider. The wood elf is right behind me.
She doesn't look like she's right behind you. There we go.
Tired of you orcs trying to leave me be. That's strange. Where did the sergeant go?
The sergeant just disappears.
Now I know why Orsinium put out that call for help. Well, at least you're still here. Let me know when you want me to light the signal.
Yeah, that's going into too nerdy category.
Do me a
Let's go.
Ares destroyed, no problem. Now, let's find the Breton
Winterborn
outpost.
know how to set up a defense. This will be a battle to remember.
This is also a really ambitious thing for an MMO to do. To give you the sense of being part of a siege. It's tough. Like, this is not my favorite part of the Orsinium zone or anything, but it really feels like they were swinging for the fences with some of this stuff. Like, now we've got this ESO baby out of the garage and onto the freeway. Let's really see what she can do. You know? Well, welcome on in if you just joined us. You're watching Ninja Pulls with me, Khan. There's no Maya today. She's the other half of Ninja Pulls Gaming. She is in chat lurking and being silly. But yeah, both of us massively appreciate you hanging out with us today. We are continuing Gamesfest throughout September. Day 33, if you can believe it. Time and sanity and sleep and food have lost almost all meaning to me. 33 days on the trot. I've had a few breaks here and there, but every day we've streamed for at least, I think our shortest stream was 4 hours, and most of them have been 6, 7, 8 plus. But yeah, it's been a ton of fun, so thank you so much for it. And thanks Erin, Gloomvex, everyone who subbed earlier today, gifted subs or just like refreshing, Rigor Mortis for example, gifting a sub and refreshing their own. Hugely appreciated. I bow my head. Thank you. What's your mission exactly?
Someone has to destroy the source of the Briar Hearts, and I've dealt with the Reach before. They're a rather unhealthy obsession of mine. I know their beliefs, the way they attune with nature. Those Briar Hearts, they're as natural as you and I.
I love the way the Stream Elements types out the name of the emote. LeBro, nice 3-width camel, 3 camel golem pyramid. LeBro. And Erin, nice 3-width tiptoe 13 nom pyramid, Erin. Silly. How can those monsters be natural?
I have an inkling, but I need to get inside to confirm it. I need to see how they're applying their magic.
Alright, let's go. So we learn a little bit more about the Briar Hearts in the course of this, don't we? Doing this with a companion? We've got a real crew now. King Kurog's got 80k health? What a wimp. If I see someone in PvP with 80k HP, I'm like, that is just... You're just a troll or a wimp. Like, you just really, really don't want to die. You'd rather be completely ineffective in PvP than ever die.
Oh, good. You found him.
Ujimax, I threw some more money at Creative Assembly. Time for some Skull Taker gameplay. Enjoy more bleak, grim Siege Hrothgar surroundings. Alright, Ujimax, enjoy Warhammer 3? Total War, I guess? Warhammer Total War 3? I'm guessing that's what we're talking about.
Come, follow me. If my suspicions are correct, we shouldn't have any trouble finding what I'm looking for.
We're all going to die down here, aren't we?
Keep your eyes open. You're looking for a plant or a root. Something that doesn't appear quite natural.
You got a crew of 5 now? I love it.
Something odd, out of place. Something like this.
This guy has done so many voices in ESO as well. He's great.
Now there's something you don't see every day.
Subok max player HP I've seen in ESO is 60k. Some random tank. I think I've seen a little higher, but maybe that's probably an Emperor in PvP. But yeah, you see some absolutely ridiculous figures, don't you? But yeah, I still remember those numpties who managed to get far enough into the game that they would be doing trials with me and my friends, but they somehow managed to avoid all of the information that explains why and how stacking health is not how to build a tank. And we'd get 60k tanks who couldn't survive the warrior on veteran. And there was a content creator making builds, and these people were usually following that particular build, and it was like, just became a meme very quickly. These are the same people who refused to use Alkosh back when it was clearly a set for tanks. It made sense for tanks to use. No, I use sets to buff my group and help them survive. Ugh. Alatara, with Necro you can get 30k health in addition to what you have for some seconds. That's true. And Erin, I saw 70k just yesterday, and they were not using Bone Goliath. At least not yet, yeah. Yeah, crazy. Why don't we just find it and destroy the central tree?
Magic invades nature, the way a plague violates an infirm body.
Okay.
Find the saplings and burn as many as you can. That will weaken the corruption and make the defenses more fragile. Meanwhile, I'll concoct a potion.
Cyborg. And max incoming damage I've got to my face was 1.5 million. Wow, 1.5 million damage, basically. Screenshot saved. Is that from a player? What's the max possible health you can have without group buffs? You mean without, like, minor toughness or whatever? I don't know, but it can't go much higher than... We're talking here, like 60, 70. I'm guessing 70, that's gotta be with minor toughness. Yonagrin Wing Thrash? Alright. I thought you were talking about a player. I was like, what? Alright, Evely will stay with you. Let's go. That's a pretty fun outfit. Look at that. An Assassin's Creed fan, maybe? What sets to use for max health? Plague Doctor is the Beekeeper, right? Yeah, just health, health, health. Recovery. Maybe Beekeeper. And then just max health glyphs all the way. That just sounds like a tragic setup, really. I don't want to think about it too much. Somewhere Hyperioxys is, like, wincing in pain and doesn't know why. Alright, let's crack on with this. Don't want to be down here too long. We want to get back upstairs and do some stuff. Aaron, you can use a max health heal bot in PvP. It's not great, but it works. There are a lot of abilities heals that scale with your health. Yeah, I think that's the idea. That's the idea of people who are just trolling with it, to have some fun. It's also the idea of people who mistakenly think this is the way tanks should build. They think of it... It kind of makes sense, you know, like, things that scale with your stamina or your magicka, and they think the same applies with health. Oh, I've got a health tank. Yeah, I've heard that a few times. Oh yeah, this guy... What have the orcs done?
What haven't the orcs done? They claim land that rightfully belongs to the Reach. They attack and kill my people. They eat food that should be eaten by winter.
So he's a racist. They're animals. Good argument.
You think you can destroy?
It bugs me that we can't kill that guy. Always. But you should be able to, I feel like. Just throw a little radiant oppression through the bars. Moose. I don't know. Based on the pugs I had today with people Templar beaming at 100% boss health, they're already doing close to 0 DPS. high health build might at least keep them alive. There are a few things that scale with resistances as well, like bash damage, and there are a few unique things like that. The old Templar class mastery script. Or that just gave you a shit ton of resistances, didn't it? Didn't scale with it. Tremor scale, you know, these kind of things.
Suppose you maybe might have seen Alanon on your way back? Maybe?
Why? How did you lose him? We had one job, Everly. Come on.
Listen, it wasn't my fault. Alanon sent me to get him some moss that grows on the walls down here. When I got back, the alchemist was gone.
We have to find him.
That's an excellent plan.
The tree ate him?
No, of course not.
Alright. Warrior Poet set gives minor toughness and can push you. But that's a 5-piece when you could just... I get it from a passive, but yeah. Now with subclassing, it's a tough call. Hey, Guns and Raiders. Thank you for that. How goes it?
Do something before I roast up here. Don't just stand there and watch me roast. Do something.
What are you doing up there?
What am I doing? I'm being roasted alive. What does it look like I'm doing? What's worse, they have my alchemy back. The elixir was nearly complete when I stumbled into that Winterborn patrol.
Let me see if I can figure out how to lower the cage. Just reminds me of that interaction with Lizelle early on in BG3, right? And you could just take the piss out of her when she's stuck up there. Maybe big words for someone who's hanging in a trap. Ah, thanks for the hydrate, Guns and Raiders. Everybody, you heard him. You heard the man. Hydrate, stretch as well while you're at it. Alright. Let's do it.
There you are. I was looking all over for... Hey! How'd Alanon get up there?
Like, accent aside, I do think she's pretty fun.
Not 100% certain.
And like I said, I think the accent doesn't bother me because the actor is so charming. I know not everyone loves Everly Sharparrow, but I'm down. I think she's cool. And like I said, I value the utility they used her for with the writing. You know, to make the quests feel a bit more impactful. Like, she's so excited or upset or horrified by everything that's happening in Orsinium. It kind of rubs off on you a little bit. And that's difficult for an MMO to do, and I respect the fact that they recognized that and said, what crutch can we give ourselves to, make the story pop a little bit more? And honestly, I'm surprised they haven't used that technique over and over. Maybe it's very expensive in terms of voice lines. That's probably it.
Sure. Don't worry. I've got this.
Said most, I'm glad the event is over. No more Fungal Grotto on repeat. I mean, once a day. You don't have to do the same one, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Hey, Alanon! I need you to stay very, very still so I can get you down.
With a bow and arrow, the cage will drop into the fire with me inside.
Why is he beating on the cage door? This doesn't make a ton of sense. Alright, on we go. This is a cool set piece. It takes a while, doesn't it? such a posse running around. This guy's got a companion as well. You guys remember this? This is a really memorable moment. It's not dated very well because it's like, well, there's no challenge. You're just kind of waiting around for all these idiots to show up. Be nice to be here on an Arcanist, I'm not gonna lie. You could just beam, 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 beam. Don't remember any story in ESO? Have you not done any, or do you just not recall them? I remember this very clearly. Wow, and I did this a long time ago, probably early 2019 with Maya. Let's do this one. For King and Glory. Done everything except Solstice. And you don't remember anything at all. Wow. The writers would be so happy to hear that. But yeah, fair enough if it's true. Is this instanced? It better be. I want to crush this guy myself. There we go. He just takes his sword.
I'll honor them by separating your head from your body. You don't know how good that feels. Your Von Iceheart is finally dead.
Moose, I remember random bits and pieces. There's not a single zone story I could tell you how it starts, who did what, how it ends. I know what you mean, actually. Yeah, it's not always that clear. They kind of blend together. I think the DLC ones stand out a lot more. Like this one I can remember what happens. For the most part. Petrified War, good day. Good day. It is a good day indeed with Petrified War here. Everyone give it up. Voltronium, hello. Personally, I would say Greymore was the last one I remember well. After that, it's kind of interchangeable. Fair enough. I remember Greymore pretty well, but I did that not that long ago, maybe a year ago, so yeah, not the best example.
For all practical purposes, yes. Well, don't let me keep you. Someone needs to examine the stolen supplies and get... Don't you worry.
Alright. We can get out of here. I am finally back at my apartment, ready to watch and hear Khan respond. Speak. I'm here. I've been talking to you the whole time, even though you kept saying you couldn't hear. I was just prattling on anyway. But yeah, you haven't missed a great deal. I guess you would have caught the gist of what we've been talking about in chat. Talking about what they could do with zones moving forward. You know, expansions, DLCs, some crazy ideas that would never happen. Some really, really great ideas that would probably never happen either. But yeah.
Catch my breath. I'll be fine.
He tried to roast you. That's not how we define fine where I come from.
Compared to some of my adventures, this was practically a day at the fair.
A day at the fair.
What else got me out of that cave?
Big talk.
Damn fine strike. Damn fine. And you? Indubitably.
Awesome. So we crushed the Reachman here. We are done. And now we have to go back to Orsinium. And that is the Hrothgar story done and dusted. Reachman defeated. Orcs live happily ever after. Kurog rules for a million years. Cue theme music. Speak, monkey, speak. Was I mean? No. I think at one point it said, I keep forgetting that Ahals can't hear me. I can say whatever I want. What a dick. That's about as mean and imaginative as I got. No, I was mostly just talking to you, like, answering your comments and questions, and then you'd follow up with, yeah, I wish I could hear what you were saying. I was like, oh yeah. Saving up for a tickle redeem? Well, Maya ain't here, so, we'll give it a few days. Scarp Keep is this way. I think it might be time for some Doom clones. What do you guys think? Time to cash in our Gamesfest chips and explore a little bit of Heretic. And, thanks to you generous, lovely people, Star Wars, Dark Forces as well. A couple of Doom clone games that are really interesting. Alina's there for it. Yes! Make him do it in trailer voice. Won't make you repeat all you've said. Honestly, I can't even remember half. But, I mean, you were in chat, so you would have got the gist of everything. TBH. If I remember correctly, there is a pretty cool scene coming up. It might not be here, it might be the next quest. But a lot of the Orsinium stuff involves returning to the throne room. Let's turn up the V's a little bit.
I meant no offense, Chief Barzrag. I only seek to spread Trinimax.
Oh, that was bad timing. Daenerys! Welcome on in. Thank you very much for that. Just as I turned up my my system sounds. How disappointing. Chief Bazrag. Why does he always speak in such a deep voice? Chief Bazrag. I love that voice, so I think he's amazing. I can never remember the name of the actor, but Tibbity Top.
As you can see, the clan chiefs can be a contentious lot. They oppose King Kurog at every turn. Especially
Likes to play catch my idea in trailer voice to the dev team via video. Yeah, let's do it. That'll convince him. In a world where the Elder Scrolls Online needs more players, one man had the answer. Likes to play catch. Rated PG-13. Blah blah blah, the warlord's dead. King Kurog asked me to meet him here.
I knew you'd be able to help Kurog in his mission. Perhaps now the other clans will see that Kurog is destined to lead us all. Once all the clans unite, just in the
Yeah, we get it. They don't get on?
blinded by centuries of custom and tradition. They refuse to see the glory.
So he wants to change that tradition.
My son wants to free us from the traditions that hold us back.
It's such a basic idea, right? Modernity, progress versus tradition. It's age-old, you know? It's a big component of, like, the typical political divide. It's a pretty cool sword.
That's it, man.
Game over, man! Game over!
What the fuck are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do?
The chiefs could not stop the Winterborn. Only I have accomplished that.
You asked much, Kurog, to turn away from Malakath, to abandon our most cherished custom.
Do you know what I mean? It's such a basic idea.
My old friend, your outdated ideas will be the death of me.
Don't tempt us, Kurog. Our traditions won't bend to the will of an idiot chief who decides to call himself
king. Idiot.
An idiot chief.
I am your king. You would all do well to remember that. Now get out of my sight.
You embark on a dangerous path, Kurog. We won't forgive
pretty fucked up. That is rugged, man. He's literally in the middle of talking to the guy, gets insulted, and then, like, spears him through the chest, lifting him off the ground. It's rugged as hell. There should be blood everywhere. That would have been the icing on the cake, so to speak. But yeah, Likes of Lake Arch could work. You never know. Likes of Lake Arch. I wanted another Aliens movie with Hudson and Hicks. Would have been amazing. Yeah, but Hudson buys it. You mean like a prequel? Where they just go on, you know, whatever they're referring to. You have to rescue some colonists and rescue their virgin daughters from their virginity or something like that, whatever it is they say. Dumbass colonists. I've seen that movie too many times. The icing on the corpse. Yeah, man. Was that a typical example of your meetings? You really needed to kill the chief.
Think about what happened. I only hope they can set aside old traditions and accept the future I envision. Their support would make things much easier.
I just thought about something. I mean, I'm overthinking this, for sure. But check it out. Kurog is like the orc archetype. He doesn't speak slowly and with a deep voice. He's rah rah rah, I'm a barbarian, kind of much more like a Warcraft or a Warhammer type of orc. I know World of Warcraft has since moved away from that and tried to give the orcs a bit more depth and stuff. But, you know what I mean? He's very much the archetype. We literally meet him munching on a turkey leg. Like, what could be more, you know, cartoonish barbarian or dwarf berserker type? You know, he's a total trope. And yet he's the one who says he wants to move the orcs forward and, like, modernize their culture and their civilization. And it's the chiefs that are much more like laying back in the cut and trying to be considered and thoughtful and conservative about things. That's interesting. Like, should be down for a prequel. Yeah, sadly, both the Hudson character and actor are now gone. Makes me a little bit sad every time I watch Aliens or anything with Bill Paxton in it. He was so great. So great. The only actor, check this, only actor ever to have been killed by the Predator, the Xenomorph, and the Terminator. Think about it.
For now, no. Go explore Rothgar and get to know this great city. Enjoy yourself.
Does it make sense that we get Iceheart's blade? Does it? Alright, there we go. That is a big step taken on the Orsinium storyline. Oh shit, yeah, absolute legend. Isn't that amazing? Maya told me that fact, and she wheels it out every now and again. With a tone of pride in her voice. Alright, folks. I reckon we are going to flip the stream over to Heretic. It's our bonus game for the day. I bet a lot of people haven't played it or maybe even heard of it before. id Software just released a beautiful remastered version of it by Night Dive Studios. It is a bit of a classic insofar as it's old and kind of a... I don't know, it was worth remastering, I guess, put it that way. But it's not a game that a lot of people associate with like a huge leap forward, and that's fair enough, but it does establish, or it does help to establish some of the things that we really like games like Knights of the Old Republic 2 or Fallout New Vegas. These are both developed by Obsidian, incidentally, but the idea of taking the engine or the groundwork laid by another studio and partnering up with them to make a sequel or a continuation or an accompanying game. It's a really interesting idea, and you see a version of that often nowadays in the gaming space with stuff like Unreal. You know, people using others' engines. Wow, there are 3 people watching Heretic right now. 3 people. That's kind of funny. Let's see if we can change that. So don't go anywhere. We're going to switch categories. I'm just switching on YouTube as well, actually. Don't let me forget to do that. And yeah, let's fire up this game and have a look. I've done a little bit of research to get ready, as I always do. Alright, here we go. And then we'll play some Dark Souls as well afterwards. Dark Souls? Why do I keep saying that? Dark Forces, god damn it. Alright, there may be some fiddling I have to do with the sound. But we shall see. Lena Alvaro is so excited for this. Alright, actually, give me a moment. I need to... it's not full screen. Give me a sec. Open video settings. Alright, here we go. Look at this. Look at the artwork. The pixel artwork's so awesome. It seems like we could probably up the volume a little bit, couldn't we? Let me know if it's about right. So the idea, okay, was to create a Doom game. It's nothing to do with Doom, obviously, in terms of the same story or setting, but basically recreate that kind of experience, but with the swords and sorcery kind of thing. Let's just go for a new game. We're just messing around here. I'm not going to, like, showcase anything too heavy straight away. But, like, it looks like Doom immediately, doesn't it? You're moving ridiculously fast. Like, the calculations on how fast the character is actually moving are hilarious. The speed with which the character moves, even in games like Half-Life, absolutely absurd. But, yeah, these games, they very much set out to just do what Doom did, but then put this fantasy spin on it. Petrified War, I've played this one. Cool. Basically Doom with items. Solo, yeah, kind of is, yeah. And Rave's Lord. Fun fact of the day about the game Heretic, its shareware version included a secret non-canon deathmatch only episode called Fate's Path. You're kidding, I didn't know this. That could only be accessed using a level warp cheat code. No way. And Erin, thank you so much. Gifting a tier 1 sub to Rave's Lord. Doing us all a favor, keeping Rave's Lord in business here. Erin, you are an absolute legend. Everyone give it up for Erin! But check out the music, alright? So, the original music. This is the OG. And they got the same guy, Andrew Hulshult, who did the remastered Doom soundtrack. They got him to do this as well. But, like, it's pretty good. They, in fact, they made a lot of advancements. In fact, let me do my little sort of pitch for this game, alright? Thank you so much for sticking around. Please don't go anywhere. This is part of the Gamesfest, where we really pay it off. I understand if people were here for ESO, feel free to head on back and we'll catch you tomorrow. But the rest of you, stick around, because we're just going to nerd out for a little bit here. Check out one of the things that I haven't done yet. Oh, you can look up and down. You can't do that in Doom. It's not hugely important, but it means that those flying enemies, you can target them. It does fuck with the skybox though a little bit, doesn't it? Right, so this is released in 1994. I think it got a full release a year later, but the shareware version, 1994. Oh, we're actually on a hype train. How did that happen? Wow, well, if anyone else wants to contribute, another hype train going, please do. It's 25% off all subs for yourself, that is. So if you want to just grab a sub to this channel a few months in advance and save yourself a bit of cash, do it. It helps us out and it will save you a little bit of money. But anyway, so this is only 9 months after The Elder Scrolls Arena came out and almost exactly 1 year after Doom came out in 1993. It is not easy to imagine when you look at the remaster now. It's like a pixelated, nostalgic throwback kind of product. But actually, for 1994, this was pretty innovative. It did a bunch of things. Just compare it to Arena, which we played at the beginning of this this Gamesfest. It plays much better. The engine is just so much more powerful. Runs so much better. Honestly, I can't remember exactly where we go. I guess it's just this way, right? The way that the enemies jib when you kill them, that was new as well. Relatively new. They're like small things, but they weren't just making... They weren't just doing a reskin of Doom, you know? They were actually innovating and building on what it had already done. And when I say they, we're talking about Raven Software. Arena is obviously a bigger game, but this is just way smoother. This is also one of the first games to have things like a proper on-screen inventory. Like I said, exploding enemies like jibs when they die, which have become standard later on in shooters. You can fly at some points in the game, and there's wind and water that like pushes you around if you try to go against the flow. And as you may have guessed, it uses the Doom engine. It basically licensed it to these guys, and they worked with them. It has a lot of the same features. I think John Carmack basically said, make Doom, but, you know, put your fantasy flavor on it. There's a quote from him somewhere about this. You can also use a staff. Bonk. If you die, you come back just with this. But I'm not going to do that. There is a secret weapon we can get somewhere here. Yeah, look, it even has the same, like, tab map as Doom. It's crazy. Yeah, Lena Elvira, I feel I missed out. Yeah, that's crazy, right? I need this game back in my life. Well, one of the reasons we're doing it, Lena Elvira, is the fact that it's just been remastered. So that was the excuse we needed to come back and play it, basically. So it's kind of corny fantasy, right? And the story is also fairly, like, it's just as silly as the original Doom story. Yeah, look, this is the secret. This is the equivalent of the chainsaw. Look, this is one of my favorite things about this game. Look how fucking cool that is. It uses no ammo. Let's go and kill shit with it. Tell me that isn't awesome. And it's got like a weird, there's like a push. You can feel the resistance just like the chainsaw in Doom. It's basically, that is a reskin of the chainsaw. Dr. Doom gloves, yeah, exactly. So much fun. I had one game that Gamesfest has me considering, apart from Morrowind again, is Daggerfall. Can't showing of the map being endless makes me think it might be for me. Make sure you give it a go. Get the Oh, what's it called? You know, Daggerfall Unity. So good, man. I was so impressed with how well it ran and everything. But yeah, where was I? So yeah, Raven Software. They developed this with actually quite a lot of input from id Software as well, who obviously built the Doom engine. Problem is, a lot of these enemies are ranged, so although this is the fun way to kill them, it's not necessarily the safest. Oh, we're full of ammo anyway, so I should use the wand. But yeah, you're one of 3 elven brothers, I believe. And you know, you don't really need to know the details of the crossbow is fucking sick. Really, really strong. And here we are, back at the opening area. That is the kind of laugh. If you just want some old school retro gaming, honestly, I would advise checking out the price on Heretic plus Hexen. Hexen, by the way, is a sort of sequel. It's not a direct sequel. But you know, it's a continuation of that feel and of that place. So at some point we do need to get in there. Is this now open? Unfortunately, I've done this once a few months ago, or whenever it was. So I don't remember exactly the route. But yeah, what do you guys think? Honestly, the remaster, again, it's a Night Dive Studios joint. These are such a joy because they bring back these old school games that are a real pain in the ass to get working otherwise. Oh, we already did all of this. Be a power overload light attack. That's right, actually. Cyborg, good call. And if you already own the original, you get the remaster for free. Yeah. I literally cannot play the original anymore except by... Oh, here we go. Found a secret area. Normally when you find a secret area, it's loaded with enemies. But look at that, I'm not moving. The water's just moving me along. There's a flow to it. Oh, there is something shooting at me. Cool. Come get some. That's a big lich type dude. Bag of holding. There is even a power-up. I think it's called the Egg of Ovum or something weird like that. And it will turn you into a chicken, killing you. There's loads of really weird shit. Nah, who am I kidding? The most fun weapon is this one. Especially that noise. Ooh. I think we're done. Hey, kill all the enemies on the map? Hey, we did it! Well, except if you own the floppy disks, Lena. Oh man, wouldn't that be cool? You should get the Ultra Special Edition if you could do that. Ravenslord Heretic Remaster is that it was released as a free upgrade for existing owners. Yeah, providing with a new version automatically at no additional cost. It's fucking cool. So you can get it for very, very little. You do run out of ammo quickly if you don't keep an eye on it. Yeah. And by the way, we've had this chat before, but once again, Khan, how do you respond to the ESO is dying comment? I've seen that a lot of the trading guilds have gone away, quoting lack of players buying as the main issue, as well as others saying player activity has shifted heavily towards more solo play. I don't know. It's not dying. Maybe it's changing. I think a lot of people are taking a break or are playing a little less. It's definitely harder to fill trials. I want to say a lot. I mean, the number of players who do trials super actively anyway is not massive. It just isn't. So we notice it very, very, very quickly if there's any sort of shift, slight shift even. But yeah, I think people are unhappy with the fact that we're not getting a fixed version of subclassing, and they are right. However, they're often blaming the wrong things, and I think there's a lot of echo chamber stuff going on, so that when players are actually dissatisfied with ZOS not being able to tell us anything more, or not trying to tell us anything more, maybe they're acting out and say, oh, the game is shit, when that's not what's happening. It's not that the game is in a terrible place or anything, it's just that the devs aren't telling the players what they want to know. It's weird how quickly you start taking it for granted that you can look up and down. Mad to think that that was like a weird... That was a real innovation with games like this, in Arena and Doom and such. You can't do it. Hello, mate. I'm not worried. I'm not too worried about it. Like, the Twitch category has definitely been quieter. It's a little more... It takes a little more effort to fill up trials. But I say that, we've just had like 3 of the guys that we used to play with during lockdown. They just came back to the game. And they're all like, what's going on with this subclassing thing? What the fuck? You know? So, I don't know, man. Strikes and gutters, highs and lows. I definitely hope the devs are paying attention. And I want the devs to be concerned about players leaving. So they will actually act on it. Don't know if that's much of an answer. I'm not panicking. But yeah, it's been sad to see the Twitch category a little bit quieter. And I felt a little bit bad when we've been in there. Like, when we were streaming yesterday, I think we had 290 people watching ESO. And something like 280 of them were watching this channel. Like, on the one hand, that felt great. But on the other hand, it also felt a little bit sad. And then we didn't raid out, but we went off to play Hellblade. Suddenly taking, the vast majority of... I mean, I think the numbers had gone up a bit by that point, but then when we leave the category to go and stream something else for Gamesfest, I genuinely feel bad. So we always tried to raid back into ESO. I think maybe once we've raided into another person streaming the Gamesfest game. Lena Avira, oh my god, you get them both on Steam for less than a tenner is definitely tonight's game. Awesome. Well, this is one of the reasons I wanted to showcase it. I'm not here shilling for id, but this is a ton of fun. Like, it is just as fun as Doom in a lot of ways. It doesn't have the same... It doesn't have a super shotgun, which is clearly a shortcoming of any game. So my main problem with Baldur's Gate, no super shotgun. Right? Just kidding. Yeah, look at the way he animates when he dies. And breaking into separate bits and stuff. Just very cool. I'm just going to be reckless. I'm not on a particularly high difficulty here. So I'm just going to try and power overload everything to death. Oh, hello. You want some? There we go. But yeah, Andrew Hulshult did an amazing job with the remastered soundtrack as well. Doesn't it sound awesome? And all he's done is just modernize the instrumentation on the soundtrack that already existed. %beams right now. Yeah. And I'm thinking it's amazing these games get a fresh chance. Absolutely is. What would you consider a fix to subclassing? We've been over this, I guess, a few times. It is the inclusion of damage and support abilities in every skill line. Is my suspicion that would fix it. Oh shit. I was lucky that guy didn't see me at first. Those are really, really dangerous. Ooh. But yeah, there's enough here. You know, we were giving Gabe Newell so much credit for his chat about reactivity and stuff. And yeah, absolutely, it's transformative. But there's already enough of a sense of what is fun and what players want to see happen on screen when they do a thing. Which key did we get? Did we get the green one? Ah, crap. I messed that up. But yeah, I think that would be a reasonable fix. Of course, what do I know? Personally, I find 2 subclasses too much, but that's just me. I was already a little scared about class identity when you mentioned it on stream for the first time. Yeah. It's really fun that you can just track the projectiles, and you can use a super strafey, fast style of gameplay. That is one of the things that keeps it fun. Reactivity in games back in like 1994, I can't imagine that was front of mind for a lot of people, but yeah. Asterial View, man, I have not seen this game in ages. How's it going, Asterial? Welcome on in. And Alatarel, yeah, 90% beams right now. Not seen a single beam. Cyborg, I recently returned to Guild Wars 2 after about 8-9 years of hiatus. I've forgotten almost everything, but I am slowly catching up. I actually enjoy Guild Wars 2's combat system more than ESO's. Well, there we go. I dig the ESO approach to combat. Hard for me. I haven't tried Guild Wars 2, but it's genuinely hard for me to imagine another MMO that could live up to it in terms of its combat. So we got the yellow key now. I still love you. It's been a busy morning thus far, but I'm good. Awesome. Glad to hear it. It's been a very busy day. For me, we've been streaming since 10 a.m. So it is what? That's been 6.5 hours. It's been quite a long one. But we're having a ton of fun, I think. And now that here comes the payoff. You know, just playing a little bit of this for a while. We're going to do a little bit of Star Wars Dark Forces in a bit as well. I really appreciate you guys hanging out. Alright, so let's give you a bit more background on this and why I think it was worth including in this Gamesfest showcase. So, it was developed by, as I said, by Raven Software. But it helped a lot. They'd already worked together on a previous game. It had let them use their Wolfenstein engine for their previous game. It was called Shadow Riders, or... No, that's not quite right. I can't remember. But the pitch was very much what we've already said. Make a Doom, but fantasy. That was the idea, right? And there were 5 people at Ravensoft. This game was made by 5 people. Which is nuts. Right, that was the entire company, Raven Software. But then you remember that Doom was also made by 5 people. id Software was 5 people throughout most of that game's development. And I guess it's just another example of like smart, nerdy, creative people building on a foundation of success. You know, Doom had obviously been a massive hit, culturally, technically. It was an enormous success financially as well, so that was a good deal for them, but it helped them a lot with the development. They literally bought some of the workstations, the PCs that they needed to use, and they spent like one-on-one time teaching the folks at Raven how to use their engine. And that collaboration allowed these guys at Ravens to do something a little bit special. They played around with the engine a little bit more. The flying, for example, that happens later in the game. I mentioned this earlier. It's just a hack. You're not actually flying. What's happening is that you're moving the horizon up and down. And it gives the illusion that you're floating, but it doesn't matter. If the illusion is effective, the player's not going to care that technically you're not flying. It's just a development hack, you know? And we talked about this with Half-Life as well. That a lot of the fun features in that game are the same. But yeah, awesome game. Well, my family's sending me lots of dog pictures, which I can't really look at. But yeah, so it kind of gets lumped in with, whoa, a lot of Doom clones that we got around this time. I say we. I was still a little bit young to be aware of this, but I think it gets unfairly overlooked. Despite, you know, we've obviously got people like Lena, Asterial saying, oh man, I remember this, so hyped for this. I'm loving this nostalgia trip, Lena, exactly what I'm talking about. And Ahal saying, oh, did you actually know this game, Ahal? Surely not. You're younger than I am, so... At least as far as I'm aware, you are. But yeah, I'm not showcasing like excellent gameplay or anything. This is like the first time I've seen these levels in a while. I did play a little bit of the later game, which we can fast forward to at some point. But yeah, the exploding barrel, I think that's literally the same animation as in Doom. It's just green. Which is a ton of fun. Green key. Oh shit. That was a lot of damage. Luckily, there's a lot of health in here, so we're fine. Almost makes me wish Khan would play Warcraft 2 and 3. Yeah, those are like late 90s things, aren't they? I have played Warcraft 2 or 3. But it was no Command and Conquer. It was like what Warhammer fans wished Games Workshop would be able to create, I feel like. And Blizzard knew that very well. They knew damn well that they were making Warhammer games. Which is why it's kind of impressive. They managed to tease out quite a few unique things about World of Warcraft. The setting and the lore and so on. Live to Tale 2, hello there. Hope you're having a good day. And Lena Elvira, I haven't played WoW since the OG came out. Seemed to drift across to Skyrim, trying to boost my career, but I feel the need to get back to that too. Played Wolfenstein 3D Cyborg. I don't know if that's as good a nostalgia trip. The game just isn't as solid. I don't even know what that is. Wings of Wrath. Yeah, there we go. So you can actually use these power-ups. Temporarily grants flight. There we go. The crunching and squelching. So gross. I am younger, but a friend of mine's dad had an old PC with these kind of games on it. Played the hell out of them. Okay, so yeah, it's similar to me. I guess I wasn't exposed to any of this stuff in that way, but some games I definitely got exposed to that way. Like, years after they were sort of dated. There'd be a friend of the family who had them installed. A cool dad. But also, I just became interested in a lot of this stuff when I was at university. And shortly after. These old games that were around before I was a kid. But were still, you could still, like, download them. And, oh, by the way, we never showed this. Did I not get the gun? Shit, I guess I didn't. I love the fact that there's no ammo on this thing. Awesome. Bag of holding. It's so fun. You can see the little projectile. Like, there's a lot of about this that is like totally valid in terms of modern game development as well, isn't it? Maybe the level design is a little bit basic. Yeah, OMG, Command and Conquer, Tiberian Sun. Anyone remember I was addicted? Yeah, I'm aware of that one. I don't think again, I didn't have... I don't think I had my own PC when that was around. But I was definitely aware of it as a thing that, like, loads of people were playing. Oh yeah, we still haven't killed those clowns hiding back there. There's definitely someone back there. I guess I don't know how to open that. The darkness and the light, that's actually used really effectively, I gotta say. Aaron, I used to play IGI on my friend's dad's PC. Once on the PC froze and both of us were scared shitless. Solo was a Red Alert player, nice to hear. Cyborg, nostalgia, and Solid aren't necessarily related. That's true. Yeah, that's what I mean, like, but it's nice when they go hand in hand. When you go back to something and it totally holds up. Like, that's an awesome feeling. You see, I could have sworn there was an opening here. But I'm not sure how you get to it. I guess that's it. Yeah, that's it. This is one of my favorite weapons now in any game ever. Just the power overload. Super sick. This is the gun we wanted. Right, let's save that shit. And Aaron, once I got a copy of Devil May Cry 3 from a friend, and I died on the first boss so many times that I unlocked the secret very easy difficulty for me. No way! What a diss. That's a great story. Hang on, blue door. I'm not going to worry about getting all the secrets. You can spend hours and hours and hours trying to do all that. No, we already went in here. Come on, guys. Where's blue? Help me out. Oh my god. I'm getting so many messages. So many messages from my family and Maya. They're exchanging dog pictures. There it was. Look at this weapon. It's not actually that good, but it sounds amazing. It looks and sounds awesome. Which is definitely part of it. Cyborg, my first video game was moon landing on a mainframe using a light pen. Kids, Google it. I feel like I'm being called out as a kid here, which isn't quite accurate. I don't know what a light pen is. Should I? In my defense, the keyboard configuration in that game was horrible and impossible to change. Had to borrow a controller to actually play it. Oh, Aaron actually looked it up. A light pen. I might have to do this as well. But thanks for sticking with us, guys. Awesome. I reckon I will spin on a little bit ahead. Oh no, our autosave got overridden. Shoot. Well, never mind. I did have a few levels ahead. Oh, what? Our wings have gone? No. So we used the flight thing, and I didn't actually showcase it. That's a shame. Let me load this one. Yeah, there it is. So, or maybe it's just that some items get removed when you go to the next level. I don't know a ton about this game. I'm not actually an expert or anything. But yeah, it was never considered a classic because it leans so heavily on Doom, I guess. But the stuff that it borrows, the speed, the performance, the level design, these were all things that were very strong from Doom. And on top of that, it added some of its own ideas and tricks, plus that dark, violent fantasy setting. You know, we talked a little bit in the last few days about how the fantasy setting can sometimes be improved upon. Hey! X-Core! How's it going, Core? Whoa, what a way to enter! Gifting 5 subs and getting an extra sub from Valorant on top. Wow, that's amazing. This is one of our buddies from Ninja Ball's prog group. Guess I have to if it's discounted. Thanks, man. That's amazing. Yo, dude, pretty good. How are you all? We are doing splendidly. We're messing around. We did lots of story time in ESO. And I've just figured out how we get to that secret up there. So, if we can fly... We've already been up there. I'm going to save, because I don't know how to do this. Inputs. Button configurations, mouse and keyboard. Inventory. Use inventory Q. Right. Let's actually look, see how we can fly as well. And fly is X and Z. Jesus. Oh, cool. Thank you so much, man. What a genius. What an absolute hero. Thank you for the support. That means everything. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? You can just fly around the place. I love it. That's big fun. So we can fly up and get all this swag here. And I guess... Are there other areas that we can fly in? I don't think so. But it means you can avoid the damage from that water as well. That's pretty fucking sick. And it's about to run out, as we can see from the... There we go. And like I said, that's a total hack. We're not flying, we're just moving the level up and down, the horizon line. I love that. That's next level game development. Oh, Core is downloading ESO. Let the hype commence. Thank you. Thank you, man, for letting me know. That's awesome. I'll tell Maya. She'll be excited. Aaron, they made a game out of a fake event. Ooh, yeah, let's not even go there. What do you guys think? Let's maybe hop on over to another Doom clone, since you guys so kindly unlocked that incentive for us today. But yeah, like, Heretic, a lot of fun. That was just the first couple of levels. It is a real treat. But just to demonstrate the power of franchise game properties, check this out. So this is the remaster of... Oh, this is a little bit loud, isn't it? This is the remaster of Star Wars Dark Forces. Obviously, we should almost see the original. The OG was a bit more crummy. Ah, here we go. Perfect timing. It's a blast from the past right there. Alina Avira. I've not played Dark Forces for forever. It's a cavalcade of my youth. Why do you think we're doing this? The new order of the Empire stretches its evil clutches across the galaxy, consuming planets with devastating results. Through many struggles, the Rebel Alliance has learned of a new Imperial battle station, the Death Star, with enough power to destroy an entire planet. Unable to acquire the plans to the deadly space station, the rebels have employed the skills of Kyle Katarn. Known to most as a mercenary for hire, Katarn is a rogue figure who has a partial alliance with the rebels. Armed only with a blaster pistol and an intimate knowledge of Imperial methods, Kyle prepares to infiltrate the Imperial base in which the plans are kept. So it's a prequel to the original movie. And the decision not to make him a Jedi, like originally, of course, it was, oh, Luke Skywalker will be the player character. And then someone stepped in and said, no. There'll be massive constraints if we do it that way. Also, this is so much cooler. If it's a Doom clone, come on, Luke Skywalker running around with a blaster? It works, but... Star Dark Forces Remaster Wars? I'm sorry, I can't help it. Rigged, it didn't play. Oh no! Some of the blurps might not be working with this overlay. Sorry, you've never heard of this? Let's just start from the very beginning. There we go. So that one's working. Yeah, it's 16-bit intro song, let's go. Like, if you fire up the original, the non-remaster, I think it's even more crummy, and obviously it's pixelated and stuff, but it still runs. It still runs. It's just this runs better. Confidential message from Senator Mon Mothma. It ties in so strongly to the film. Operation Skyhook. The rebellion is counting on the completion of this mission, Commander Katarn. I hope success is on your side. Look at this. The Death Star plans are locked away in an Imperial secret base on the planet Danuta. So this is non-canon, I guess, because now they've got Rogue One. Is the canonical version of this. They await transport to Lord Vader. Once you get the plans, get out immediately. We'll deliver the plans to Princess Leia on the consular ship Tantive 4. She will then continue the mission. So yeah, it's literally Rogue One. Look at these cunts. It feels a little bit janky compared to the other one. But just the sound effects and the visuals, like, it's immediately Star Wars, right? Despite the goofy soundtrack. And by the way, in this you can look up and down even more. So this is a year after Heretic. And honestly, look at that gun. Like, how familiar is that? They ripped off the Doom engine and so many of its features in a way which is a little bit sus, but whatever, what are you going to do? Oh, we need the red key for that, okay. What do you guys think? The 2D animations? Like, imagine being a kid in the mid-90s when this came out. Oh, not even a kid, to be honest. Just a Star Wars fan. It's like cutting-edge tech right there. You can jump as well. It's crazy that we're talking about advancements mean that you can jump in a video game. And because they have the John Williams soundtrack to work with, the music is maybe a little bit invasive. I'm not gonna lie. Lena Elvira, ugh, I need to adult and get the kids and make dinner, blah blah blah. Stupid. No worries, man. We've had a bit of fun messing around. Like even the map is pure doom, isn't it? Oh, Maya changed the category for me. I was about to get on and do that. So that's where we came in, right? Yeah. Let's have a look. Whoa. We got the red key. The music is intense. Yeah, maybe let's turn the music down a little bit. $69. But yeah, LucasArts always took video games pretty seriously, right? They had their own video game development side to the business, didn't they? No. Oh, that's so fun. I have played this before ages ago, and it's a popular enough game that you'll see it speedrun at events like SGDQ. There is occasionally a category for Dark Souls. Any percent. I'm not sure what I just did down here, but... Oh, here we go. Now we're talking. What do you guys think? Lena Elvira, oh, you're gonna play Heretic later? Did I say Dark Souls again, Solo? What did I do? Oh, it's starting to feel like a Half-Life game or something like that. The fact that you can jump, sprint jump and stuff like that. Looks like there's a secret down here. Oh my god, I can't see anything. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Alright, nah, that can't be right. Gamma? Weird. Alright. I keep doing that, Solo. It's funny, isn't it? Sometimes I do it with things that, like, don't even make sense. Like, I've referred to Borderlands as Fallout a couple of times. Which makes absolutely no sense. They're not very similar at all. Star Wars Dark Souls actually sounds pretty fun, doesn't it? Not gonna lie, that does sound pretty good. Oh yeah, that was the point. It's a very Doom, though, isn't it? Oh, look at that. That's so fun. So simple. That's fucking awesome. How do we pick up the plans? I'm standing inside them. And the 2D sprites as well. There's such a charm to that. These are obviously hand-drawn things. The guy just chilling behind the desk. Star Wars Dark Souls is basically Jedi surviving. I suppose, yeah, you're right. I feel bad now. We don't even get, like... It's like when people kill a Gwar in ESO. Shit ain't right. I don't recall picking difficulty. I'm guessing this is on normal or easy or something, because it feels very safe. Okay. Hopefully with better optimization. Ooh. Not gonna lie, I'm not entirely sure where we are supposed to go. Seems like this is the place, right? This seems like it would be it. There we go.
This is too easy. Now to get to my ship.
The little voice line. 1995, man. Crazy. It's only a year after Arena. Video games from like 95 to 2005. Pretty crazy how fast things progressed there. And the actual ship appears. Good job, LucasArts. That doesn't seem right, does it? Mission objectives complete. Alright, well then, let's go. Open main menu to end mission? What? That's funny.
Kyle delivers the plans to the Rebel Alliance. Soon afterwards, the Death Star is destroyed. But even as the Alliance celebrates this victory, another sinister plot is set in motion that will become an even greater concern for the Rebellion.
Ah, the remaster is well worth it. Look at that. Oof.
The Emperor has approved your demonstration, General Monk. Thank you, Lord Vader. What I unveiled today,
These were way more pixelated in the original.
we will be able to decimate the rebels just as we did the Jedi.
There's a lot more voice acting in this than I remember. Good stuff.
The glory and beauty of decisive victory.
A noble cause, General. I hope the demonstration lives up to your claims. Proceed.
With pleasure. Dark Trooper, really.
Aaron, nice one. Nice. Bum ba bum dum dum dum. Oh yeah, they came up with Dark Troopers. Which I guess is an idea they revisited in The Mandalorian? Pretty good, pretty good. Same year as Mario Brothers 64. That's mad, isn't it?
Very impressive, General. The Emperor will be most pleased. Continue with your project.
Certainly, Lord Vader.
It's like... It is a bit like a very stylized cartoon, isn't it? You don't need that many frames. If you just have a decent artwork and voiceover, the brain will just do the rest.
Has been keeping us on the run since the destruction of the Death Star.
Kind of works.
5 days ago, the Empire attacked one of our secret bases in the city of Talay.
It's a trap! Just generic roguey action dude. It's extremely 80s actually, isn't it? For a 90s adaptation of a 1970s movie.
Looks like it could be a normal Imperial attack, except for those sounds.
Very perceptive, Commander.
Then again, Doom. What could be more 80s than that?
All we discuss here is classified. This Imperial officer, Crix Medine, wishes to defect to the Alliance. He has supplied us with information on the development of a new
That is actually a face that I recognize. Is that someone from Return of the Jedi?
Stormtrooper, the Dark Trooper.
A new stormtrooper that can take out a rebel base that quickly? I should have kept working for the Empire.
The Rebel Command is not taking this lightly. They have authorized me to hire you to find the...
Alright, we don't need all this. The Empire usually gets sloppy after a major offensive, so we may be able to find evidence or leads about this Dark Trooper we've been hearing about. His contacts inside the Empire will help us follow up. Okay, find and restart the hydroelectric generator. Find some clue to the Dark Trooper, return to the landing area. So there's just a convenient landing spot on the top of each Imperial base. The fuck is that? Oh man, these are grisly. Seriously? These guys are just on patrol and there are like mutilated, rotting corpses right next to them. I don't remember that in the movies. I guess stealth gaming wasn't really a thing. Halt. What do you guys make of it? Anyone who hadn't heard of this before? Impressed or encouraged? I don't know how much the remaster is on Steam right now, but they regularly do sales on May the 4th. Stuff like that. And yeah, it's probably a thing that you should check out if you're interested around May the 4th or some of the time that it's on offer. It happens a lot. And like I said, you can look up Summer Games Done Quick. They do, it has been featured, Dark Forces that is, on their speedrun schedule a couple of times, I think. But yeah, the point of today was sort of to talk about how when a game comes along like Doom, which just revolutionizes, it isn't just its own success. It often creates... It's a kick up the ass for the entire industry. You know, people thinking, oh wow, we could do something like that. And a company with the resources like LucasArts, well, they go ahead and copy the engine. You know, they make their own version of that engine. You can shoot out the lights? That's fucking cool. Yeah, the stormtroopers really are rubbish. Rubbishness confirmed, right? But yeah, there were a lot of games like this in the wake of Doom. Some developed by id themselves or in partnership with them, like the one we just played, Heretic. Others like this, which are like, okay, what can we do to claim that type of gameplay for ourselves, do something cool with it, but also build on it, push it further, have a gimmick which makes it easier to sell our particular product. No. The little sound cues are amazing. You're not authorized in this area. I am not sure how we're supposed to get out. But whatever. It's a very dark game, isn't it? Genuinely looking for the gamma settings to turn things up a bit. Man, this Kyle Katana, I wonder how many bodies he's going to have on him by the time the game is over. He's got a lot of bodies, and it's only level 2. Oh, so this is a door that we can use. I guess maybe we need a key card, right? Meal is done and posted on Discord. Ah, Brian Talk, awesome. Fun. Thank you for sharing. That is cool. The map is actually incredibly useful. Not gonna lie. Even in Doom, the map can be pretty handy. Now we went that way already. Yeah, there are lots of things like the partially destroyed walls. The verticality of the levels is a thing that Doom really didn't do that much with. Even though they were able to. The fact that the water is pushing you along, you see that? They got that from Heretic, I guess. Oh, this is where we just were. Fair enough. How is it, Brian Talk? You eating it yet? Hope it's awesome. Enjoy. If not... There we go. That looks like somewhere we need to be. If it were ESO, we'd be able to get through, but just by spamming forward and jump, right? I think I'm stuck. Oh no. Seriously? Okay, well that's fun. Can I respawn? Tasting great, but I left out the spicy part. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I love a spicy one, but not everyone does. It's incredibly dark in here. There isn't like a flashlight or something that I'm just not aware of. Let's have a quick look. Control binds. Toggle headlamp. Ah. For God's sake. Didn't even know that was a thing. I am terrible with spice. I love it. But that's probably my dad's influence. So is this a bar, do you think? It looked like they were hanging out at a bar. Maybe it's the armory. The AI in Doom might have been a little bit better. Like, I feel like if you create a ruckus in one room, the enemies in the next room will often be attracted and will come to try and find you. That doesn't seem to happen here. There could be a stormtrooper right next to you and it's like, yeah, whatever. Huh? You can't blast the controls like in the movies? There we go. Oh wow, that's very Half-Life, isn't it? Infrared goggles. Okay. No way. I don't think I ever knew this was here. There's nothing else here, sadly. Oh, I see. It's supposed to... Yeah. It's not a place you want to go. It's not a secret. Oh, that's a lot of fun, though. All right. What other games can we think of that are like of their time, and we can like schedule for? We think about for not Gamesfest because we're going to be done with that in 7 or 8 days. So I guess we activated power to the complex now. But what other games are there that are a little bit like this that have sort of quite a lot of nostalgia or cultural value, but which are just good fun to mess around with? Alright, well we clearly need to get to the controls to that bridge. I'm also curious to play the OG now. There we go. Ah, nice. Now we're talking. It's like I said, it's a little bit ahead of my time in terms of exposure to gaming. It sort of starts with Half-Life and those kind of games for me. Way to announce yourself to the player. Stop, rebel scum. The classic open door, shoot guy, close door and hide move. This is really dark. There are freaking corpses everywhere. Why do they feel the need to do that? Do you just think Doom was so edgy that they needed to compete in that regard? I think it would be worth doing like a bit more of this nostalgia type thing. Not just for people who like... It's fun for those who actually played these games, but also for me and others who haven't seen them before or played them before. Dark Trooper weapon. This is kind of fun, you know, both missions so far are very much like infiltration. Not exactly stealthy, like I said. Just show up and just blast everything to death. Secret, what was that? Okay. I'm really hoping this leads us to the landing pad. It's a very generous game in terms of health kits and stuff like that. That beeping, it's got to be like a secret nearby, hasn't it? Alright guys, it's coming up to 5:30. We've been going for 7.5 hours. That's a pretty awesome stream in terms of length and girth, I might add. So I guess we'll finish this level and then consider wrapping it up for the day. What do you say? Gloomvex, hey man, I remember playing tons of Commander Keen. Yes! My dad's computer when I was a kid. That one is very nostalgic for me. That is an awesome call. That's also an id Software game. Well, there were several. I haven't played much of the original, but there was one called, there's like Aliens Ain't My Babysitter or something. And Goodbye Galaxy, I think, is the one that I saw as a kid. Landing pad is somewhere around here, isn't it? Yeah, Commander Keen, that's a great call. Oh, Brian, so you know that one as well? Awesome. Well, Commander Keen, do you guys know which one? Man, the animation on the Stormtroopers is just spot on. You know the way that is so on point from the movies. Ah! Just completely hapless. Bro. This is where we landed, right? Somewhere around here? Yeah, there we go. I played all of them, but the first one is the one I remember the best. The, you know, the really basic hibbity-hobbity one. Oh, that's a ton of fun. Oh, there we go. There's the difficulty. Gotcha, gotcha. It's a weapon of some sort too large for a human being. Prototype weapon for the Dark Trooper. Look at this guy. It is wild to think how quickly gaming had to grow up. And sometimes how little it has. Find the Imperial Weapons Engineer, Moff Rebus. Man, I could easily waste an entire day playing this. Waste? Spend. But like I said, we should probably leave it there for the day. So I'm going to flip the screen and let's find someone else to raid off to. Someone playing ESO. Thank you so much, guys, for sticking around. I know that is, especially when we go to a game this old, it is tempting to be like, I'm out. I'm going to go watch something a little bit more relevant to today. But Dark Forces was an awesome, awesome bonus to unlock for the day. So thank you so much. Gloomvex, Rigor Mortis, Erin in particular, and anyone I'm forgetting, Core obviously as well. Thank you so much for unlocking that today. What a treat. And it's fun to see two games back to back doing something very similar. You know, how can we take Doom and like chop and screw it to fit it into a setting that we want it to work in and that we can sell products in? Yeah, Erin, you're an absolute hero. Thank you, guys. You're all absolute heroes for keeping Gamesfest going. all this month. Let's raid back into the Elder Scrolls Online. Let me just have a look at my list of buddies here. Hey, Deci's online. How about this? You guys know Decimus? If you do not, then stay in the channel. If you do know him, then I know you're already going to stay in the channel. So he's a very, very chill, very cool Finnish gentleman who plays PvP like no one else. He's on the EU server. He's doing Battlegrounds right now by the looks of it. Please do not go anywhere. Nightbot already doing it. Thank you, Erin. Awesome. Yeah, so don't go anywhere. Stick around. Chat with him for a few minutes. And then if you do decide to head on off, of course, be my guest, go about your evening. But do me a favor and stick around with Decimus for a little while. He's a really, really good guy. Great player, obviously. And yeah, he's a nice hang. You can ask him about builds, all that kind of stuff as well. Alright. I want to thank you all very, very, very much for today. It was a really good one, really good fun. We made some progress in questing. We had a lot of fun conversations, and we played 2 bonus games, super retro bonus games. So I'm going to raid you off now. You guys have a fantastic evening, and I will see you back tomorrow for a little bit of Dishonored. Who's excited for that one? Take it easy, everyone. Thank you so much. Brian, LeBro, Erin, all of you, have the best day. You guys are awesome. See you tomorrow.